Hello, everybody, and welcome to our coverage of Vijk aan Zee. I normally try to scare Peter with the volume of my first sentence,
But
then
today I just got startled for no reason. I mean, normally I actually I steel myself for it, and I still make this impression of a deer which got shot at. But today I was typing something into my phone, so
How do you know what a deer that got shot at looks like?
must have seen movies or something. I don't know.
Back on topic, I'm Jan Gustafsson. This is Super Grandmaster Peter Svidler. We will be here with you for the next couple of days to talk about the Vijk aan Zee Super Tournament, one of the biggest events of the year. In Vijk aan Zee, the special thing about the Super Tournament is they have many players. They have 14 players in the main event.
Yeah, I think of the well-established top tournaments, this one is by far the longest and features the widest variety of players. And this, I think, has been a very attractive feature of the tournament for many years because you get to see faces you don't normally see in super events, and because the field is slightly more spread, uh, you get more openings even.
What you're trying to say, since Van Vele is playing, there's going to be a lot of bloodshed because people will crush him in his Sicilian, which you don't get in your typical super tournament where everybody plays the Berlin.
I wasn't going to start,
Greetings, our friend Luke.
Yeah. I wasn't going to start with the Luke bashing right off the bat, but since you went there, yeah, let's do that as well. Luke occasionally has some side bets on this with people, and if he has a side bet this year, he might. I mean, I think some of his best performances in Vike over the years were during years where he had side bets with people on scoring no less than 50% and so on. So it'd be interesting to find out whether he has any side action running this year.
The games are about to begin. We'll have plenty of time to talk about the format. So just quickly, this is just a Chess24 production. There's no video, there's no anything. It's just Peter and me hanging out here, talking to you guys. And what we shall do before they start is go through the games and give our predictions. Because Peter, he told me privately before the show, my favorite part of any chess commentary is giving predictions and then being held accountable for them, especially on social media.
Absolutely. And I think to reinforce that impression, I will be just predicting 7 draws every round, and yeah, and it's not as ridiculous as it may sound. But let's go through the
smart
list.
play.
Yeah.
Anyway, we do have arguably the game of the tournament in the first round. The man of the second half of 2016, Wesley So, against world champion Magnus Carlsen. Wesley So with the white pieces. Who you got?
No, I think this one actually. I mean, the safe money has to be on the draw in this one, and I've read somewhere today that Wesley hasn't lost in something like 45 games, and the last game he did lose was against Magnus. So
I read 43.
yeah, that probably is more correct.
Yeah,
But I think I said something like 45. So
yeah, and I said
I
I
hedged.
read 43 exactly.
yeah,
So
I
we're both
hedged
correct.
there. I hedged there a little bit. Yeah, this game, I mean, it will be very interesting, but it is somewhat regrettable it's in round one because you do get the feeling that they might both want to play themselves in a little bit at the start.
We'll have plenty of chance to talk about it. Generally, Wesley is a tight player, so against Magnus, we don't expect him to take crazy risks.
But let's say if this were around 12 or 13, and there were like tournament considerations to factor into the decisions for let's say regarding openings, and we could have gotten a sharper game. But in round one, yeah, I expect Wesley to go for something very, very solid, and I mean tight is a good description of his style in games like this. And Magnus generally, I think, doesn't really mind not being challenged when he's black against top players. So yeah, not expecting fireworks, although anything can happen.
Speaking of fireworks, Anish Giri is playing against none other than the challenger, Sergei Kayakin. Sergei Kayakin, surprisingly, maybe not surprisingly, I was surprised to read it, is a significant plus score against Anish, +4, -1, as you can see here. Who you got?
Slight edge to Sergei, but Anish these days is a very, very solid player. Once again, draw is a safe bet here. And another thing we discussed on the way in here was will we finally get to see what all those months of hard preparation were spent on? Because in the match, and I'm not really poking fun at anything here. I mean, I have absolutely zero doubt that Sergei and his team did a lot of work on the openings, but that work remained somewhat hidden during the match. And he is now sitting on this, veritable treasure trove of opening ideas, and he might get to show some of that stuff in the upcoming tournament. So that will be an interesting side story to watch.
Or Anish could do what he could do is play the same thing Magnus played all match and say, okay, show us something there.
Yeah, but Anish has been playing a lot of Najdorf these days, so it will be interesting. And Sergei has a very aggressive repertoire against the Najdorf.
Very true. Looking forward to that one. Not tongue in cheek, actually.
Yeah.
Mr. Levon Aronyan, one of my favorites. I don't think I'm alone in that when he's in shape. And he's also the 4-time Vike winner. I should get my stats straight, but I know he's won this tournament a couple times. He's mentioned many times how much he likes it. He's facing Pentala Harakrishna with black. We got liftoff, so we have to.
Yeah, we'll probably have to speed it up. Once again, safe money has to be on the drop. Pentala had a very, very nice year last year, and I think is generally now accepted to be a full-fledged member of these the elite brigade. And but Lev is very, very solid.
Especially with black.
Yeah, with colors reverse, I would actually think that Lev has. I would maybe go out of my shell a little bit, but with Lev playing black, draw is good for me here.
All right, we'll very quickly conclude our tour. We have Adiban versus Luke van Veli.
Yeah, let's take Adiban here just for the funsies.
Especially after seeing 1c5.
Yeah.
And we have Pavel Elyanov versus Richard Rapport.
With Richard, nobody really knows, and a result of some kind, I think, is quite likely in this game. But maybe he reins himself in a little bit, because if he, from round one, starts doing the crazy things he has been known for, then anything goes. But
I got 1-0. Pavel Elyanov often looked like a school teacher when facing Rapport's crazy openings, just playing solid positional chess. He has a huge score against him. Then we do have Wojciech Nepomniachtchi.
Grunfeld shouldn't lose. So,
draw.
Yeah.
Andreikin Veji.
And in particular, since we've seen the first two moves, I'll take draw in this one as well.
So you've predicted 5 draws, 2
five
wins?
5.5. 5.5 draws, I think I've predicted, yeah.
Let's go to the main event. Wesley So faces Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. And
they're playing a Slav.
They're playing a Slav, yeah. And just very briefly, we'll go back to this game, but I just said that Sergei has a very sharp repertoire against the Najdorf, right? Can we just briefly show the move he played against the Najdorf there?
Is that sharp or is that just odd?
I wouldn't. Yeah, it might still transpose to something very sharp, but I don't know how. This is just this weird. Maybe he wants to play the Sozin. Why do you play a3 against the Najdorf? But then again, these days they play knight b3 against the Najdorf. Yeah, I mean, and if knight b3 is a move, a3 definitely should be a move. But anyway,
since we're here, let's do a brief history of what they do against Najdorf.
Now, Sergei, one of the more important games he won in 2016 was against Topalov in the candidates, which was 6h3, and was very, very sharp. It was one of the sharper lines in the h3, h3, 6, g4, bishop b7, g5, knight fd7, and it got, that was a proper brawl,
right?
Which ended with a white victory. And this is why I was so much looking forward to this game, because I felt that something like this would be extremely interesting.
But Sergei also knows that against Anish, you're not easily winning any theory battle, because there's no harder worker on the openings than Anish.
Sure, and I appreciate that. But still, a3 is... I don't think if I've ever even seen that, to be honest.
That's where all these preparation millions went into the a-pawn. A4 is what they
against Magnus, obviously, the fabled Najdorf player Magnus Carlsen. Okay, we should maybe stop a3 bashing.
If anybody's watching this show, can you look up how many Najdorfs Magnus Carlsen played? I'm sure it's plenty, since Peter was tongue-in-cheeking.
Oh, I'm sure he played some, but...
I'm actually not, but I think he must have played some.
No, I think everybody at some point tries their hand at Najdorf. Najdorf is just one of those things you feel you at least have to try. I think, and I think it's very difficult to find people who played 0 Najdorfs in their life.
Okay, so a3, e5 has been played. Black, of course, had the typical choice between e6, arguably g6, which
Maybe
was very natural.
maybe even g6 because they do play this Dragon thing, and a3 against the Dragon doesn't feel like the most obligatory move, so it's not ridiculous. Yeah, e6 kind of invites the Sozin once again. I guess the idea might be no, I mean bishop c4 a2. I'm trying to find, but yeah, actually maybe this is the point.
g4 must be the point.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that actually is that makes a lot of sense because in those h3 positions that they play a3 later in a ton of situations. So you're actually winning a tempo there. Yeah, that's good catch.
Therefore, Anish went e5, very typical, and Sergei played knight f3, which a3 makes some sense because of the bishop c4. For example, you would have this
Oh, so they finally refuted the Najdorf.
hideaway square, and it's hard to stop both bishop c4 and bishop g5, which is the two wide strategic ideas in this position. Therefore, you typically choose between h6 or queen c7. After, let's say, bishop e2, you don't stop bishop c4, but bishop g5.
Yeah.
Generally, so it makes some sense.
Yeah, generally e5, knight of 3, you have this position with the bishop on e3 and a pawn on a2. And since, as Jan absolutely correctly stated, the bishop generally belongs on g5 in these lines, you've won arguably maybe half a tempo or a full tempo here by playing a3. The more we speak about this, the more I'm becoming interested in this, to be honest. But yeah, we'll see how long-lived this idea is.
Sure. But there is method to the madness. At least it's a serious idea. And
No, Sergei is not known for just playing a3 in random positions for no reason. So yeah, there absolutely is reason behind that. Yeah, well, let's go back to the main dish though. And Magnus, I think, has been doing this a bit recently, right? I think I've seen him play this position.
I have to get in a small disclaimer here, because I think by now it's known, at least I outed myself, that I was part of the Magnus Carlsen team during the World Championship match, and I worked on some of these openings in the training camps before, and during the match I have more knowledge than I can reveal here, so I'm gonna leave the opening part of these games to you and tell you otherwise, but yeah, I know about this.
And I mean, even I played this position with Black some time ago, and but I'm not really up to date with the current development. Is this the position where they sometimes play bishop b2, h6, bishop d3?
That's a game Carlsen Nakamura. I'm not sure if he's found any followers, but yeah, he played that against Nakamura in London. The reasoning being that, first of all, there's no bishop g6, and secondly, sometimes in these positions, very far down the stretch, g4 can actually be an attacking idea.
You create a hook for your potential attacks on the king side, but yeah, that's very, very far in the future. There's also, when I was looking at this, I think the main move was supposed to be queen b3, which led to huge messes of various kinds, like b5, and then either c5, a5, knight e5, and that's a very complicated position. I spent some time analyzing in maybe around 10 years ago when I was sort of actively playing this with Black. And also there are positions after. No, that's not true. No, if you take on d5 and go a4, there b4 I think is very strong. Right? Takes a4, b4 I think is just supposed to be very, very good for Black. No, hang on. This is the main line. Now I remember. This is the main line. Queen b4, knight c6, queen c5. And knight a5, I think, bishop takes a6. This is where it happens, yeah? I've never really studied this position at all in my life, but there was a game during the Qatar Open in 2015, which I had to commentate on, so I had to brush up on this a little bit. Queen b5 check, rook c6, knight e5, bishop d7, and it gets into some really very messy situation. That game White won in a blowout because Black wasn't really prepared. But the position is very interesting, very double-edged, and White needs to play very, very fast if he is to prove he has more than enough for the piece that he's given up.
So Wesley is probably weighing all his options. I'm not sure how often Magnus has done this. In the past, there's many many moves here that much. I can say knight e5, knight h4, queen b3, bishop d2, bishop e2, bishop d3.
Yeah, I'm sure
you can pretty much choose what you want.
Yeah, pretty much any legal move in this position will make some sense, but some probably make more sense than others, and also some aim for more than others. Like if you play bishop e2 here, it's not as if you've given up hope for opening advantage, but if you want to sort of refute the line, I think it probably is queen b3.
I'm wondering, this is genuine wondering, hasn't Wesley done this with black himself? I recall some Wesley games, maybe something like this even.
I would need to look it up. I'm not really up to date on people's repertoires in this position, so I don't know off the top of my head.
I do recall that he had some games, but yeah, maybe the chat or somebody smarter than us can fill us in. For now, I would expect Wesley to think for a while, and since this seems to come as a surprise, would be a bit unlikely if he's willing to enter any of the sharp lines.
I think you probably dodge queen b3 if you haven't repeated it before the game, because there the price of a move really becomes very high. You can actually land yourself in trouble if you don't know what you're doing, and that doesn't feel like Wesley's MO necessarily in games against people he respects, and Magnus probably features on this list. You would?
I don't know. Like as a human being, this dude. that's my opinion, not Wesley's. He respects him. As a chess player, he's quite well respected. I think.
Yeah, I think it's
even with his new tiny 2840 rating, people still think he can play with it. But Wesley 2808. That's what, number 4 in the world?
Once again, I've stopped concerning myself greatly with rating lists now that I don't really feature in them prominently.
Tell me about it. Sometimes people tell me you're now 175 in the world, and I get very sad. Yeah. You don't have these problems yet.
Not yet, no.
I'm a much older man than you, so you get there eventually.
Nicely done, sir. So still thinking, no, okay, you actually, I failed to properly see where you clicked. Yeah, this is the position we both are very aware of, being at least intermittent martial players. And I actually played this at least once, maybe 2 times. I played more or less every single line known to man after d3 rook e1 in the past 2-3 years.
General, let's do first the crash course. After c6, d4 was the main line for years, but the last couple of years people started doing this. The point being, I'll just give my usual speech, that here you have rook e4 with the point that after g5, which is a strong move, with the pawn on d4, white can take. With the pawn on d4, there would be this double attack. Not so much here. Therefore, g5 is not a move. White goes rook h4 and is better. Hence, people started playing bishop f5 instead of queen h4. When after queen f3, we're at a crossroads, and I believe both of us have played every move known to man in this position.
Pretty much, yeah. I played
this. I haven't played this yet.
I played bishop g6, yeah. So with me, it actually, I think, is every single option which makes any sense. I mean, queen d7 might be a move, but I'm not sure if it's any good. And apart from queen d7, more or less every single move has been played. Queen h4 has been a pet line of, I think, mainly in my mind, of Evgeny Tomashevsky, who has been making reasonably comfortable draws with it against very, very strong opposition. He played it against MVL at some point. He played it against other people who are very, very good at exploiting these small advantages against the marshal, and he's been holding it comfortably. I think the only one to be doing that game after game after game.
Is that true?
People kind of
Levon himself, I think he's also going here consistently. He might not have gotten many chances.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
I think queen h4 has been his main move pretty much his whole career in this position.
Yeah, I think that is correct. Yeah, the two of them are the main proponents, and yeah, bishop g6 was. I mean, there are now some ideas on how to deal against it, and my games in the Russian Super Final in October, I think it was. They are very relevant.
Here now,
yeah, this knight a3 move needs to be. I don't think it refutes the line, but you do have to be very, very careful, and you do have to study this position properly to play it with black. And yeah, the queen f6 line.
I was having a discussion at the Carlson training camp with Laurent Fressinet, another big martial expert, and he's claiming ownership of this bishop g6 move, which I think Magnus was actually the first to play, but Laurent was behind the idea, and I'm claiming ownership of the Queen F6 move. So we were both very proudly saying that we had our own novelties in this very position. I'm not sure any of this is true, but
No, I lost
There's many
I
moves,
lost a very painful game in the Queen F6 line against MVL in our match in Bill, but I played that game really, really horribly. So
Queen F6 nowadays, the theory is quite well established. You go, what?
knight G2, Queen G6, Bishop D1, yeah.
This is the point, Bishop D1, stopping this.
Yeah, Bishop D3,
Take,
knight D4, and you have
here.
to take, yeah.
White is a teeny tiny bit better. How much better is up for discussion?
Yeah, that
but you have
is-
the two bishops.
Yeah, I mean, the machine holds this position very carefully, but in practical play, especially if you forget your analysis and you mix up the move orders a little bit, you are still sort of okay, but you never fully equalize. And yeah, in the game, I made a couple of large miscalculations, and the position just collapsed by move 30, which is not that easy to do. I mean, that was an impressive feat of misplaying.
Yeah, so there are. That's why this stuff is so popular. White is not exactly winning, but he can only ask some small questions in all the lines. Rook E8 is another line you and I have a lot of experience with.
Yeah.
But let's stick with arguably still the main line, the move we live on played. Queen H4, threatening this pawn. So you go here, you go here, and Bishop E3 is a modern way to play this. Giving back this pawn instantly, just trying to develop. Knight D2, Bishop D4, go Knight E4, gain a small edge.
I'm slightly surprised the game kind of stuck after Bishop takes D3, because there are still some moves you can make more or less on autopilot.
This normally happens quickly.
I don't think. I mean, one option. There is even practice concerning Bishop takes D5 here, but I think it almost entirely disappeared now, because these types of positions, White has to play Queen G2 here, and Black just takes and goes Rook F8 and kind of never loses.
Black is surprisingly supposed to be completely fine here. This is a discussion we had 15 years ago. Does Black have enough for the pawn? I think games have shown that you can either keep the queen, go here or here, or just take.
Yeah, well, yeah. The simplest approach is just do this and go
now
B4
they
in some
B4,
position. Yeah.
Now they take. Now
And just
they
play
go
F6.
Something like this, and
Yeah.
they never lose.
Yeah, and I think they literally never lose this position because the bishops are so strong and the position is so open for the bishops that it turns out to be almost entirely impossible to get anywhere at all. Harry is still thinking, which is interesting in itself, because, as mentioned, it shifted so heavily towards 92 here that I'm wondering what the reasoning might be. But we'll see.
So you're saying he's not in a hurry?
I'm saying something.
I'm not going to
something,
go there
yeah.
consistently. But yeah, let's see if he has something up his sleeve. The theoretical debates are, I can't even remember, they go here, right?
Rook F8, King G2, and
Can White claim a little something with Knight E4, sometimes A4, around these parts? Where do we go next? Let's go through the list.
yeah, we're going to be very happy about the next game. But yeah, this one, this is still. I'm a bit surprised by Adiban playing C3, but then again, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's just his repertoire opening against the Sicilian. Against Luki, it kind of feels, in particular, one thing I want to say about Adiban is that you would probably say that his main strength is he's a tremendous calculator and a very, very strong attacking player, which is why going for a line where attacking, if there is to be any attacking, will be done a lot later instead of, let's say, playing the Najdorf against Luki. And Luki does have tremendous experience in the Najdorf, but it's not a positive experience generally. So stylistically, it's a bit surprising that Adiban is going here and not Knight f3. But then again, once again, I would need to check the repertoire. Maybe he's just doing that consistently and likes it.
I'm not up to date with theory here. In my mind, C3 is always, it's a surprise weapon, but both Knight f6 and D5 have been supposed to be fine for Black forever.
Yeah.
So I'm always surprised when someone good does this.
Yeah, it stands well and it's been standing well for ages. But on the other hand, Sicilian players, and I speak as these days a part-time Sicilian player, but still a Sicilian player, they hate it so much.
Really? I'm the other way. I hate open Sicilians, but if I see someone plays e4, c5, c3, I'll prepare and play Knight f6 very happily.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, for me, I just dislike the types of positions, and also the fact that this maybe is influenced by occasions where people play against c3 against me, but I think generally when people play c3 against me, they play it with the intention of trading everything and making a draw, and it's kind of an unpleasant situation.
Which of 6?
Yeah, but even there, it's if you really want a position where they have no option of trading pieces and making a draw, you probably will be worse out of the opening. At least that's my experience.
Well, that's life in most lines with black, right?
I guess, yeah, sure. And what they have on the board now is sort of theory, and this is actually one of the sublines of the c3, where I can believe that white can be slightly better. Like queen d8, knight c4, bishop b7. Nothing horrible happened to black yet, obviously, but let's say if you allow white time to go g3, bishop g2 in castles, I will probably take white. It's a pleasant enough position. It's not going to be horrible for black by any stretch, but very playable for white. I think it depends on whether black can immediately challenge the center by playing knight c6 before white castles. Like g3, let's say if you play g3, bishop b7 has been played here. g3, let's say if you play castles, play bishop g2, yeah, knight c6. I'm one tempo short. I would like to play castles and then take on c5 so that I can take on d1 with the rook. But now I have a choice of either taking on c5 here and losing my right to castle, or allowing you to create a...
you go here, you go...
Yeah, knight g5 or knight g4 is a bit annoying. Knight g5 probably more annoying than knight g4. Yeah, and Adibon went bishop d3, which maybe signifies a slightly different plan. Because maybe he wants to go queen e2, bishop g5 and castle long.
We also mentioned he's more of an attacking player, so this is maybe more in line with his preferences.
Sure, but I think we should wait for more developments in this game and move on to Richard's game, because yeah, that's what I was talking about.
This might look weird, but it's not weird in the Rappoverse, because he's been a long-term believer in the setup featuring pawns on c5, e6 and g5, or with white c4, e3, g4, has featured many times in his games. So he probably just thinks this is a great version because white is committed to some passive moves. But let's start from the beginning. Knight f3, e6, prepares g5. g3, kind of a mistake, because with d4 you make it very hard to get in g5. But g3, c5, still toying with him. g2, knight c6.
And now he strikes, yeah.
c4. Last chance here for d4.
Yeah.
I'm actually curious, if you play d4 here, does he just play normal chess? Does he take and play knight f6 or whatever is theory?
I think he's now obliged to, and actually this is supposed to be pretty decent for white.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
This version of the English/reverse Grunfeld is supposed to be very, very playable. So yeah, somewhat, but maybe he thought he has one more tempo and he can do it in an even more comfortable edition.
But he must be familiar with the works of Mr. Rapport. I think he's encouraging it, because he's, as mentioned, and we can see by the score, he's won some classical games where Rapport did strange things against him in the opening. So he's probably saying, you want to play g5, be my guest.
But it actually doesn't look horrible in this particular position, to be honest. I mean, it still isn't something that was taught in my pioneer's house when I was 7, but chess has moved on a little bit since then.
I don't think it's moved on towards... Let's play g5 here every game. But
probably not.
For Rapport, this is a decent version. He's sort of stopping d4, right? Or I'm guessing this is the idea.
Knight e5, cd4, and you actually...
And you take... I don't know which way.
No, cd4 is a lot stronger, I think, because knight g4, h5 loses a knight.
That's a bit of a...
Well, bishop takes c6, yeah, but you don't really want to do that. And knight e6, dc6, you do not win your central pawn back.
I've used that trick in the past.
Yeah. So yeah, g5 kind of rules out d4, maybe forever, certainly for the time being. And
d4 h3, he goes bishop g7. Once again, he's in. Sorry.
Yeah, no, he found. I mean, and also the knight only eventually it will probably get developed to e7, and then it'll have the g6 square 4. Like he's sort of playing the closed Sicilian, where h3 g4 is not unknown to be a playable plan, and he's saving a tempo there. No. As with the 6a3 Karakin played against Anarov, there's definitely a method to what Rapport is doing there. It's still very, very extreme, but this is not as wild as some of the things I've seen him do over the years.
No, and it's, if you check his games, I think he has a white game against Levon Aronian, which he started with the moves c4, e3, and g4. So it is sort of a common theme in Mr. Rapport's games. That's why he has so many fans. People enjoy the way he's handling the opening and that he's not playing novelties on move 21, but doing his own things, even if they are not
This will be very
mathematically correct.
Yeah, this will be very interesting to watch. And another game we will be, or at least I will be watching with great interest is Jan holding my favorite opening against one of the premier theoreticians of our age. Radek has been working with Vichy for a number of years, and they've looked at the Grunfeld very seriously, I think, from both sides. And this is one of the sharper lines, I think.
Radek has experience here. He beat MVL in this line on the white side in, what was it, Biel? One of these Biel tournaments. Rook C1. You're a bigger expert here than me. In my days, first of all, we used to play more C5. And even after
I'm
C1,
I'm actually leaning more towards C5 these days than I am towards Bishop B6. Although I think my video series actually advocates Bishop B6 in this position, but it's not that I think Bishop B6 is bad, but as you mentioned, I've grown up with C5 and sort of on autopilot I would play bishop before Bishop G7, E3, C5 and go there. Although I have played some Bishop B6 in my life as well with I think reasonable results.
So the point of Bishop E6 is if I go Queen B3, you go C5. Right?
Yeah, this is where Jan had this famous accident against Levon some years ago, and I think in Vike where he included E4, CD4 in this position after Queen B7, and then went Queen B6 and left took on A8. And it turned out this does not quite work because now we have C5. Yeah.
C5.
And no, C1 is not hanging. That's kind of the point because with the pawn on E3, the rook on C1 would be hanging with check, and here it doesn't hang at all. So
you resign, yeah?
He kind of resigned, yeah. But that was not going to happen again. And of course, Queen B6 with the pawn still on C5 and E3 is known to be absolutely fine, no issues whatsoever for black. So that's not really the line. I think they kind of play C5 here. There's also a move knight F3, which transposes back to some other lines, and which I believe I failed to properly address in my videos. It was pointed out to me. It was pointed out to me recently that I mentioned that this transposes to something, but never actually addressed what should be done against it. So I probably
should. Do you this or this?
I think Bishop G5 needs to be played. Bishop G4 is very interesting to analyze, but I don't believe it fully works. Yeah, Bishop D5 is supposed to be almost a complete draw by now. There are some forced ideas there in the positions arising from this position. Takes, Bishop G5, Knight G5, Bishop C4, Knight B6. I think people have worked out how to just hold this position reasonably comfortably, but yeah, I still need to actually show some work here, and that's now on my list of priorities.
I'll leave that to you opening nerds.
Yeah, but Radek goes for what I believe is supposed to be the absolute main line here.
That's also what he did against MVL, the C5. No, it looks more like one of these weird Queen's Gambits, right? There. Well, it's a hybrid, of course, with the Bishop on G7, but the structure you haven't seen it.
Yeah, but I think Black should generally enjoy having the Bishop on G7 because it supports the E5 break a lot better than the Bishop on E7 would.
Also, this guy is kind of free. It's not clear if it will find work. But one big theme here is after C6, you don't want to go Knight F3 early because
that definitely would be a mistake. Yeah, and I think Bishop D3, Bishop C8 with the idea of Knight F3, Bishop G4 is something that Grishuk did in the game against Boris, I think maybe.
Yep.
And Boris played, I think, H3, Knight F7, and
like this.
Knight F3, E5 maybe even. I think this is how the game went. Knight F3, E5, D5, Knight C5, Bishop B1. And Sasha won a very nice game there. I think it was Tal Memorial some years ago, I think. And Radek goes Bishop G3.
Radek knows his way around here. They also dabble with some Bishop G5. I'm not sure if in this very position, but whatever Radek is doing here is based on many hours of study, not winging it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the idea is Knight D7, F4. That's one obvious
Probably,
way
right?
to.
Well, you could.
But I'm not sure. Knight H5, Bishop H4 is obviously what's going to happen if you play Knight H5. And B6 before Knight H5, Bishop H4 is what is on the board. And here Jan started with the immediate attempt to undermine and or trade off the entire queen side by playing A5.
So if you go a3, then no, you take
bishop a6. There also
Knight a6.
there was this weird game between Wesley and MVL but maybe not from this position. But yeah, I think Jan played a5 with the expectation of being met with a3, and that expectation was not correct, because Radek blitzed out c takes b6. And this is where they are right now, with Jan trying to take stock and trying to figure out how to react to this, because a b4, which looks like the most obvious move in the world, you need to find a good solution to knight a4.
And if Radek blitzes stuff like this out, normally means, once again, that he's looked at this in the past.
And yeah, this is
you
you take on e7 probably, although I was trying to look at this. And this is interesting, because if you have to take on f8, maybe this is playable for black. Yeah, knight a4 is possible here, but after queen a5 it will need to go somewhere. Yeah, rook b1 might be a move. Yeah, that might be rook e8 though.
Rook e8 takes.
With what? Bishop. Queen takes d4, I thought, but maybe white is just better anyway, like knight g2 or knight f3 or something. Maybe you just feel you're better.
Okay, but it's a mess.
But that's well, once again it's a mess. So so many options to consider for Jan here, definitely. Queen takes b6 is probably my early favorite, because a before knight a4, or maybe a before knight a4 is, and something like queen d6 with e5 ideas, but it looks slow. Like knight f3 bishop, even g4 bishop
tempted
g3.
to do this, yeah.
Yeah, g4 bishop g3 looks very, very interesting here.
Let this pawn live is very dangerous.
Yeah, and once again we need to point out why you cannot attack the pawn on b6 straight away after knight a4. You would very much like to go knight d7, but then everything comes together for white. He takes on c6, rook b7, bishop b7, rook c7, and the tactics don't seem to work out quite well for black. Like rook b7, knight a4, and even rook takes b4 maybe gives white. Yeah, we'll start with bishop b7 maybe. Queen c8, rook b4 here. Yeah, I will need to make sure I stabilize, but if I do stabilize with white here, I'm just completely winning. 2 pawns up, 2 pawns up, very safe structure. Like if you add the move knight g1 and 2 to this position, black resigns, but it's not there, so black will have some counterplay. Like knight c3 needs to be calculated, followed by rook takes a2, but
it's a mess. But black better be sure.
Yeah, and once again, you do expect Radek to start thinking around move 25 here, which is a very, very major worry for anyone playing black against him, because you feel like you've given your opponent, who is a very strong chess player practically as well, such a huge head start, because he knows and you don't.
He's also a teammate of ours, and Jan is a teammate of yours in the Russian team, so you're torn.
That was shots fired, eh?
Oh no, it wasn't meant to be.
Well, I'm not on the Russian team, so...
Well, you've been teammates in the past, and might be in the future. What do I know? No, it wasn't meant as a shot at all. Yeah. Just saying Radek is a new member of the Baden-Baden team. I'm barely a member of, let's face it, I'm board 16. But...
No, we've actually done some work with Jan before my candidates tournament in Moscow, so I think that is a closer affiliation than my affiliation with the Russian national team right now.
Fair enough. Yeah. You're on good terms with the guy, we can safely say.
Children's card games as well. He's a much better player than I am.
And he's also better at the children's card games, right?
Well played, sir. And we have the reasonably quiet Petrov in the Andreikin way.
I'm bored by this position already, so tell me about Mr. Andreikin. He's a strong player, but we don't hear much about him. Sometimes he wins some European Blitz championship. What's he up to?
He is, I think, a more notable player in tournaments with shorter time controls. Although
but he's still 2,740 away.
Sure. No, I think this is his breakout possibility, because he hasn't really been given too many chances to play in very strong events, and I think he played some round robins in Russia, but not a ton of them, and has done well. I think he was invited to some Tal Memorials, and I think he's beaten Kramnik in one of those with black. So
at some point he had like 3 out of 3 against Kramnik.
Yeah, he was Kramnik's kryptonite for a while, but I think that kinda evened itself out when Kramnik beat him in the Tromsø
he was in the finals for the World Cup, that's true. Yeah. He's good at chess, he just never gets to play anywhere.
Yeah, he most certainly is very good at chess, and he also is an interesting case because he is sort of very decentralized in Russia. He lives in his hometown, is a happy family man, travels, I think, to many tournaments with his...
Where's his hometown? He's not in Moscow.
I
or
think
any
he
of the
is
big
in
places?
Saratov.
Okay.
And yeah, seems to be very, very happily married. I've seen him during the, I think, the Berlin World.
Yeah, me too.
Rapid
Family
Endurance.
at breakfast. They seem to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
one.
they were there with a stroller and everything. And he is a bit of a lone wolf. Seems to be sort of working mostly by himself, and gives very interesting interviews. I have to say, if you ever have an opportunity to read an Andreikin interview, do that.
We had one on the site just
Yeah,
a
sure.
couple of days ago, I think, after
Yeah.
he won the World Blitz or something. Seems like an interesting character. I've never talked
Yeah,
to him. That's why I'm genuinely asking.
He really is a very non-typical character with very interesting ideas about things, and yeah, it's good to see him play in a very strong field, because I think he is, it's very possible he will do very well, first of all, and secondly, he really should get opportunities.
As far as opponent, where Yi got a bit more exposure, was, I'm not sure if I'm unfair to him, 2016 was sort of supposed to be his breakout year. Didn't really happen, right? His rating didn't change. He got some
Yeah.
chances and did quite well in Vaikanze last year.
Sure,
in
and he
Bilbao,
will
where he didn't
continue. He will
crush the
continue
world.
getting chances, but yeah, he hasn't suddenly become the fixture in the top 10 or anything like that. But he's
Is it
still
fair to blame you for this because you broke his spirits in this World Cup? What was it, semi-final match, quarterfinal?
quarterfinal. No, I think that would be incorrect. I don't think. I mean, he doesn't seem to me like someone who feels that anything breaks his spirit.
No, I was being facetious as usual. But yeah, he hasn't been developing at the pace some people were expecting him to, but he's still, however old he is, 17, he's incredibly young, so he's going to be around.
Sure, yeah, it's very, very certain that we'll continue seeing him. Yeah, and
Wesley so went for one of the big lines. Well, this is interesting.
yeah, and I was
Once again, I'm biased because I know
yeah,
a lot about these lines.
I was about to mention 95 because I think this is the line where Yevgeny Tomashevsky lost to Etienne Bacro in the Reykjavik European teams, right?
Correct.
But this is a line about which I know next to nothing, and apart from sitting next to the Bacro Tomashevsky, and did I say he got crushed? He drew that game.
He
which-
was lost, but
Yeah.
then drew some
no,
exchange down.
that was a
the game.
tremendously important game in the context of the tournament because we ended up winning that match. I think in large part because he didn't lose. He was in a lot of trouble from very early on in that game, but he defended diligently, and then finally Etienne made a mistake somewhere, and that was enough. Yeah, but I've no idea, and you can't say
I'm not
anything.
at liberty to say that much, so this will be awkward, but we can go through the moves. And as long as it's been played in games, of course, I can talk about. Knight BD7 is, I think, the main move here. E6 probably a little slow because you run into a G4,
Yeah, G4,
H4
H4
ideas.
here is supposed to be very strong. Yeah.
So you challenge this, Knight BD7, Queen B3 is also the main move, attacking this, Queen C7.
And I think for a while it was supposed to be completely safe, and then they found some ideas because like this position after CD5, 95, D5, 95, it's been known for a while, and it was also supposed to be well, maybe not completely safe, but reasonably safe for black. And then some games start cropping up where white was able to make headway.
The good news is I can never remember anything about anything, so even though I'm not at liberty to say, I can still make up stuff because I honestly can't recall. Didn't they something like this?
This I don't remember
Looks
at all.
vaguely familiar.
No,
I might have mixed something up already.
No,
Is this porn
all of my knowledge was concentrated around the idea very similar to what Wesley is doing today, like takes bishop d2 and try to play rook. But I think they used to play e6 here.
This is known still. Here there's many games with e6, and then
Rook C1,
while is
Queen
trying
D7, yeah.
something to build some initiative here, I think, by developing, and some
Yeah,
bishop a5, bishop b4. There's been games.
Yeah, and black sometimes holds, sometimes doesn't, and I think they started thinking about going for more active ways of handling this. And queen takes e5. I think Evgeny played this actually against Etienne. I have a feeling.
I know they played this. I'm not sure what the next move was. I have a feeling it wasn't bishop c3. It could
No, bishop
either have
c3 I don't really remember at all. Yeah,
been this, or I'm not quite sure.
I think Etienne played something else. Yeah, I remember here the bishop went to d1 at some point, I think, in that game for some reason. But yeah, my memory is not what it used to be. But I'm pretty sure it is not queen c3 and queen takes d5 because the d5 pawn stayed alive in that game for I think maybe until the end of it.
So what happens if you take this pawn?
I assume you play rook b8 and because queen c6 runs into bishop d7, black is kind of okay.
No.
And yeah, we can take on b2, yeah. I think white should probably play something to c3, I guess queen after bishop d7 in the position we just had on the screen instead of queen a6. Queen a6 doesn't look right at all.
Yeah.
But after queen c3, black can maybe play d4, but also just take bishop b5, I guess is kind of fine. Followed by f6, e6, and yeah.
Well, looks equal.
Looks fine, yeah.
Wesley played bishop c3, which more or less ensures he gets his pawn back. Black can't cover both of these.
But yeah, queen c7, queen d5, e6, and now it feels like white is not sufficiently well developed to stop black from finishing his development.
Black needs 1.5 moves, right? He needs f6, or he needs to find a way to get the bishop out.
No, actually, even forcing black to waste a tempo on f6 is not that easy because there are possible tactical justification just for giving white the g7 pawn. Like first of all, you need to stop bishop before check.
You need a square. So
yeah, you probably need to go to b3. Yeah, and here the big question for me would be, is wasting a tempo on f6 even necessary? Because if black needs to play f6, white will be slightly
f6,
better.
Maybe there's bishop c4.
Bishop c4, but even something like bishop e2 with the idea of g4 might be a thing. Because you've weakened your e6 pawn, and yeah, it's not that comfortable. But
so let's do this.
Yeah, you would like to do something like this, like bishop d6 maybe, bishop g7, rook g8, bishop c3. But once again, it's not that clear if it's enough for black. So yeah, that's an interesting position. e5 is kind of not what they teach you in school, right? Bishop c4, bishop d5.
No, I've never been to
chess.
I should not drop that pawn, so let me
bishop d6, bishop d5, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe castles first. I don't know if I need to. Well, I might take on b7 if you give me the option. So you probably need to spend another tempo. Okay. Yeah, castles, rook fd1, rook ac1. This is not equal. It's not that horrible, I guess. Right? Yeah, but it's not equal.
So this would be a decent scenario for Wesley if this materializes, but probably.
But also queen b3, maybe bishop e4, kind of passing the baton, attacking the g2 pawn. Might not be a stupid move.
If I do nothing about any of this.
But you don't really create a threat.
Oh no, I'm no longer threatening.
Yeah, I can maybe even go like. But here queen a4, bishop c6, bishop g7. No? But yeah.
Tactics.
Weird position, yeah. Weird position which is not that easy to understand. But yeah, now it has to go to some squares, yeah, which are not c3.
I wanted to go queen takes h2, but first of all it doesn't do anything, and secondly rook c6.
Yeah, or queen c6, yeah.
Queen c6, yeah. Yeah, let me still show it, because I enjoy showing checkmates.
In particular discovered double checkmate, yeah.
Mate.
Yes.
Unlikely to happen.
Very unlikely to happen. And yeah, we kind of expect queen b3 because I honestly don't even see any other squares that make any sense
to me. If you want to go home, you can probably do this and say, let's go home. But
yeah, but that, although Wesley has been known to do similar things occasionally in situations where practicality demands it, I think you really need to see some dangers after queen b3.
You're not risking a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Queen b3, even if your next moves are bishop e2 and castles, like what could go wrong, right?
Yeah, you're not really going to lose this position. So queen c4 would be a very drastic decision here.
We'll see how it goes, but for now, yeah, I'm slightly surprised Wesley actually went for one of the more critical lines. But it looks like Magnus is displaying his preparation. Wesley went for a solid choice, at least, with his bishop c3, queen takes d5. Typical game. White is maybe teeny tiny bit better. Black has some issues to solve, but it's not the most exciting position.
Not
the world has
not yet. Right? Not yet. It might get a lot sharper if Black decides to solve his g7 pawn issues by tactical means. But so far, yeah, no reason to suspect this is going to be a bar fight.
Let's have a look at another non-bar fight.
Well, I don't know. I think white should be reasonably happy with this.
I'm still... I thought we had looked at every legal move against the knight off by now. h3, rook g1, knight b3. But a3 is sort of new, right? Like a4 I've seen, but...
A4, I played a4. I also played rook g1. Now that you mentioned rook g1, I suddenly remembered I played that move.
Yeah.
I lost to Topalov horribly, but at least I did it once. Yeah. A3
Anyway.
is very weird. Yeah, but what...
So we've explained that here it's hard to stop both of these, so Anis said, why bother? Like, can't stop either. So you choose. And Sergei went for this, which is logical.
Yeah, I think that's a logical approach. Yeah, castles.
Went
Not,
here
yeah, they
first.
started with this. Yeah, okay.
Bishop a2. It's like in the match, he really likes having one of his pieces on a2. But of course, this is a favorable exchange for white because of squares.
Yeah, so castles b5 is on the board, and
Is b5 a typical or a standard move here? Like with the bishop on e6, I'm not sure it's the first move that would come to my mind. But you can't go here yet because
yeah, you don't want to
There's
allow
unpleasantness here.
takes knight g5 in a situation where you don't have a good reply to it. Yeah. No, I think b5 generally is a reasonable structure change, but mainly you're making a move which probably will be useful in passing, and if bishop g5, then you can play knight bd7.
right, because the square is no longer available for the knight.
Yeah.
So white could also make some random move like
Yeah, you can play
queen
h3.
e2
They sometimes play knight h4 in these structures, although I'm not sure about this particular position.
Wait for h6.
Yeah,
normally.
probably.
Maybe
No,
not.
actually,
Yeah, actually, no, it's true.
no. I think they also do it against the pawns on g7 and h7. Emil Sotovsky has played a ton of games, but I mean they're all
this maneuver quite
Yeah.
a bit actually. That's true.
they're all with the bishop on e3. Of course, they're not in this position, but in general, knight h4 is not entirely unreasonable in these structures. Yeah, so the candidates here to debate between. I'm not sure you can play knight d5. I was kind of wondering if you can play knight d5, but even if knight takes e4 is not a move, it's not immediately obvious what you achieve if black just goes knight bd7 in reply. Knight e1 d3, but that feels very slow and very
Too
ineffectual.
slow.
Yeah. No, I think it's either bishop g5 or maybe some waiting move like h3, trying to force black to make one more waiting move, since knight bd7 will still be impossible for the same reason.
We'll find out. For now, yeah, it's not as sharp a Sicilian as maybe we hoped for, but it's very unbalanced. This is not a dry position at all. Right?
No.
We'll see how it goes. Speaking
Levon,
of,
Levon continues blitzing in this Marshall.
Levon did his homework in this line. Bishop d4, this is still standard stuff.
Sure.
I believe last year in Vaikanze, we had the game Wei Yi against Carlsen, where rook a8 was played here.
No,
This is the main line.
Yeah, I'm a Tomaszewski disciple in this, and I think Evgeny generally goes for this. And I have a feeling even queen f3, bishop f5 I have seen before.
This position,
Possibly
weren't there games with king takes or something?
white takes with both. I mean, both
both, yeah.
both make some sense.
Bishop f5. Why not here? Can't I pin? I would like to pin you.
AB5 I think is very awkward.
And I can't go AB and CB, rook e4. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And if AB this,
Yeah, then you're forced to
have
take on f3
here,
and you're
which
very
you don't
sad.
want.
Yeah, you're very sad. No, I'm pretty sure I've seen this idea of bishop f5. It's headed towards
Just
e6.
wants
Yeah,
back home, yeah,
it's
to
headed towards
stabilize.
e6, and if it lands on e6, black generally solves every single problem. And yeah, this idea of bishop e5, knight d4 is maybe one attempt. I'm a bit surprised because you would think you can just take on d4 here. I mean, in a lot of positions here, black just does this.
This or even... but once again, I have AB5 issues. I was
Yeah.
going to say even getting rid of a pair of rooks isn't so terrible, but maybe this is awkward.
Yeah, but here maybe after bishop c2, because I think it's very important in these types of positions to have knight b6 as your next move, to immediately start attacking the queen side. And with the bishop on d4, maybe you're not as happy with this trade as you sometimes are.
No, this is
But-
a typical outcome for this opening.
Yeah.
I think if things go okay for white.
But I'm very curious because the position they have on the board right now, why is a takes b5 not a problem?
Let us find out.
I'm kind of starting to wonder if he wants to play bishop takes d4 in reply, but once again, you're probably
The
not
point
that...
is you want to take, yeah?
I want to take on a8 first, and then I want to take on b5. And in the 3 seconds I spent thinking about it, I couldn't find a refutation for this. But maybe it's just... No, I was about to suggest rook b8. Rook b8 is definitely not a refutation. Because
What about this?
Yeah, that probably is...
Not sure we can call it refutation, but this I should be able to draw quite comfortably.
Yeah, this is a draw. Is c4 a move after bishop b6?
Let me see for myself. Knight b4. I have some jumps.
Knight c7 though.
I also have some jumps.
I also have some jumps.
To count our jump ability.
But maybe knight e3 check was strong. Let's check that. This looks decent.
This looks drawish as well somehow.
Yeah. Is rook takes e3 not a move at all? That was what I was kind of worried about. But I think maybe bishop b3 and rook b8 is strong. But bishop goes somewhere and both bishops are hanging? Yeah.
Stop blundering. Poor Levon's pieces. Can't see a trick. I'm wondering if I can go somewhere. 96.
Yeah,
rook
that was what I was also trying to calculate. And here bishop f4 wins. We need to find a square. I'm not sure we have a square, to be honest. Yeah, I would very much like to.
This is
I wonder if we
trick.
do we have the web page with the games open. I would like to see the timings on this, but I have a feeling Levon has not been thinking at all. And if that's true,
thinking is painful. Didn't a wise man once say that chess is the battle between the pain of thinking and the pain of losing?
I haven't heard that one, but it has the ring of truth to it.
Maybe I made it up. No, Levon's been blitzing all his moves. You are correct. Well, Harry has been thinking for quite a bit, like more than half an hour at least.
So I mean, you have to assume that Levon has this worked out to an immediate draw if white takes everything and takes on b5.
Because that is a very fair assumption.
You do not really make these moves if you haven't worked out what the tactics come out to. And we seem to currently be struggling somewhat with making an immediate draw there, but.
Don't you hate it when you can't make an immediate draw?
Yeah, absolutely. Horrible, horrible feeling. But we'll see.
Let's go through it one more time. Takes. Bishop e6 looks fairly logical.
Yeah, bishop e6 is one move. You can maybe also look for alternatives here. But yeah, bishop e6 was my... well, it was your suggestion, but I liked it immediately.
That's good enough.
But yeah, I'm having some trouble with this c4, knight e3, rook e3 in particular, because f3, bishop cb5, I'm very, very comfortable saying black will never lose. But yeah, rook e3, if we take the knight, he goes rook c3. I think it's more comfortable than rook e4, although even rook e4 seems to be a playable move. But rook c3 is just...
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. Or I wasn't following.
cb5, rook c3 here.
Oh,
And yeah, this didn't feel like bishop b4 is still... maybe we can still hold even this. Like rook c2 probably, because rook c1, rook c8, we win the pawn back. And here if you go rook c8, c takes b5 is a move, because the rook will be hanging on c8.
A lot of codependencies. Probably not using that word correctly.
Yeah, so yeah, that's one way to approach it.
The thing is, if Harry goes there, he will find out at blitz speed, and I would bet all my hard-earned money that Levon has a forced draw after AB5.
Yes.
Or a position he's comfortably he can hold, like forced draw. Question of definition, but he's not unhappy.
Yeah, no, that is a very, very safe bet, of course. Let's have a look at some other stuff. So
let's go to Richie.
Yeah, Richie doesn't really like playing with his pieces. He likes improving structure first.
You calling him a pawn pusher?
Oh, I think that screen name is taken.
He's built a big bathtub, because this is the standard bathtub, but he's extended it by having this pawn on g4, which is... Imagine he gets his pawn to b4 as well. That'd be...
No, that probably is unlikely. But, I mean, if you look at it, White will have to do something about this straight away, because I think with the pawn on h4 in particular, this is a pretty decent structure for Black. It's not that easy to challenge it either.
These nasty pawns are taking a lot of squares from the white horses.
Like if you imagine knight g7, castles b6, bishop b7, Black is just doing excellently well, I think.
Arguably. He has more space, so White has to justify all
Yeah.
that.
No, you need to, and also...
It doesn't look like the standard plan is very effective here either. Like, standard plan, to my mind, would be something like rook b1, a3.
Takes 4 tempi to even play b4, and by that moment, Black will have something... Like, Black can postpone castling, for instance. So if you go through this, like rook b1, knight g7, queen c2, or a3, a3, we go b6.
b6?
Here, queen c2, I go bishop b7. Before I go queen d7.
Before you might go knight takes.
Yeah, knight takes before just wins on the spot. But okay, white castles, Black castles, before queen d7. This is a very typical setup Black aims for.
This is an excellent version of a normal English.
Yeah. But,
E5,
but also,
E5
yeah, the knight has been driven away from f3, which is a huge deal, because knight e5 probably is Black's next move against anything here. And yeah, you just, I think you like this for Black.
So things have gone wrong for Pavel.
Well, unless he can find some immediate way to do something about this structure, but yeah.
H4, G4, Richie was not unhappy about
No, I think Richie would welcome that.
Are we allowed to call him Richie, by the way? Like, he seems like a friendly guy, but I'm not really on nickname terms with Mr. Rapport. Is that his official nickname?
I have no idea. I'm not...
Can we stick with it? I got into very hot water when I called Pragnananda, the Indian prodigy, Prago. People didn't think that was an appropriate nickname.
No, but that's... I think you get a lot more partisan crowd with Indian wunderkinds than you would with...
Hungarian wunderkinds?
Yeah. Also, there's...
Speaking of wunderkinds, I'm just curious. Wasn't he 2752, like, very recently?
Swingy game, chess.
Swingy player. Pavel is always 2755, 62, 49. I'm not sure if that's true. At some point we called him Ilo Yanov because he won so much rating in the World Cup, right?
Yeah, something like that. And yeah, there's been developments in the Grunfeld, and I think Jan...
Wow, they went for this.
Yeah, Jan finally decided that he found something he liked in this position. This is an incredibly committal decision from him, because he really will need to show something here, or he might just be lost after rook c7. It's not a position you can just play and hope.
And also, practically, you are playing against, most likely, against Mr. Wojtaszek's engine.
Yeah.
So it's not fun, but then again, if you play a sharp opening or sharp position like this, sometimes there is only one way you can go, right? This is the point.
Yeah, I think you probably have to go for this, and after rook b7, knight a4, it kind of depends on whether white can take on e7.
We have this on the board, right? Rook c,
yeah,
queen c8, rook b4, and you mentioned this was an interesting move. I just switched on the computer to ask his opinion. He says black is fine after knight c3.
Yeah, more than fine apparently, but yeah, you
for
still...
obvious reasons like this.
Yeah.
Oops, not this.
Yeah, this is probably possible to find, especially if you reach this position and you start thinking about after queen c1. But spotting all of these ideas when you are debating whether to play a takes before knight d7 is not that easy. And also bishop takes e7 is like hardcore. You don't need to. You can take on b4 instead. It's a lot more controlled. Rook b4, knight c3, queen d2, or queen a5, queen d2.
Well, the obvious knight c5. I'm sorry, I have the computer on, so
yeah.
You see how commentary changes with it running. I'll switch it off again. But I was just curious. The computer says this is playable for black, so Jan is not lost.
No, of course not. It's I don't think generally it's so easy to refute almost any line, and it doesn't feel like black has done enough be in a lot of trouble yet.
But also modern refuting is more like you have to spend an hour and a half to wade your way towards a slightly worse position, and then you're an hour and a half down if you found all the way, right?
Sure.
Not sure I made any point, but it sounded smart.
Yeah, and Pavel is doing something I very much approve of. He's trying to challenge the structure straight away by going for knight b3 and d4, at least creating some threats against the black center.
I'm not in time to do this, right? Or I'm in time, but d5.
Yeah, I was trying to calculate this. After d5, there is a very extreme idea of bishop takes c3, but
that way. Okay, also interesting.
it might actually
I
be
had
quite
another
decent.
extreme idea to do this, which also
I think with the inclusion of bishop c3, bc3, this is even stronger. I like it even more. That was sort of my point. d6, bishop b6. This probably is winning for black. d6 is just a huge mistake in this position. So you possibly can just play knight g7 and b6 and say, okay, show me what you got, because you really don't want to be playing d5. You probably have to start by castling after d4, b6, so that bishop takes c3 is not a check, and then you can take on c6. Like take a move back and castle.
But then I thought, I'm not sure what I achieved, but you're not really undermining my structure anymore, even if I play some dumb move.
Even rook b8 is playable, bishop b7 might be a move, bishop a6 might be a move.
Because I know from experience, sometimes it's very hard to get these pieces out properly once they're stuck.
Yeah.
Like, it's not so easy to get in e4.
And also, Richard will be, very, very aware of all these possibilities. I think knight g7, b6 will be his first port of call, so to speak.
Sure.
Because I think it's very much in the spirit of the position, and also I think he will be very, very happy about the potential opportunities to sacrifice pieces.
Yeah, and you don't want to free white's position and give him all these options all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I like black's, not only his position, but also his chances, because I think it's very much in line with Mr. Rapport's preferences without having paid a high price for it.
Yeah. No, then if you could, if you could be guaranteed to get something like this by playing 4g5, I think many people would queue up to do that.
Would start.
Yeah, but then
Recognizing that threat.
It's I think maybe
Game of chicken.
yeah, maybe this baiting Richard into playing g5 was not the wisest choice in this particular position.
We'll find out. For now, it looks like, Richard is having more fun than Pavel.
Yeah, I honestly like his position after knight g7, b6. It feels like it's very possible black is just more comfortable already. And Radek, who knows what the answer after rook c7 is, quite obviously just went rook c1 here.
Radek knows things.
Yeah.
Point is now he can just take here.
I'm not sure.
What do you think?
Probably, but also knight c5 might be a move. But I guess maybe with the rook on c1 you feel a lot more comfortable just starting to collect and bishop c5 and then knight g2 and once again once the knight lands on e2, game is kind of semi-over in all of these lines. And Jan blitzed out bishop f6 in reply, which probably forces white to take, I guess. I don't really see any alternatives. Take, and now you can play queen b3 or you can finish development.
I'd play this.
And we're always playing knight c5 when black takes and trying to pick up the pawn on b4.
Well, we're not winning material already, but it looks like, I'm not sure if you take immediately or
you
start
can,
with knight e2.
Or knight of 3, aiming for the e5 square. It's a nice square for the knights.
Looks like white is a little better here.
Yeah. Even if, let's say, b4 gets only traded for the a2 pawn, this is still not a draw, even with 5x5 symmetrical, because the bishop is a lot better on d3 than the one on c8, and the knights on c5 and e5 will present a reasonably large problem for black. Yeah, I think Radek might end up getting a little some. Oh yeah, I can't do that. To also can't really claim it's too early in the morning, but.
I'm sorry, I just got extremely distracted. I'm trying to keep half an eye on the chat. We'll get to the chat more when there's less games and developments running. I got very nervous because Colin is in the chat saying, sure, Jan will do more clinics. Hope without as long a gap as last time. Is that Not even thinly veiled. That's just straight out backstabbing criticism in the chat, right? I'm sitting here working extremely hard, and you're promising what? Endgame clinics? I don't have any clue about endgames whatsoever. Yeah. Anyway, small excursion. Yeah, we'll do stuff. People are very eager to get more serious with not so much my insights. They want you to do stuff.
And I will do stuff eventually. And my list of things I need to address is growing longer by the minute. But
tell me about it. So much to do, so little time.
Yeah, but
I'm sitting here, then we'll do highlight videos. Busy.
Knight G7 has been played by Richard, but yeah, we've been staring at these positions for a while. Let's have a look at what's happening on our top boards. And yeah, Wesley.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Told you, I know the clientele.
Yeah, not entirely unexpected, but also I don't think entirely called for. He didn't really need to do go into damage limitation mode so early on, and even Bishop D6 here. To be honest, I'm not really sure if Bishop G6 Rook. I mean, you kind of need to make sure something like Rook D1 first doesn't change the evaluation, but I don't think it does. No, I mean before taking on G7 here it doesn't really. Like Rook D1, wait for King E7, and then there's this additional Bishop F6 check idea. But I don't think
it's to be worse.
Yeah, I don't think it changes anything at all. Yeah, black is just perfectly fine here.
No, it's just equal, because after Bishop D6, most likely he won't take.
Just go King E2.
Or castles and offer a draw. So not a lot of drama.
No, not
in
a
this
lot.
one, which, yeah, frankly is not a surprise, because Wesley is very, very solid with white. He hasn't lost a white game pretty much forever. He hasn't lost a game pretty much forever. The last game he lost was against Magnus in Bilbao. He stated many times how much he respects Magnus, how hard it would be to win these tournaments he's won had Magnus participated. So yeah, maybe it's the next evolutionary step for him. That people are now aware of what he can do when he's under the radar and plays solidly. But now he's no longer so much under the radar. So demands by armchair generals like us will grow. Why is he not playing for a win with the white pieces? What's going on there, Wesley?
I think we will see him playing for a win with the white pieces in the remainder of the tournament. So let's not be too harshly critical. He was somewhat surprised in the opening and chose a very, very safe route. And I think there are people who would do exactly the same in his spot. So.
No, of course. I would do the same thing in a heartbeat, but that's why I prefer commentating, because it's much easier to call people chicken than being a chicken.
Yep.
Than not being a chicken, actually. Being a chicken is quite easy, for me at least.
And the inclusion of Rook E1, Rook E8 in the Karakin Giri game doesn't really...
Rook E8 I was going to ask you about. It's too deep for me. He's just preparing Knight BD7.
It is very deep, but I think he just wants to have the option of playing Knight BD7 if white continues waiting. Because now Bishop B6, Knight G5 will not win anything. You just play Bishop F8. Yeah, so still this kind of blinking game is in progress. And
is it what we call a Mexican standoff? Where like both sides have guns at each other, but you can't shoot because you might get shot as well. It's not that situation.
No, I don't think it's that situation. The position is too quiet for that. It's more of a... I already once, I think, had to look up that term. I think it's called surplus. This weird situation that you get in indoor cycling when they just sort of stand still for a while trying...
yeah. How do you spell it? Surplus?
No.
Surplus?
I think no, that's different. If you add cycling, you will get the correct spelling pretty. You really no. That's not how you. No, come on.
No. I won't even bother people with my inability to spell. You know what I found out the other day? I think I might have told you about this. Segway. A word I'm using a lot.
Yeah.
Because it's like a transition to other stuff.
Yes.
I thought it was spelled Segway, like these little cars that mall cops drive around on. Turns out it's not spelled that at all.
Yeah.
It's S-E-G-U-E. Very confusing. But you read books and stuff, so normally you know spelling things.
I know some spellings of some things, yes. And we are headed towards what Levon thinks is a forced draw, and I still don't know where the forced draw is here. So, very curious. And also, from a Weiss perspective, if you don't take on b5 here, you really are forfeiting, I think, any claim to advantage. So you need to sort of bite the bullet and go for it, and yeah, and then we'll see. I think with the amount of games we have in this tournament, we don't really need to spend too much on this position, because I think it's very likely that the answer will be demonstrated to us over the board.
It looks to me like Levon has a day off. Harry doesn't, because he's giving his best shot to do something against the Marshall. But Levon, I think, is just displaying his preparation. He will know. But since I'm curious and lazy, I'll switch on the engine for 1 second here and ask his opinion. The engine says, either bishop e6, when after the move we were afraid of, c4, knight e3, rook takes e3, bishop takes, knight c7. This is the line, right? Rook b8.
Bishop a4, where we're going.
Somewhere there is rook b4, so you keep bothering the pieces somehow. And there's no way to keep everything safe. And wherever this bishop goes after bishop a2, the answer is different, but things still work. Because now there's rook a8 hitting it. So it's, for computers these things are completely obvious. It's mathematics where you have to hit the bishop.
Sure, and there's also a very weird line I was trying to calculate, but I stopped one step short of the correct answer. After knight d5, you can play rook e8, creating a threat of f6. And I was trying to figure out why you cannot just take on d5 and go knight c7.
Well, you can, right?
Yeah, and here after rook e7, you take on d5, bishop c6, c4. And in this position, I took on d5, and then black just loses, because there's d6, d7 later. But you can start with bishop d4.
When you're saying you did this, you did it in your mind palace, right? While you were calculating.
But starting with bishop d4 and then playing f4, f6 is probably just an immediate force draw.
I'm confused. There's too many pieces hanging. I have to unpin. I have the computer running, so that helps. It gives king f1.
And then I take on d5 and I take on c4, and everything comes off.
We just get it. Now I'm with you.
Yeah, and that should be
This is a draw.
Yeah, that should be a pretty straightforward draw as well.
Even though I'm always scared of these things, but that's more because of idiocy. Here, there's not enough material to.
No, the thing is, black is in time to go like immediately. I think f5, h5, g6. You sometimes get into trouble in these endgames where your pawns are actually on the squares where they can be taken later, like famously in the last round of the Moscow Olympiad in '94, Wróblewski lost an endgame to Spilman, which decided a lot of placements in the final table. I think England finished on top of the second Russian team because of that endgame, but. There Wróblewski had pawns he had actually to pay attention to on the king side. And here, if you put your pawns on f5, g6 and h5 and just centralize the king, it's a very straightforward draw.
Very hard to.
Yeah.
Queen that dude. So this game will end in a draw. We're not telling any tales out of school there.
We were saying this for a while,
Okay. Engine off, and let's see what Luki Boy's doing. I don't mind Luki Boy's position. He's getting all
he did allow 96, and that bishop you've just drawn an arrow about might actually disappear off the board, and
Can I trick you? Maybe I can't.
Well, you need to start calculating stuff here, which I understand you probably don't want to do. Bishop b5 is a move.
I like just yelling out moves.
Yeah, no, you don't really want to go f6 because knight takes c8 will be d5. But yeah, bishop d6 and bishop b7 or something. I could also include bishop b4, but that allows bishop a6. Yeah, it's getting complicated.
No, my gut feeling is this is okay for black, but I could.
Sure, and Richard supported our opinion and played 97 d4 b6, just briefly mentioning this. So we were absolutely correct on that, and. Yeah, I stand by my original assessment that this is just very comfortable for black. Yeah, and as for Adiban's game, if black is in time to play bishop b7, if you don't stop bishop b7 right now, if you look at the position they have on the board, if bishop b7 happens and white has done nothing, black is just fine.
That's what I'm saying. If black gets one more move, he's in great shape.
Black is just fine.
I think works between us.
Yeah, I think this is very critical, and then you need to start figuring stuff out. There's also bishop takes h7 even, but it doesn't seem to quite work. King h7, knight g5 check, maybe even king g6, but probably not. But yeah, takes, bishop h6, and after knight f7 you have queen f6. You also have rook f7, but there I wouldn't be so horribly unhappy, but queen f6 is just a large issue. no
Piece up.
Yeah, just a piece up. So knight h5. What else could we be missing?
Nothing. Bishop e5 looks like an obvious move. Of
No,
course, you can take here if you want to, but
Yeah,
this didn't look like a white edge.
Well, no, white is sort of ever so slightly better here, maybe after bishop b4, but maybe not. Rook a8, knight f6. Yeah, knight f6 is very important. I was kind of hoping knight a4 would do something, but it just doesn't. Yeah, and then black is just fine here. Yeah, maybe knight a4, maybe knight a4, knight h5 is fine. Because that position we were discussing with the bishop b5 and the pawn getting all the way to d6, it might get very double-edged, because these pawns sometimes just turn into weaknesses. Knight e5, d5, bishop d6, e d6, bishop b7, I think, is the way to go to make sure the bishop doesn't land on e4.
Well, this pawn can easily get rounded
and
up.
This could be very good for white, could also be very, very good for black. So, yeah, very, very committal decision ahead. And Lev blitzes out bishop e6 instead of that rook e8 move, so...
Well, he's worked this out to nobody's surprise, and I expect the game will continue. Harry's gonna think here for a while about c4, but then he's gonna probably realize that it doesn't do him any good. And they will get this, where white can play on for a couple moves, but with this weakened structure, there's really no winning chances.
Even with the pawn on g3, it's very difficult to win this position. Sure. But there you try forever, and yeah, with the pawn on f4, this is really not that big of a deal.
No. That's modern chess for you. Some people not big fans. I love all this stuff, like seeing deep, subtle preparation. I enjoy it, but I understand that other peoples might have more mixed feelings about it. Yeah, Magnus has played bishop to e7.
Yeah, it's the same idea, although here you have to wonder if you can take on g7 and go bishop b5, bishop g3, but that could also backfire, because trapping that rook is not that easy. And then h5, h4 even. Or bishop f3 with the idea of bishop b4 mate is a move you could consider.
Oh, yeah. Well, I keep an eye on that.
Yeah, well, white probably can, with care manage to not get mated, but like bishop
doesn't look like white is winning this rook here anytime soon.
Bishop f6 becomes awkward. You could actually start regretting this decision quite seriously here.
This won't happen. Wesley will not take on g7.
No. I think castles, and continued trading. Yeah, continued trading along the open files is a lot more likely here. Yeah, not the most exciting game, but we did have a read that this was possible to happen even before the first move.
So what do we have? What's the game of the round? This will end peacefully. This is a weird...
Yeah, this could develop into
surplus.
Something. Yeah. I am now really, really curious as to how it's spelled. I mean, it's a French word, so I expect you should not be using a U there, but...
They don't have U's in France?
They do have U's in France, sure. But it's plus as in place, so it should be spelled accordingly.
But then why isn't it S-U-R place? Surplus. See, the first link I get is to the Boule and Pétanque sports.
Yeah, that's how it's spelled without the space between R and P. And
just to be clear, we are only researching these things because they are important for everybody.
Yes.
Not to kill the time, but you guys need to know how surplus is spelled. Imagine a situation comes up in one of your games and you want to describe it to your friend. They won't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, huge educational value right here. So.
I still didn't understand. Is the cycling situation where they stand still and wait for the other to start sprinting and then you sprint?
Because I think it's actually advantageous for you to be in his slipstream because that increases your speed somehow.
Well, the physics, wind you're facing.
Yeah. The physics of the process I know only. Well, I want to use a long word, but I will not be able to pronounce it. So not well. But I sort of understand the theory behind it.
Okay.
Let's continue.
So you're a cycling enthusiast, but not a practitioner when it comes to competitive racing.
Yeah. Something like that.
Anyway, rook e8, this move feels fishy to me. I understand the idea. You need to develop and you don't want to run into bishop takes e6, f8, knight g5. Just looks a little...
Yeah, you generally don't play a move like that in a Najdorf. It doesn't normally belong on e8 in a Najdorf, but he felt that he really needed the knight on d7 and white was continuing to make useful moves. And he didn't really want to play h6, and that, I think, led Anish to the decision to play rook e8. And now after bishop
Then
g5...
again, if they both made some... I'm aware white is not going to play like that, but if they both made some moves like this, then all of a sudden rook e8 fits in perfectly.
No, rook e8 is not a horrible move anywhere in these types of structures, but you probably, in some positions might want it on d8 and the other one on c8 to support potential counterplay. And white played bishop g5, now knight bd7 will be blitzed out, I expect. Or maybe bishop a2 and knight bd7, but I don't really see why.
I don't want to change.
Yeah.
That's good.
Knight bd7, next move rook c8, and with that, black will have fulfilled his quota of absolutely required moves. And then, the game will actually start. Sort of.
Yeah, we've earlier established, I don't think there's Sophia rules per se in Vike, but I do recall that, well, I haven't seen the contract, but I do recall there was conversation that I think you get something deducted from either your prize fund or your money if you have too many short draws. Something like that was in play. So there is some arrangement normally to fight it. But I don't think they have Sophia rules that you can't offer draws at all, or at least it hasn't been in the past.
That would be an interesting arrangement because it has to be sort of codified very, very strictly to...
I have no knowledge of this. I've heard talk about this in the past, but I don't know any of the contracts, so don't quote me on it. But I think there is something like that.
Okay. Yeah, we're headed towards something like that. I'm also kind of wondering if you can just play rook b8 here, but I think knight f4 check, and he already played knight f4 check, so we can stop discussing other...
Now the question, can I go here or can't I? Because we've mentioned earlier, this is still a draw, but white can probably try forever, unless you're instantly winning.
There's also knight d3 after king f3.
That's what I'm asking, if this is a move, or if I'm asking for trouble.
I think both are true. It is a move, and you're also potentially asking for trouble.
Such a position, I wasn't 100%
Yeah,
sure.
I'm not sure you actually... I'd actually prefer holding something with the a pawn down with color with opposite color bishops. And also after king f3, rook d3, I mean knight d3, just rook e3, I think, kind of foils your plans, and you still get the same endgame. There's no way to avoid it here. So
sure, Levon knows even this, and he's probably very.
Oh yeah, I think
here,
bishop b3, rook a2 might just be comfortable enough. Although rook e8, rook c8. Yeah, rook e2 is possible. I somehow thought that there was no way to comfortably protect the b2 pawn.
So yeah, the game will continue a bit, but it's still not.
Yeah, and I mean Lev would have checked this carefully, including checking just how difficult and or easy it is to hold this, even if the structure doesn't get spoiled on the king side. So he will not be particularly worried about any of this.
No, that's a harsh reality. In the martial, a lot of your time is not so much checkmating the white king because of your cool pawn sacrifice, but it's more spent on making sure stuff like this is an easy draw.
Yeah, once 12d4 sort of disappeared from the menu, yeah, martial really isn't a romantic opening anymore. The lines we used to...
this rook e8 stuff was still fun for a while, but...
Yeah, until you run into somebody who actually studied it from the white side, you can have some fun maybe, but eventually white will start showing what's actually happening there. White already won one reasonably high-level game in that endgame, but that was because my boy Maxim Matlakov misplayed it quite horribly against Ivan Šarić.
Well aware.
Yeah, but yeah. Eventually, somebody will play it with black against a well-qualified person, and things will emerge. And with that, we'll stop being mysterious and all-knowing and switch to something else.
Our big martial knowledge.
Yes.
In the chat, a premium user called Svidler on Increments is saying needs Svidler in high definition. How do you feel about that username and comment?
I think I've seen that username before, and as for the comment, there should be.
Aren't we in high definition?
I think
first
there
of all?
should be like a settings button on the stream you're watching, which allows you to switch between definitions. And
I'm not sure that is true at all, but I do think we're supposed to stream in high definition. Because you have to watch this in high def. Since in order to enjoy it, you need to be high or def. I've stolen that joke in the past, but I still like it.
okay, I haven't actually heard that one. And Hari just takes with a pawn, which is a bit mysterious to me. Why wouldn't you want your structure improved here?
Maybe we're missing something.
I don't know. I was kind of wondering if bishop b3, king f5, g5 check was the reason, but the king just continues going forwards toward f6, and that doesn't feel like a solution to anything.
No, that seems like black is creating problems because this king can never be checkmated on e7 or wherever it goes.
And people are saying there is a button
So
for.
you were right.
Well, that I mean, I'm a Twitch user, and on Twitch you can choose your own definition, and it should be possible everywhere. So I think it's just something on your machine which can be changed. We are streaming in extreme high def.
That's not true at all either. You keep saying these things.
Because nobody, unless you call me out on this, nobody will be calling me out on this. But you feel obliged somehow to. I don't know why you do this.
I don't know. It's because of my general bad person, as we discussed earlier. No, yeah, this is Ultra HD. 4K.
Yeah.
Beta.
All of these things.
Because, yeah.
All of these things. And let's scroll down a little bit, see what's happening in Ilyanov report, which I think has to be our running favorite, current favorite for the game to watch. And as expected, Pavel goes e castles here because he needs to at least have the option of playing d5 without running into bishop takes c3 check. But black can, I think, in particular with the king on g1, black can still just ignore it. I think if you castle here, d5, knight e5, your idea. With the king on g1, if white accepts this exchange sacrifice, he's just going to get mated, I think.
White's pieces are just clumsy. It's not so...
Yeah.
I don't know if rook b8, I agree, I think castles is just fine, but what do you do with white? Like, okay, you can play some half use, almost like bishop d2, rook c1, but it doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah, that doesn't really improve anything, to be honest. Your pieces are, you can claim you've brought them somewhat closer to the center, but they're still doing nothing at all.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and black has obvious improvement plans here, like bishop a6 already asks a very pertinent question about the c4 pawn.
Well, just development.
Yeah, or bishop b7, rook c8, and queen d7 as usual. Although queen d7 with the bishop on d7, you have to play it.
I won't blunder all my pawns.
Yeah. On the other hand, for black to break through and do something, if white just keeps this formation, might not be all that easy either. So.
No, well, once black gets his 300 moves, there will be questions about the c4 pawn.
Sure.
One day.
Let's say if I go queen e2 here,
Okay, well,
followed by
sure if I go here or
followed
here,
by
we'll
rook
see.
d1, queen goes somewhere.
And that's actually slightly awkward. Cause
Yeah,
I don't wanna
because
allow
that
you too much
that
freedom.
was my point. Yeah, can I be
I'm
fine?
not sure this is a real threat, but it's slightly awkward.
No, here I'm becoming slightly interested with white because I can play dc4, dc4, e4. I mean, sorry, dc5, dc5, e4, and at least some of my pieces start breathing.
Yeah,
I've also allowed you to play 95, so this could badly backfire.
Well, that's the point. You have to be very sure about these decisions because it's either could become good for you or could be horrible.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think you do need to go 95 here, and yeah, it gets very sharp and very messy because bishop f4, knight 7, g6 is seemingly an adequate response. Yeah, but once again, bishop b7 was not forced.
No, queen c7 was
Queen
certainly
c7
not
was
forced.
not forced. None of these moves really are forced. But I like the queen e2 rook d1 plan because at least there I can imagine what we're looking forward to with white.
True. Now the question is, well, yeah, not sure. No,
you don't
do this.
No, you don't want to suddenly include my c1 bishop in
No,
there.
what I'm thinking, but I don't think I have a good way to do this, is if I can stop your plan of queen e2 rook
I'm
d1,
very happy
if
giving
I
you this pawn.
can grab this, but yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I'm incredibly happy suddenly having this knight b5 might just completely collapse for black.
Yeah. No, this doesn't work.
No, the whole plan sort of hinges on those pieces never actually getting active. And Richard played castles, and we expect queen e2 be the reply, because at least, yeah, as mentioned, it's an actual plan that might lead to something for white, which was not that easy to come by just a moment ago.
No, actually, the moves we made make some sense.
No,
Queen D7, you can't go.
I'm not sure
D5.
about Queen C7. I mean, I'd much rather maybe play Queen B8 straight away,
Yes,
to be
yeah.
honest. But even here, I mean, DC5, D5, E4 is sort of a move, although it's a lot less attractive when you don't have knight D6 to follow through with. But I really, really want the bishop on C1 to go somewhere. I was about to suggest that Richard would just play F4 here, but that's with a pawn on H5, not with a pawn on H6.
Yeah.
If the pawn on G4 was protected, F4 would actually be a very, very playable exchange sacrifice.
No,
But not in this position.
I was thinking about this, but it also seems like white is emerging
Knight B5.
with an okay position.
And E takes F5. Also maybe the immediate E takes
No, that's
F5.
what I'm thinking about. Yeah.
Yeah, rook F7, yeah, bishop B7, rook D7.
Something in the air.
Yeah, some kind of a huge mess.
Well, this feels good for white all of a sudden, which it really shouldn't. I don't know if this immediately takes.
There's CB2 in the end of all these variations,
Yeah,
so I'm not sure if that's so great. Bishop G2, rook E7, Queen F8, for instance. It might turn out to not actually be enough, because you do run
Very
out of
sad.
run out of attackers. Yeah. One tempo short somehow, and black is just winning. But yeah, at least we are looking at variations where white has active ideas. White has
Also, the EF was a bit of a bonus.
Yeah.
Knight B5 is the
knight
most
B5,
common move,
E5, yeah, and EF5 might be quite decent for white. Although the knight will have to go to A3, like takes, A6, knight A3, and something like H5 maybe. Could still be quite good for black.
Well, it depends if white is on time to
I should probably
magically
include Queen
stabilize.
I should probably
Oh, you
include
can
Queen
do
B7
check,
check, yeah, like here. Once the knight is driven away from the D6 square, could still be
This looks
fantastically,
awkward. Yeah.
fantastically good for black.
Play even C5. You might go B5. What do I know?
Yeah.
Yeah, black still looks slightly more prepared for the events to come.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Radek seems to have been finally taken out of book by bishop f6, I guess, because he's been thinking for a while now. I think 15 minutes or so.
Normally there's a price for taking him out of book, like there's 0.20 price to pay for these things.
Yeah. And still the choice is between, I guess, knight f3 more than knight e2, because you also don't want to allow some e5 counterplay, which might be relevant in many positions. And the immediate queen b3, maybe also rook b1.
Too subtle.
No, but I don't think you want to allow bishop c6. It just doesn't feel right. No, I think it's between knight f3 and queen b3.
Something like this looks very natural. This bishop goes somewhere on c6, c8.
Yeah, and we can even play queen g2, which is a slightly more restrained square. Knight e5
Sure
here.
it is, yeah.
Knight e5 here to sort of make knight c4 less attractive, and then queen g2 or queen b3. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like black immediately equalized here, despite the fact that he probably will win the b6 pawn on the next move. And we haven't touched on Andreikin way e for a while, so we should revisit that, despite the fact that, yes, it is a very symmetrical Petrov with half the pieces gone.
I'm not sure if this is the position on board. It feels like the position they had like 100 moves ago, but 100 minutes ago.
I could check. And we should change the faces.
I know.
Yeah, our faces as well, but I meant the cartoon.
I've understood. It's a constant challenge with all these cartoons, which I don't know, it might be too much for me.
Okay. But what can we say about the position we do have on the screen?
Let's actually talk about it a bit. Knight takes e4. Almost everybody plays knight c3 here nowadays. When in correspondence, they're very happy with knight f6, as I just learned. But in human play, they normally go for this. And recently, black has been holding his territory here. Especially Chinese players have excelled at defending these positions. Wei Yi, Wang Yue, Yu Yang Yi. There's quite some experts on this over there. But Andrei goes his own way, d4, where after d5, normally white is sort of stuck for ideas. Still, in all these lines, it's black has to equalize. Yeah. This is the line that Kramnik popularized.
Yeah, I think this knight bg2 is supposed to be maybe even the way to go now in this main line. Yeah, because
this is the old lines.
This almost entirely disappeared actually because of bishop f5, and it seems to have been worked out to more or less a draw. Although I remember when Kramnik was at the forefront of this, and I worked with him for the Brissago match, that in many cases led to such extreme messes that it feels kind of wrong to me that by now it's exhausted to such an extent that nobody is playing this.
Also, people forget stuff. Even if someone has files with A till H, every move in this position, who remembers this? Do you think Wei Yi knows every single move?
Yeah, exactly. And it feels like the surprise value of occasionally just going for it and finding some half an idea around move 16 there. Yeah, because I remember like our files, there was a tabia around move 15 there with white having a huge choice on move 16. And the file in ChessBase, it ran to like letter I maybe, or letter K or something, if you know what I mean.
I know
well, you do, but I mean for the viewers in ChessBase, the various options you have in the position, they are not numbered. They get assigned letters. So we analyzed something like maybe 10 to 12 moves in that starting position alone.
Did you enjoy that process?
Greatly. I still have nightmares. And yeah, like cd5, queen d5, bishop f4, rook ac8, and here you start. And well, maybe not in this position all the way to the letter K, but like after h3, for instance, bishop e4, I'm not sure if they even play bishop e4 anymore.
No, bishop e4 or h6.
Yeah,
believe it or not, I also have some files here.
Yeah, and
the old days.
Yeah, some of those positions are actually very interesting to analyze, but there is so much data, and yeah, it would be. It's like I remember you were there when Magnus was commenting on his game against MVL in Stavanger last year. And he came to the press conference and he said, I got to the board and I had this feeling that MVL will play f3 against me in this Berlin. And I thought, expletive not included here, because even though you're aware of the existence of the line, if you haven't repeated it straight before the game, you feel, oh my God, what am I going to do here? And with this, I think the feeling will be even more unpleasant, because nobody really touched this for years. But okay, enough of a tangent.
Trip down memory lane. I still remember these things. C4, queen e4, bishop e3. They were very excited for white after bishop f6, but then queen c2.
Yeah, I was
not enough, and all that.
Yeah.
Those were the golden 90s. Or is this the golden 2000s?
No,
more the golden 2000s.
Yeah, these are the aughts. And 8 knight bg2 is a way to well, you're not aiming for much.
You're aiming for rook e1 Berlin.
Sort of, but it's allegedly a slightly improved rook e1 Berlin for white, although I'm not quite sure why, to be honest.
Very rook e1 Berlinish.
Yeah. Castles, bishop f4, bishop d6, and yeah.
Isn't there a theory here, even with stuff like this? Probably it's just nothing, but I
probably is, yeah.
Checked something like this.
Probably
at one point in my very exciting life.
Yes. But bishop g3 has been played by Andreikin, and Wei actually is playing faster than Andreikin is, and they have spent quite a bit of time getting to this position, and white played rook e3 here. Once again, knight g5 is possible, but it doesn't seem to be doing very much, because you cannot really land anything on the h file, and even if you could, f6 probably would be an adequate response. And then in the position they have on the board, like rook e8, rook e1, rook e3, what do you take with?
Queen?
Queen, I play f6, I go king f7, or rook e8. And
I'm not saying I'm winning.
But you could also take with the rook, maybe, because rook e8 I can take, go queen b5 and claim I want some pawns.
Somebody once blundered something like this. Maybe some kayaking, Moiseyenko. I don't know. It wasn't exactly this, but this theme. This works here. This is unpleasant. So I would have to throw in some How do I
Yeah,
solve this? A6?
you do need
F6.
to spend some time on securing your queen side, and that's actually not that easy because if you play a6 queen b3 in the final position, there will still be quite uncomfortable. And also, if white just plays queen e2 next move, you once again get this sort of the same position where the e file is currently firmly under white's control, but there's so little material left on the board that the feeling is black generally equalizes. But
You still have to equalize, which is already something. Okay, 8 looks normal, right?
yeah, no, you always start by placing something on e8 and trading one pair of rooks here, I think, because if white ends up with a proper battery on the e file, you might never actually get the file back.
So still a micro edge for Mr. Andreikin.
Sure.
He has shown a slightly surprising willingness to play these very technical, sometimes slightly worse position and defend those, which I'm not sure how you feel about it. Like some people call it maturity, some people say he's young, he should play the Najdorf or as sharp as possible every game. What do you think?
No, I think he should play whatever he feels comfortable with. I think stylistically something like a Najdorf would fit him better, because I think he is a lot better at giving mate than at playing dry technical positions. Although, of course, he will improve at playing dry technical positions by playing dry technical positions. And that was my original criticism of him when I started playing against him in 2015. It was already quite obvious that he was a very talented player who should be approached with, great care if you didn't want to get crushed. But he still floundered a little bit in positions where he was bored. And it would appear that he wants to remedy it by playing a lot of those, which is not a bad plan if you want to eliminate this weakness from your game. But on the other hand, for such an exciting tactical talent to be playing the Petrov with black, I think is a bit of a waste for us, like for me as a spectator. And
also, if you're playing the Petrov when you're 17, what are you gonna play when you're 37?
that as well, yeah. That does come into the equation.
There's a bit of a riot in the chat because there's many fans of Miss Tactics, Sopiko Guramishvili, who's competing in the Challengers tournament. There's 2 tournaments in Vike. One is the Masters group, which we've been focusing on so far with 7 games every day. There's also the Challengers group, the B group. I think they no longer call it the B group.
Oh, I think it's just called the Challengers.
Yeah. The second Grandmaster tournament where Sopiko Guramishvili, Anish Giri's wife, is competing, and she has a very sharp position on the board against, I don't know any of these things, against Chinese, I was gonna say young talent, but I'm not sure about his age.
He is very young, yeah.
How old is he?
Well, very young maybe is also relative these days, but I think he is around 20.
I've certainly seen him around. I know he's a very strong player, but I don't know
21, yeah.
that much. He's 21, yeah, born in 95. What's his rating? He's probably around 2600, maybe.
Yeah, somewhere around
now.
2600. He is another one of those up-and-coming Chinese players. I think he is fantastic tactically. Very exciting player with initiative, but also occasionally sort of what I'm trying to say is once again I think the same theme I was going for with Wei, kind of not an all-round player yet, but might develop into an all-round player with time. But he's already played some all-time great attacking games, and very interesting player. Sopiko seems to be doing quite well here.
It's a Najdorf, Bishop e3, e5, knight 3. Well, it's arguably not the main line, but similar to Anish's game.
Yeah.
We've discussed the subtleties there. But Sopiko
So actually,
plays a very direct line.
the husband and wife team are actually sort of doing it from the opposite sides of the divide here.
They've studied their e5, Bishop e6 Najdorfs.
Yeah, and
This line, what is this line? This looks vaguely familiar, but
no, I think
it's normally with castles.
yeah, it's with castles. What the line you're thinking about?
Yeah.
No, I think this also exists. This queen f3, queen h3. I think I've seen this before, and I'm not sure if what Lu Shanglei is doing here is all that great.
Why can't I go here?
Yeah, I'm not sure why not just knight d8. To be honest.
Something like this looks vaguely familiar once again. Oh, yeah.
But
d5, allowing knight takes e6.
Yeah, he gave up this pawn to to fork the knight and bishop, but simply knight g7, knight f5 right now looks quite promising for white, followed by castling, I guess, kingside and claiming just b takes c3. You don't, I mean, e4 is not hanging because I think queen h5 check just kind of wins on the spot. And
Yeah.
that king will run out of squares. I don't know, knight g7.
There must be a win here.
Yeah, it feels like this has to lose. Rook d1 might be included at any point, might not be a stupid
d1
idea.
looks very strong. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it feels like you should lose this with black.
Mm-hmm.
And if you cannot take on f4, I can maybe even throw in f3 at some point, secure the knight on f5. Like if you look at the position of the dc3, bc3, if white just gets to play f3 and short castles, he has such tremendous compensation for the piece, and actually has 3 pawns for the piece. It's not even
Very unpleasant.
Yeah, it's not
Plays
as if you-
itself, rook d1, rook b1, and something's gonna give.
It's not even as if you had to sacrifice much of anything to get this. So she's been thinking for a while here. I think she also probably is considering something like castling long here to start with, but I don't think you need to. I think knight g7 is just perfectly serviceable.
So Sopiko missed tactics, position to her liking, and yeah, that would of course give her a lot of morale for the very tough tournament to come, where she's outrated every single game. Which
This is not going to be an easy field for her, obviously. It's a very strong tournament. It's a tournament which I think the organizers for many years have a very, very clear picture in hand, in their mind of what they want to achieve when inviting people. And they want a field of predominantly young players, up and coming players, who are very hungry to try and qualify for the Masters next year. They also generally invite a number of female players there. And this year there's also ACP qualifiers. So I think Ilya Smirin is in the tournament as an ACP qualifier.
Just clicking through the games here so you get an overview of the names. We see junior world champion Jeffrey Zhong, Markus Rager, almost 2700 player, or maybe 2700 player from Austria, I don't know his rating.
Yeah, and
then Dutch stars.
I think
Jordan van
both
Foreest,
of us
Erwin
played
Lee.
Jordan in Banter Blitzes, I guess. So we.
I never played him. Radio Jan might or might not have lost some painful games.
I think I played a few. I'm not sure what the results are, but we will mention something happening in the challengers if something exciting suddenly crops up. But we will of course be mainly concentrating on the Masters until later in the day when we run out of games. So we are keeping an eye on the challengers, but please don't riot and chat about us not covering the challengers very closely.
Back to the Masters. Master So versus Master Carlsen. Master Carlsen down to only, it sounds strange to say this, 2,840. But at some point we were discussing if he's going to reach 2,900. Like he was at 2,882, something like that. So for his standards,
I think his live rating at its highest was 2,889, I was told recently.
Very possible, yeah. And therefore, yeah, I don't know. I was doing this year in review, whatever you call it, for 2016, and there it turned out that Magnus did actually win every classical tournament that he's played in 2016. So it's hard for me to say he's had a horrible year when he's won Weichensee, he's won Bilbao, he's won... say I can't remember a single thing, but he's won everything. He's played pretty much except for the World Rapid and Blitz, where he finished equal first, and the match where he didn't win by a margin we thought he was going to have. So he's still kind of dominating world chess, but people are coming closer to 827 for Caruana, to 808 for Wesley. So he's probably going to be motivated to rectify that, right?
Yeah, you would assume so. And this is a field I think he will feel very comfortable in because.
In general, for the dominators, mixed fields are always good because
Yeah.
they can put up huge scores.
Yeah, I think if he has a good tournament, he might just run away with it. In the absence of some people who would maybe keep him in check a little bit.
He's not going to run away with today's game because
No.
Wesley So has, as he tends to, diligently play the theoretical mainline and then simplified before yeah, things got too complicated. So this will be a draw, leaving Wesley So's unbeaten streak, making it 43. And we will break our...
44. It was at
I'm
43.
sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, keeping it at 43 is probably not the... anyway, we need a break, as you can clearly see by me mumbling. So we'll go on that break and be back with you very shortly. In the break, why don't you solve this very exciting tactics exercise, which I haven't actually prepared this. We've tortured people setting these up, and I think we got some very nice exercises here. So why don't you try to figure this out? We'll be back with you with the actual games. Yeah. This is from a game, Magnus Carlsen against Wesley. So in the past, Carlsen with black. How did he finish it off here? See you guys soon. Welcome back, everybody, from our short break. And as it often happens, you go on break, the top game ends peacefully. Magnus Carlsen versus Wesley So has ended in a draw. Wesley So with the white pieces. Not surprising the way the game went and also the way we expected both players to approach this game, right?
Yeah, I think it's regrettable, but it's not at all. It's not at all shocking that this happened. Wesley got somewhat surprised in the opening and took a very practical decision. Something he has actually been reasonably known for recently. The extreme practicality of his approach in situations like this. He does not shy away from just going for an outright draw demonstrably with white, without even pretending he is trying for something.
He's not afraid of bad press. And, of course, it has worked for him. His rating is up to 28.08. He's unbeaten for 44 games. He's won the Sinquefield Cup. He's won London. We'll see if in such a mixed field he can keep up with Magnus Carlsen and continue his
and it's since it has been working so well for him, they're really, criticizing him for doing that when he actually has been winning tournaments feels a bit ridiculous.
Also, if we're gonna start criticizing Wesley for draws, what do we have left with Anish? Like, I'm not sure that transition worked the way
It sort of worked, but you have to say that
I have to make clear, it's tongue-in-cheek, because I'm actually number one Anish defender. I'm aware he's had many draws and we can have this discussion if there's something in his personality, but I think he plays interesting chess. He's very well prepared and he's trying all the time.
I think in both the tournaments, definitely in the candidates, and also, what was it, the London or?
London, he had 9 draws now,
But it's quite clear that the first person it's driving somewhat crazy is Anish. He is the number one person who is extremely annoyed about this, and in both tournaments, from a certain moment on, it was absolutely obvious that he was doing everything in his power to stop the streak from continuing.
It's also weird because he's not playing boring chess. Like, he's playing the Najdorf, and with white he's always trying to get an opening advantage, one of the best competitions on there.
And since I have some experience with this, those streaks, they do drive you somewhat insane. And we've done this before.
I don't think it's just the streak. It's his very outspoken personality as well, which I think, gives a lot more rise to haters if such a streak occurs or things go wrong. Well, we'll have this conversation plenty. For now, for Anish, he tweeted, less tweeting, more wins in the new year. He hasn't had a good 2016. His rating went down, actually, from close to 2,800, whereas normally was hovering around to 2,773. He has something to show.
So he tweeted less tweeting, more wins.
Yeah, instead of winning a game, he added a tweet.
That probably was better as a Facebook post, right?
I don't know. Facebook, it's for old people, really. Even tweeting, you should have Snapchatted.
Yeah, I think that would work better on a different medium. But we had those conversations with Anish about the correct way of approaching your Twitter account, and he also disagrees with what I do on the medium. So
what do you do on the medium?
He says, "Why are you always so cryptic?" And I feel he is sort of correct in that assessment, but it's the way I've chosen to approach the social media.
Are you cryptic?
I aim for that, at least. I don't always succeed, but I sort of aim for that, yes.
I see. You can follow Peter's cryptic tweets at Paul Borta. Yeah, that's all I have.
Anyway, the Najdorf in Karek and Giri.
Please tell me. Who's better and why?
White is one move away from being much better, but I don't think it's that easy for him to get there.
That move would be 93.
That move would be 93, and then you actually land something on d5, and it stays there, and you are in a very, very dominant position. But Anish was in time with his counterplay on the queen side, and I've been trying to calculate how White can keep everything under control. If you take on b4, the b2 pawn is hanging, and it's a bit awkward to actually protect it. Taking on e6 in general isn't very advisable, because that takes away your one big plan of occupying the d5 square with a piece. So something like a b4, rook b4, queen c1, but it feels very, very awkward. And I mean, the question will be asked again. Black plays something like queen b6, for instance, or queen b8. I'm not sure which square is better. Probably actually b8, so that there are no forks.
I can't free myself. I want to go d5.
Well, you might end up just losing the a6 pawn at the end of that variation. I take with a knight probably here to make sure that you have to take twice. And then I take on a6, and you will have some compensation, but it is to connect passers on the queen side. If this doesn't work out for you immediately, you're just lost. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure about
I still
this.
have a feeling there's something, but maybe it's a bit extreme. So
Well, instead of bishop a2, something like queen b8, for instance. Look, I mean, I would maybe like to go queen b6 better, but then after queen b6, I have to contend with the idea of knight e3, and I cannot take on a2 immediately because there's knight c4. Knight c4 in the end winning material. Like bishop rook b2, bishop b6, and knight c4, and that seems to present black with an issue.
yeah, the issue might no longer be
Yeah,
solvable.
insurmountable issues here. Yeah, so queen b8 to sidestep that. And once again, it does get a bit awkward for white to meet this very simple idea of just attacking the b2 pawn with everything. You cannot really play rook b1 because bishop takes a2 then will even win the e4 pawn. But even if it didn't, just driving the knight away from c3 is almost always useful for black. Playing b3 with a bishop on a2 is not something you do. Yeah, just you make your position lost immediately for no reason. So yeah, and bishop e6 fe, yes, you can take on a6, but the exchange of a6 for b2 generally, I guess, favors black.
Yeah, if there's no direct tactic, black has to be fine here. Even though I guess this is an equal position, right? No, okay,
I don't know. If you imagine the same position with the bishop actually transferring from e7 to c5, which is not impossible, like rook b8 immediately, rook queen goes to c1, I suppose. Yeah, okay, I'm missing some things, but even here, I mean, takes, king f7. I think you've actually played yourself into trouble here. Knight takes e4 after knight e3.
So I
no,
lose it.
No, the knight goes back to f1. Sorry, I was going crazy there. But I can play d5. I mean, we're discussing a completely unrealistic position 10 moves after what's actually on the board. But I quite like black here.
Can I survive?
Probably, but yeah. Anish will continue here. With every reason. Yeah. With every reason, actually. Takes, bishop c5, king e6. Yeah. But yeah, we're getting carried away. But it's not that easy for white to control things anymore. You can start with knight d5 in the position they have right now.
Here?
No.
That looks wrong.
No, in the current position. But that allows ba3, ba3. And that never really is a good sign. Also, there could be issues with just taking twice and probably start with the bishop, yeah, take with a knight and then rook b5 and d5.
Yeah, only black can be better here, right?
Yeah, I don't think you ever allow ba3, it just doesn't look right.
Even if you slow play this and then bring this bishop, why is white better?
Well, yeah, once again, the bishop on a7 is a poor piece, but it has a very clear path to much better pastures, and not sure what can stop it if he spoils his own queenside structure so badly. And Sergei, I think, has been thinking about this for a while, which is unsurprising because he needs to find a solution to all this.
Yeah, interesting play by Anish, because it's kind of, I'm not sure if it's really non-standard, but this rook e8 and then this rook b8, b4 counterplay so quickly, you don't see this much, because normally, yeah, a6 would be too weak.
But he felt he really needed to do something about them.
Well, before this maneuver gets finished.
Yeah, knight d2 was a very obvious signal that you only have about 1.5 moves left to create something, or you will get sort of crushed underfoot.
No, knight f1 is also logical because else a5 and b4 will come.
I'm wondering why Sergei felt he needed to take on f6, but that's also very natural. It's not black is not necessarily discombobulated by.
Maybe he was just worried that in some line takes and this.
But this is what I was trying to calculate. If you start with knight f1 here, for instance, And black does this, like bishop a2. I don't know if you need bishop a2, but let's start with this. Yeah, 94, 96. Are you that unhappy with white?
Not really. Just if he feels he has to do this anyway, you might eliminate.
But maybe
the
rook
option
e6,
altogether.
knight c5. Maybe actually black is just fine here.
Rook on a2.
Yeah, the rook on a2 is really not a very nice piece. So I think I understand the reasoning, and yeah. But now after b4, it suddenly becomes very, very concrete. It becomes a question of calculating a way out of this.
Okay, take. White can't be lost here.
No, of course not. You would.
Well, it's hard to believe that he's even in trouble, is what I'm saying. And
No. If you want equality, you will find equality. The question is if you can still aim for something more. You could. 93.
If takes.
Yeah, I was wondering if bishop b3 is a move, but
it try to trap. Rook
yeah,
it.
but it probably doesn't work. Like bishop b3, cb3, queen b8 probably solve this problem sufficiently well.
Well, there's always the other discussion if whatever.
Yeah, knight
But
d,
here,
I guess.
yeah.
But doesn't
let's say
shouldn't,
this.
shouldn't
If
matter.
this is who's better, white. Normally, I think the answer is it's equal, right? If you're a pawn.
Sergei has just taken a decision we did not think was. Hang on, that's because we
talked about we dismissed it because of ba3.
but that's because we automatically played. But we have to. I thought maybe his plan is knight f6, bishop e6, and then rook a3. But you run into 8x b2 here. Yeah, that's exactly my point. Yeah.
This.
Well, you can do it, but you're still left with the pawn on b2, which is still alive and probably will not be won back. Actually, like you can play rook b1 here, but
No, can't do it.
I don't think it's a feasible option for white. But then you have to actually recapture with the pawn, and we get to the position we were discussing. Snap everything off, go rook b5. And the thing is, even if black cannot really play d5 straight away, if he just has to play like bishop g5 here, for instance, the queen goes somewhere and we play bishop g5. This is also, I think, completely fine for black, because the knight will never actually reach those squares. This is a very, very well-known setup where
White can't be better.
White can be better, yeah. Rook b6 is fine. Rook e6 probably is also okay. We can also maybe make an argument for just playing something like h6, and if you take twice, I go rook c8.
Yeah, that feels correct.
Yeah. And there's so much counterplay here that maybe g6, not h6.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were doing this in unison there. Weird decision, which I think signifies just how unhappy Sergei was with normal options, because he understands that ba3 is not particularly attractive. He doesn't need to be educated on the subject, but it feels like he couldn't find anything that was better or more playable than this move. And then Anish's concept turns out to be better thought out, I guess.
Yeah, I'll say I'm Anish fanboy #1, and I understand he has shortcomings as well, but I'm impressed with how well he's handling these Najdorfs. Like, he's started here, making this his main opening, and he's showing that he really understands, even when he's out of book, like what goes where.
And ba3 played very fast, but once again, there's really no other move that you can make. You don't want to take on d5 first and have to contend with b2, b3 as a reply to ba3. And you might end up with an actually very poor position. ba3 replied by white, and yeah, we are headed towards what we just discussed. I think it's very likely we will see that position on the board.
I'm reading the chat a bit, the Chess24 chat, and Fructoso Bedogus is saying it is unbelievable that people with no chess understanding at all dare to criticize strong GMs. It is really annoying. I'm slightly offended. Like I've never said, I have a lot of chess understanding, but none at all hurts my feelings. And Peter, I mean, we can't call him. I think we can actually label you strong GM, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not disclaimer. He probably wasn't talking about
I
us,
know,
but
I'm being facetious.
But yeah, since we only see snippets of chat as it scrolls by, we can and will take offense at that as if it was aimed at us.
Nah, I'm just. I like keeping an eye on it, but there's so many games, it's hard to interact all that much. We'll get to that point. So.
And in Adiban Van Veli, a game we haven't revisited in a while, they actually are
They followed our line.
yeah, playing the position that we discussed, and we said that it could very easily be very good for white, but it could also get very double-edged. Rook e1 is an interesting move. Because this is the move I did not see when we were discussing this game, because I thought if you start with knight e5, knight f4 might be very awkward.
This point is this, yeah?
Yeah, and he's preparing to play bishop b4 against potential knight f4. And in general, I think bishop b4 is very much part of Adiban's plans here. Knight f6, therefore, is easily explained. But that also rules out knight f4 forever, and also hems in your queen on d8, which had some squares on the king side available to it if the knight went somewhere from f3. Which is why after knight f6, Adiban now played knight e5 with impunity, because there's no way to create some counterplay on the king. So I quite like his position now, actually.
You know, it's not so easy to get to this pawn.
Like g6, you can play something like g6, but even after, let's say, bishop c2, it really isn't very easy at all for black to challenge this pawn. And if it gets unchallenged for another couple of moves, and white, let's say, gets queen d2, rook a1 in.
Yeah, especially with g6.
Yeah. No, g6 is maybe a bit of a weird move to suggest, but yeah, bishop d5, c4 is always the way white solves the, like, bishop d5 or knight d5 will be immediately answered by c4. And then you play queen d2, rook a1, and if you secure this pawn on d6, black is in a ton of trouble here. Maybe queen
what
b8.
have you done, Lucky boy?
Maybe queen b8, rook d8 straight away.
Oof, that's already.
But the thing is, queen d2, rook a1 is once again probably just sufficient to cover it.
Still,
With the same bishop h7 tactic at the end of it.
That's already a problem.
Yeah, no, g6 queen f4 is probably just game over. So, yeah, I think Lucky
This is
might be staring down the barrel here. Maybe knight d7 to try trading things. But I mean, even f4 is a move here.
Staring down the barrel.
I don't know where that came
It's
from.
not cryptic at all. Scary.
Yeah.
You know, one of the viewers of the show, in an effort to expand my vocabulary, has sent me something which I greatly appreciate. It's a dictionary of hipster talk. So I'm studying it, and I'm trying to learn more hipster expressions. I might bring it to the show the other day, so I can understand half of the
Just
things
as long as we're very clear, you're not calling me a hipster.
No.
Good. Good. Okay.
But this staring down the barrel made me think of it. And do you want to be a hipster? I thought you are normally aggressively labeling yourself as a nerd to differentiate yourself from hipsters.
No,
hipsters don't think of themselves as nerds, right?
I'm hopefully not a hipster. Yeah. Would very much like not to be considered one.
What is it about hipsterdom that you dislike?
It's possible it's just the Russian hipsterdom that I'm very, very skeptical about, but that's the one I have the most knowledge of, and yeah, that's not a group of people I would particularly want to associate with.
My biggest problem with it is the pants. I've tried them on, but they're really uncomfortable when they get tighter around your calves. It's I don't like wearing them. I'm from the 90s. We grew up with baggy pants. Those are much more comfortable.
And in the Eliana Fraport game, coming back to chess with the no attempt to continue your pants discussion, there are some developments there. It's interesting that Richard went to such extremes challenging the queen e2 rook d1 plan.
He went e5 directly. Oh,
Yeah, he went e5 straight away, which is, I mean, it's understandable because he wants to play e5 e4 and just kill off this bishop on g2 completely, and he actually succeeded in that. But he also had to.
At what price?
Yeah, he had to trade some pieces for it, and he will probably now be a pawn down, very likely, at least for a while.
Some brave fireworks is cd4, knight d5. Nice little tactic because you can't be greedy since this is.
And the point, of course, is that if you take on d4 with a pawn, black will not try to grab it and hold it. Black will just play e4, locking everything down. And
locked out.
Yeah, this probably is a pretty good position for black. Although at least the bishop on c1 now has some squares. But
this one.
Yeah, this one is kind of dead. You might want to start considering sacrificing some pieces on e4 straight away, but that shouldn't work with black fully developed. So instead, Pavel played knight d5, to which Richard replied d3, which is a very clever move, which keeps both bishops completely locked down, but at the price of a d6 pawn, as you will soon see. This is the position after knight takes e7. This is what they have on the board, and white can take on d6 here.
And should.
Probably should, yeah. Black, I guess, takes back and goes bishop a6 was my original reaction. c5, rook fd8, I think is...
I think you can have this pawn back. I just want my pieces out.
Yeah, that is a very, very good approach here. Rook fd8, though, I'm not that interested.
Still.
Takes b3, I have knight c6. But at least, once again, at least some pieces come off. And actually you have, no, you don't have rook d1 there. Takes twice. Bishop f2 is even stronger.
Ah, Miss Bishop. Oh,
Yeah.
that I thought this was just equal after rook d1, bishop f6, but...
But actually, I mean, the structure
might
is
be
so
worse.
unclear that I don't know who is worse there. Like, takes king f1.
Both bishops are crappy.
Yeah, both bishops are really horrible, but the white bishop is going to come out eventually. Like king e1, rook b2, bishop f1. I want to stop e3, and now I want to start playing against the a6 bishop, but yeah, weird position. King f7, king e7. I think the rook on b2 kind of means that black is
Hard to believe
probably
black is
ahead.
in trouble.
Yeah, with the rook as active as this.
Because we can't really bother the rook, like I was thinking. I don't see how.
Yeah, it just stays there, and I don't think there's any setup which threatens to capture it. And then black just continues improving, like secures the d file, brings the bishop from a6 to e6, and then starts activating his king.
King to e5 at some point, there's some breakthroughs. So let's try to improve on that variation, because in my Pioneer's Palace, they told me long variation, wrong variation.
Was it Bent himself who told you that?
Who? Ben?
I think that's Bent Larsen's quote.
Ah, okay.
After rook
I
fd8,
thought it was Tal. Maybe it was about Tal?
I think it was about Tal, yeah.
That's possible.
Pretty sure it's Bent's.
No, Bent wasn't in my Pioneer's Palace.
I think rook e6 might be interesting, but I'm not sure it actually works. The plan was rook e6, king f7, rook takes e7, then take on f5 and collect everything. But if the rook lands on d1, it doesn't really matter how many pawns I lose on the king side. It's somewhere, yeah. Bishop b4, rook d1 check, king somewhere, and rook a d8. And you do have bishop d5 check, but he might actually get mated there. Like takes, bishop b2 might be kind of mate. Which would be a problem.
Mate ends the game. It's another thing I learned in my Pioneer's Palace. We don't have Pioneer's Palace, so I should stop saying that. Chess club. In the chess club. I went to a chess club. Luki, I'm not so sure about. He played g6.
Well, he did play g6 because at least he immediately creates a threat of queen takes e6. But how is he meeting bishop c2?
I don't know.
Knight e8, knight f6, and then queen c7, rook a d8.
It's a bit late for knight d5, knight f4.
Yeah, bishop b4, bishop b4 just crushes there, I think.
So this.
No, seriously though, let's consider this for a second. It's really, really horrible looking, but maybe no. Yeah, queen d6. Yeah. Okay, I take it back.
These things.
No, I take it back. No,
So
I'm trying to at least create some squares for this queen on d8, because my biggest issue is that I cannot find any way to activate this piece. And if the queen sort of stands on d8 forever, the rooks will not get connected. Maybe knight d7, yeah. Maybe just include g6 to force white to play bishop c2. It's a useful tempo for the future. And
f4 is a bit...
yeah, I want to snap that off, go queen g5, rook a d8 and f6.
This is actually double-edged.
Not really. I mean, you can go bishop b4. I mean, once the bishops come off, it's never going to be double-edged. But maybe black has enough counterplay against the e5 pawn to make some kind of a draw eventually. You know, would get double-edged if the bishop on b7 went unchallenged for a while, but I will just trade it off immediately.
I don't know. Looks like Luki, yeah, he's suffering, but it's not over yet. Very blue.
Not at all, yeah. And Lev continues his...
What's happening here? Did he get his pawn back, or he got himself pinned a bit?
He got himself pinned, but the pin cannot really be exploited because I can play rook b1 at any point and then unpin myself via c2. White will take on c6, and once again we get this position where Yeah, the b2 and the c6 pawns disappeared, but the rest is just as it ever was. And even let's say something like rook d2, rook d3, followed by bishop d1 to create immediate counterplay might not be such a stupid idea here.
With the white king side, it has to be very drawn.
Yeah, I think this should not be a difficult defense for Lev.
I'd be capable of losing this with white. Like once f3 drops, maybe f4 drops, and h4. Gotta be a little careful.
No, if you overpress somewhere and you overlook some counterplay on the king side, yes, it might get double edged, but you really need to.
You don't want to lose here, of course. Play any move.
No, this actually.
Did I lose?
No, you didn't lose, but I don't see how this. You want to repeat with rook b8, rook b7 or something?
I just want to draw. I'm saying you can't improve because rook b1, bishop c2.
I'm not trying to improve. I'm a pawn down. Come on.
I'm trying to make a draw. I learned from Wesley.
You can make a draw by offering a draw in this position.
I'm not sure if that's allowed without getting fined.
By move 40? I think you're fine by move 40.
Fine or fined?
And Anish decided not to even waste any time on rook b5 in that position, which I kind of endorse. I think placing the bishop on g5 as early as possible is maybe more important than everything else.
Very important, Sveshnikov, but it's also in the knight theme. Stop knight e3. And then this knight doesn't really have a good place to go. Knight g3, g6.
No, I think white will have to actually allow this trade, and then the position. I guess you think black is slightly better because the pawn on c2 is actually weaker than the pawn on d6, but it should end up in mass simplifications and draw, I expect, eventually. I really don't see how white avoids playing knight e3 forever here. Bless you.
Don't worry, I'm fine. Yeah, draw. So where do we go? Where's the action coming from? What about Mr. Nepo?
He probably will hold this, although we described this structure and it's still not entirely equal. You have to take with the rook, I think. dc5 is... Although maybe in this position you can entertain this. Because it gets to c6. Like bishop d7 is really not a move at all because of c6, and the knight might go to d4 or e5. Yeah, you could definitely entertain this thought here. Bishop a6, I suppose, because black needs to trade off this bishop. It's a horrible bishop otherwise.
Yeah, still tricky decision. But without the knight on c5, I have a feeling black should survive this.
Something
it's
like
not pleasant, but
bishop a6, I guess. No, I mean, yeah, especially if
a rook a5 you can take. Yeah?
I can take on d3, and I'm much better actually suddenly. Yeah,
that should be
5 against 5 with plenty of open files to trade rooks on. Yeah, that's not enough. If you want to play for a win, you need to take with a pawn.
So decision time for Mr. Radek. And there's a question in the chat to which I do not know the answer. Just wondering why Karana and Nakamura are not in this tournament. One possible answer could be because they're playing in the same tournament where you are going to play, which clashes with Vike, which is why we only have you for the first 7 rounds in Gibraltar.
But I think a bigger question, which would be the follow-up question here, is why they're playing Gibraltar and not Vike.
So you're saying if they had been invited to Vike, they would have preferred this?
I'm not sure. I honestly, it's very hard for me to imagine the Vike organizers actually not inviting people of Fabi's and MVL's and Hikaru's stature to the tournament. Maybe they haven't, and I don't understand anything at all, but I feel that it is very possible that the invitation was on the table and some people actually preferred Gib to Vike.
Yeah, which is perfectly fair. I don't know the answer to any of these questions. Only they could answer, but I do know that at least Hikaru plays on Vike. Fabian as well, they both play.
No, Fabi, MVL, and Nakamura.
They all play.
Yeah, they all play.
Play in Gibraltar, sorry. Not
yeah. They all play Gib, and that, first and foremost, it's a statement of just how strong and established Gib has become. Gib is, it's only air quotes drawback is that it's an open tournament, but The top 10 of Gibraltar is, yes, it is weaker than the top 10 in Vike, but it is.
Is it? Well, Magnus is in Vike.
Yes, probably because of Magnus. But I am, I think, 5th or 6th seed in Gibraltar with the rating of 27, 14, 8, I think currently.
Oh, thinly veiled brag there.
Not really. It's just I'm describing just how strong the field is, and it has been getting progressively stronger with every year in Gibraltar, and it's very much part of the top players' calendar these days because.
Also, a general willingness by top players to even consider an open tournament as an option.
Sure, but that's because open tournaments such as Gibraltar and Qatar Open, which this year did not happen because they hosted the Rapid and Blitz, but hopefully will return. They have become so strong that, and the prize fund is so good, which has to be the consideration there, that people are very willing to play in it. And if you start well in Gibraltar, from round 3 or 4 onwards, you will be playing a version of a round robin, I guess, and a very strong round robin at that. So, yeah, not a horrible surprise that people are.
It's horrible times for people like me. 2010, I tied for first in Gibraltar, and now all you sharks, can't you let the 2600s eat? Where are we supposed to win any money? It's impossible with all these top players playing open tournaments.
But in general, I think it's
Darwin, all over the place.
Lots of very strong tournaments to choose from, and
but you're everywhere. It's even my Thailand Open. There's strong players now. There's no way out. Just got too strong.
I am very sorry.
I don't think you really are.
No money in chess. Everyone's solid, is what I want to say here.
Very true. Speaking of. Yeah, black, tiny bit better, but it's shall end peacefully is what we're saying.
Probably,
right?
yeah.
Not even sure about the tiny bit better part. These pawns, are they really stronger than these pawns?
Well, one of the rooks will land on c6 and protect everything. Just sufficiently protect pretty much everything. So, and the other one might go to b2, or if you double on, let's say, if you imagine the queen on e6 and rooks on c6 and c5. I think sort of aesthetically you pick black, but white should be able to hold this. And also white is Sergei Karyakin in this game, who is excellent at working with these small margins, especially probably the foremost defender in the playing the game right now.
Yeah.
And rook d2 has been played by Levon in the Marshall. It's not a very exciting position, but I always feel very happy when I guess something correctly in a top game.
Did you guess rook d2? Ah, yeah, you mentioned.
I mentioned this plan of going after the f3 pawn to make sure that white doesn't even progress anywhere.
I said white should not risk this tremendous attack.
Yes.
And exchange rooks, but
Yeah,
now Harry has to deal with this.
Rook c7, e7, and just put it on e3 if you're that scared. But
very scared.
I'm not sure you are.
It puts the rook on e3.
In the basket of it.
Yeah, I couldn't make it work. Like, it entered my head, but I couldn't finish the thought.
Okay.
Also, it goes to show you how dated our references are. Like, the most recent thing I can think of is like a 1992 movie. I've been struggling with my increasing age. Do you have problems like that? Do you feel like time is running, or you don't have such thoughts? Because I'm half joking, but only half. Like, I feel I'm getting older. Like, my hair is falling out. Are you melancholic at all about your age?
On occasion, but not greatly. I'm only in connection with other things, not on its own. But there are some things I'm melancholy about.
Okay, I won't dig any further today, but tomorrow. How old are you? 40?
Yep.
Okay, that's very old. Harry is gonna make a draw. He's a young man.
And Pavel decided not to take on d6, which is an interesting decision.
Whoa.
I guess he feels that with the queens on, it will be a lot easier for him to actually get the queen side working. He wants to play something like bishop d2, c3, I guess.
This he just wants to develop, huh?
Yeah. And I think
He doesn't care about this horsey.
I think he wants to, he can both yeah, probably just ignoring it is best. Yeah, you give this check, I'm not gonna pay any attention to it.
Here you have 94 probably.
I'm hoping to make something work connect with 94. Like 94 bishop c4 knight f5 might actually be a move I can make. Because I have queen b3 check there, if you play bishop d3 at any point.
Is this how it all ends?
Hopefully not. Yeah, people in chat were very, very optimistic about White's chances in the current position. And I think Queen c2 does give White, you know, a better shot at being better at some point in this game. I think the positions we were looking at after Queen takes d6, I'd be very comfortable saying Black is never worse there. But after Queen c2, if you imagine White going like knight g2, knight e4, knight f4, sorry, knight d4, knight e2, knight f4 at some point, and the bishop gets to the long diagonal, you do start liking White quite a lot, because Black's position is full of weaknesses.
No, even if the bishops get exchanged and the knight comes to d4.
Yeah, I like it better on f4, but on d4 it's also a very good piece.
Well,
on f4 it doesn't get in the way of us attacking the d6 pawn, which is why I was in particular aiming for that square. But yeah, Black needs to be very fast here. Black needs to create something sort of straight away. Now is the time to probably.
So where did it go wrong? We've been praising Rapport's play in the opening. E5, very double-edged decision.
Yeah, I think we left it here. We told the viewers that Queen e2 Rook d1 is by far the most critical try from White in this position, and then we started discussing other things, and we only came back to the game when Richard already played e5, cd4, and d3, which I thought was very logical. But it also is very committal, and he is left with a lot less mobile pawn structure than he had in a position you see on the screen right now. So perhaps he could have waited for a bit with all this. Maybe something like...
Maybe some move like knight d5 he missed or underestimated.
Let's say queen e2. Can we play a6? Looks a bit weird, but I just want to play a6, rook d1, queen c7, and just wait. I don't want to commit to anything just yet.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, commitment issues. Maybe a4, a5 is not a stupid plan now.
Oof, looks rather stupid.
Thank you. Does it though? Yeah. Point taken. It's kind of currently a waste of a tempo, but I mean, even here, let's say I go a5, ba, rook a3.
Starting to think about cd, rook b3, knight d4 stuff. Just so you know.
I would have missed that, but...
Yeah, I shouldn't have told you. That was my one chance to win one line. Then I gave it away.
But I mean, even in the end there, I take on h6.
Ah, see?
So I'm not even sure about this position, to be honest. I mean, my stuff actually gets somewhat active.
I have a pawn up.
Yeah, no, it's a very unclear position, but you know, the bishop on g2 is now alive. The bishop on c1 is actually on a good square, and your extra pawn is on a5, doubled. So
I'm a pawn up.
You are a pawn up. You will hear no argument from me on that. It
sounded like you were arguing.
Nope.
Okay, yeah, I quite like this plan. I like it much better than e5 for sure. This a6 queen c7 feels like it's in the spirit of the position, because if black keeps the structure really keeps this knight boxed in. I like it.
Yeah, I think in the spirit of containment, and what black has been doing up to that point was very much about containing all of white's pieces as much as possible.
Let me Google containment, because I think I've seen a movie with that title, but I could be wrong.
And I'll just sit here while you type. I think that's...
No, you can keep talking while I type. I know, Contagion is the movie I've seen. I didn't like it.
Yeah, but
boring.
There's no connection between the two. I mean...
Containment and contagion? I remember it was about a virus, so I thought maybe the virus had to be contained in the movie, so it made perfect sense to me. And I'm sure contagion means something like containment, right?
No.
What does it mean? Contagion.
It's I mean, it's a word that is defined by that word.
You mean it's contagious and
Yeah,
not
yeah.
it has to be contained?
Yeah.
That makes sense. But if something's contagious, it should also be contained, ideally, right?
I'm really, really struggling here.
You're still arguing? I have a point. Anyway, it's not a good movie. That's all I wanted to tell the viewers, because we do have a duty to not only educate, but also... Oh no, that was it. Not only entertain, but also educate. Oh boy. I've been struggling all day. And what's happening here? Queens are coming off.
Now this one I think is about to get wrapped up. White.
Good defense by Mr. Nepo.
Yeah, and also you could maybe argue that White had at least one opportunity to go for slightly sharper, but I guess after DC5 bishop a6, Radek didn't fancy it all that much.
DC5, the thing is you're taking some risk.
Yes,
Things go wrong.
no, it definitely is very double-edged, but it also was the one way to try and press on.
Maybe there were other ways earlier. Here, how did this happen? Okay, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Well played game by both players should lead to a peaceful outcome. Same here in Hare Krishna Aronian. Same here in Kayakin Giri. Same here in Wesley So versus Magnus Carlsen.
Although Kayakin Giri is not anywhere near as dry as the other two.
Also, it had a lot more content than, for example, So Carlsen.
Yeah, So Carlsen really was. Carlsen showed that he wants to play this line with black, and so just politely declined any kind of a serious theoretical discussion there, and the game kind of wrapped up.
Therefore, for blood, we are depending on my good friend. That's why I talk a lot of trash about him, because I know he kind of enjoys it. But it is all coming from a place of a lot of respect, because first of all, I really like Luke, and he's been a good friend for many, many years. And he's also what many people aren't aware of, because he has a bit of a reputation. He doesn't have any refutation of anything, but a reputation of being a punching bag in super tournaments. But to do that, you have to get into super tournaments and be a 2700 or close to 2700 player for the last, 20 years. Therefore, try playing this guy. He's not a bad player. He's at age, whatever age he is, 45. Probably he's younger. He's still 2695. So Luke can play a bit of chess.
Yeah.
Still, he's played horribly as usual in this game, and will get crushed by Adiban. But,
Yeah, it does appear that Adiban is very likely to start his career in super tournaments by winning a game, which is very, very useful. I found it, very, very beneficial to start a difficult tournament with a win as early as possible. Here, after Queen d2, Black sort of needs to find some way to challenge the white pieces immediately, but I don't really see it. I was looking at 94, and I was trying to sacrifice the pawn on d6 for some kind of mate, and not really finding it. But just playing Queen d3 is perfectly serviceable. Is the problem, I think.
Queen d2 is 94 thing.
Queen d3. This is what I was just talking about. You just tuned me out.
No, I read the chat. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I mean I'm all for just completely tuning me out.
I try not to do that because I think it's rude, and I can also learn a little something, but it's very hard to multitask. Anyway,
he played Queen a4, which I think maybe is even more precise, because the Queen aims for f4, h4 squares. After a6, I guess he just goes Queen h4. Yeah, that really does look very horrible. Although
nice.
a6, Queen h4 takes. No, you have to, I think, take and go Queen d8, and hope this somehow works out for you. But also a6 just bishop f1, if we are entirely honest, or bishop d3 or any square.
Let's not be entirely honest.
Okay.
But yeah, this just keeps all the advantages right where.
Yeah, rook ag1 next move, and then queen h4. Yeah, there's absolutely no reason for.
It's just too much, especially now with g6. There's more targets.
Yeah, and the problem for black is that he would very much like to have the opportunity to trade the knight on e5 back, but now rook d8, queen f4. The knight gets completely pinned to the f7 pawn. If you could play rook d8, rook d1, knight d7 here, maybe you wouldn't have been completely lost. But rook d8, queen f4, queen g7, rook d1 is just, I think, I mean, really, really horrible is the only way to describe it. No moves.
Really bad.
Yeah, just no moves. None of your pieces really have any future. You can play queen b8, but I'm not even entirely...
White has enough resources to break this down, be it g4, h4, rook e3.
You can even consider playing g7 in reply.
Yeah.
Or g4. Yeah, I like g4. Probably just sort of wins on the spot here.
Felt like.
Yeah. Rook d6, g5 is GG.
GG means good game, right?
Yes.
Because I used to get offended in the old days when I was playing on the internet using my very humble username, godgusty. And people would tell me GG after a game. I thought they were making fun of my very humble username, godgusty. But they only meant good game. Took me years to figure that out. I always reacted very strongly.
And Luki did play a6, and I think it's bishop f1, although once again you could choose different squares, but I think just putting it all the way back so that it doesn't get in the way of your other pieces is very, very sensible.
I'm wondering if this is a move. I'm aware you don't need it.
But I'm kind of I'm against this on principle. I don't think you need to trade pieces.
I do agree with that.
Like take you want to take with a knight, I go queen d7, and no, I think we really don't need this. Like rook d1, b5, you are forced actually to play knight e7 check, which is it's much better on e5. Why would you?
Yeah, no, this is.
You're probably still a lot better here. Actually, queen e4, queen e5 might still be really crushing.
Queen f4 was good.
Yeah.
No, but I agree. Bishop f1 just keeps.
Just bishop f1, rook d1, queen 2 1. Either one of those two good squares, either here or there. Yeah. Just
not a nice position for Luke. How many? I should know these things, but I don't. How many years has Luke played in Vike and Zee? He must be the record holder, right? He must have like.
He hasn't missed a single year
or something. Might have missed.
No, I think he probably missed a couple of years, but yeah, he's been playing.
I don't think a couple.
He's been playing forever. My first Vike was 99, and he already was, I think, a fixture there.
For sure. 99, he was already a world-class player. Or
sure.
I think when I played him in maybe 98, he was closing in on the top 10. He's a much older man than us. We should not forget that.
We should also keep on saying that to make us feel better about our life.
I thought you had no age regrets.
They're not regrets. They are, yeah, I'd call it something else. There's something going on in Sopiko's game which we could try and revisit. Whoa.
Let's have a look. This is Anish Giri's wife and our co-worker here at Chess24, Sopiko Guramishvili, aka Miss Tactics, because she does miss a lot of tactics, and she's playing Lu Shanglei as a queen versus 3 black minor pieces. Who's better and why?
I think white is better because the black king is not really very safe. Currently queen h5, queen e5 is a large threat, and if black, especially if the e5 pawn gets lost, which I think is extremely likely here.
You can just attack it, right?
Or rook d5, e5 is also not a bad idea at all. If white wins the e5 pawn and then plays e4, e5, it feels like black is only currently in the game because his light pieces cannot be challenged comfortably. But once they do start getting challenged, it's very easy to just get completely rolled over here with black. I think Sopiko is a lot better. And I wonder, she played knight d5 in the position we discussed, where we were just advocating for knight takes g7 and move 14. She went for something very exciting. She went knight d5, d3, long castles.
Whoa, Miss Tactics in action.
No, this is very impressive. And yeah, knight d4, check, and fe. It does feel like
forced, right?
Yeah, it does feel like she was very much in control here. Rook ac8 maybe, but I guess it doesn't work somehow. I would if it doesn't lose on the spot, I would actually prefer playing to play this than what Lu Shanglei ended up playing. Like if you have to take on d4 and take on c7, which I currently think you might have to. This doesn't feel like a very clear-cut position at all, although there's queen b3 in the end, which might be awkward. King f8. Because king g6, queen g3, and de might be just winning.
Oh, yeah.
But king f8, yeah.
Still looks bad.
g5, queen b7. But I wanna, yeah, if I get g6, king g7, and maybe, but there are so many pawns I'm losing on the other side of the board that, yeah, white probably is much better here. Although game continues, sort of. King g7. I think it does continue, because I will play rook b8 next, and then I will win something back, I guess either h2 or e4 or something. And I do have active pieces. But yeah, white should be better here objectively.
Lucian Lei, in the position they currently have on board, went for the move h5 when Sopiko has a white and pleasant choice. Queen f5, queen g3, rook d5,
Yeah, all
rook
of these
d7,
moves,
you
yeah.
name it.
Rook d7 is a bit empty because you don't really want the b7 pawn, you want the e5 pawn. So one of those, yeah, queen f5, rook d5 are your two main options here. And yeah, queen g3 is also fine, but I somehow feel more comfortable playing queen f5 here.
I hear you. So Sopiko, Guramishvili in great shape in the challengers, where another top game between Gawain Jones and my friend Niels Grandelius, the Swedish #1, ended peacefully, where Niels forced a perpetual with bishop h3. Takes. In order to stop this, you have to move the f-pawn when there's many checks. What else is happening? Aronian drew.
Yeah, not a shocker here. That was always on the cards. From the moment we noticed he was playing extremely fast in a very forcing line of the marshal, it was always on the cards that he knew exactly what he was doing, and he was very happy holding some slightly worse endgame.
His homework ended probably somewhere around here,
yeah.
move 30, and this, for a player of his class, is not
Yeah.
tough to defend.
We're still not entirely sure why it wasn't better not to double your pawns on the f file. Why Harry chose not to play king f3 here.
Let me ask the computer on this issue. Oh yeah, the computer agrees with us. It's an obvious move, really. It's surprising.
Yeah, but I guess it doesn't really change such a great deal. You take on b3, you play f6. You always play f6 in these types of positions to limit the scope of the d4 bishop, and then you go rook a2, and you say, I don't really care all that much.
No, black should hold, but you're going from
Yeah.
2% winning chances to 15% winning chances, which is an improvement.
Yeah, I'm not sure why this wasn't played, but Lev was quite clearly comfortable holding this as well, so yeah. Not a lot to say about this. Marshall these days is about these very, very small margins, and if black does his homework diligently enough, he holds.
Yeah, of course. It's not a terrible result for Harry either to draw
No, of course not.
his first strong game. Sometimes you gotta live and let live.
Yeah,
Look.
Adiban's still thinking, and yeah, both options we discussed are apparently very strong. We are briefly cheating. We will switch the machine off.
By the way, this is more FYI, but also F users. We do have this other view if we decide to switch the machine on, because often we normally tell you when the machine's running, but we can't switch to the view with the computer evaluation. We normally don't like doing it because it hypnotizes you a little bit, but I might use the screen later, and then wherever this bar is, it tells you what the computer thinks. Not yet, though. Normally this is reserved for after the time control, these boring end games that people play then, because who cares about those, really? Do you? I don't think you really care about end games, by the way. You might pretend to, as a chess culture kind of thing, but I don't think you really care.
I don't think I ever claimed I cared deeply. The only claim I made is that I was still I was totally useless at them, and now I'm somewhat less useless at them than I was when I started off playing in strong tournaments. But that, I think, is the full extent of my claims on the subject of endgames.
Yeah, you probably never really claimed that.
Anyway,
But yeah,
I think the unclear, interesting position we have has to be the Ilyanov Rapport game.
Let's go there.
Yeah, because the Adiban Van Veli position is well, interesting, but only for the many fans of Bhaskar and Adiban, because he is overwhelmingly better in that game. And here it's not entirely clear what's happening. I'm beginning to like white, but the bishop on g2 is still kind of dead. And if black can somehow manage not to lose the d6 pawn, he should be maybe still doing okay. But
So what does white do? Double rooks, or what do we
I
want?
still really like the transfer
Oh, you
from
want
d4. Yeah,
this,
I think it's a lot better on f4. I honestly do. It controls some pawn breaks. It also sidesteps the d file. Well, gets away from the d file so that our play against the d6 pawn gets better. Also works very good against, very well against. Knight d3 is never really such a big threat because the exchange sacrifices will be so strong, but rules it out completely. Black will never be able to land anything on d3 with a knight on f4.
So let's say you go here,
Rook
I
c8
go here immediately.
Yeah.
Do you take this? Or?
I don't seem to be able to tactically, because bishop g7 he will take with the queen.
Yes.
But let's say if I take on g7 and play rook b1, I will take next move.
I want to do this, I'm not sure.
And then I will take.
You take.
That's sort of exactly what I was aiming for. Bishop takes d5 first.
Hmm?
I can take on d5 in this position. Queen d3, knight
This
f4.
is bad, yeah.
This is horrible for black. And even if the d6 pawn survives, it still is kind of bad for black. No, I think you need to go for some rook c8, b5 ideas. And Pavel has played knight e2, so we are in agreement on that subject with him.
You people with chess culture,
Horrible, isn't it?
I don't like either of you. That's actually not true. Pavel is a very likable human being.
He is, yeah.
Very thoughtful. He strikes me as he wouldn't say nonsense just for the sake of saying nonsense. Like, I quite enjoy doing, but even if you're joking with him, you will get a thought out response and it will make sense.
You know, I don't really know him well enough to count him among close friends or anything, but my every interaction with him was very pleasant, and I quite like the guy. Also a very good chess player.
Yeah, he's in this zone though that he's more or less established as a top 20 player, but he doesn't frequently play the super tournaments, right? A bit more now recently. But yeah, he's sort of trapped in this too strong for opens no longer really exists, but second tier where you don't get into all the tournaments. So I'm always happy to see him in one of them.
Sure. And actually, I'm beginning to wonder if Radek doesn't really need to. We probably should stick with this. I mean, we don't need to be jumping around that much. I mean, the one source of counterplay white really needs to address here is rook c8, b5. But I think he should be quite happy just playing queen d2 here.
Queen d2.
Yeah, the thing about the knight on f4 is that even if you play knight f3 check, the knight on f4 just so effectively stops the queen from ever appearing on h3, and black has no pieces that can even challenge this piece. I mean, normally you are very scared taking on f3 because f4 queen h3, game over, black wins. But once we actually get the knight all the way to f4, the king side is completely secured, and we just crush black in the center.
This might just be winning.
Yeah, that's
not a participant.
That is game over. Yeah, that position is, I think, close to resignable. Therefore, black will need to do something else.
Like knight d3.
Yeah, you can play knight d3, and it's probably a slightly better version because I would actually prefer to give a rook for this piece and not trade the knight on f4 for it. But even, let's say, if I do that, if I take on g7, you take with the queen, I go knight f4, knight f4, e4. It's not that pleasant for black. But I do prefer this to those positions we were discussing with white sacrificing an exchange on d3. Because here I can play, I don't know, I need to pay attention to not blunder anything though. Like queen f6 maybe? No, I'm not, I'm still blundering the d6 pawn. It's awkward, yeah?
Yeah, d5, queen d5.
I would really like to have the bishop on b7 already. If I had the bishop on b7 already and could play rook fd8, maybe I would be doing quite okay. Let's start with rook fd8
This
anyway.
is a problem.
Queen f7. It's not losing immediately. And it will take white a long time to get the bishop to any kind of workable squares. So bishop b7 next move might still be. He played knight g3 though. This is
allowing your cruel intentions. But here, what do you do? Rook b1.
yeah. I played rook b1 here and took on d3 against anything. Yeah, I'm very surprised by this choice to be honest because
He wants to go here.
yeah, queen g2. But yeah, you can also queen c3 might be very strong actually. For like tactical reasons because here I take
knight d3 you can just take.
yeah, you need to spend the tempo on protecting the d6 pawn, and I might even play something like bishop f1 first. And this is
Yeah, something's gonna give.
yeah, rook d2, rook fd1. The bishop is going to be on e2, which is a lot better square than g2, and yeah,
Bishop b7 is always knight
just
b5.
not a very nice endgame at all.
Looks like trouble. So will Pavel Ilyanov be able to increase his score against Richard Rapport to +4 equals 1 minus 0? Which means he won 3 games so far. 4 if he wins this one. Drew 1, didn't lose any. It is a chance.
Yeah, it feels very possible now. I think Richard got slightly overexcited. I think I really liked his play up to a point, and then I think he did a lot of Pavel's work for him by creating weaknesses where none existed and allowing some piece trades, which was something that White desperately looked forward to because he had too many pieces for too few good squares. And yeah, now after rook b1, I really don't quite see. Maybe you play bishop b7. Maybe that's what he's trying to do. Bishop b7 so that I can at least get rid of the bishops immediately. If White takes on d3, the bishops come off. I probably still prefer White in this position, to be honest. Knight f4, rook d1. I mean, I think White is very, very safe and maybe still slightly better. But yeah, this is no longer as clear as those positions with a horrible bishop on a6. You can, but I will take go rook d1, knight f4, and you will have a lot of weaknesses you will need to protect, and no real active plans whatsoever. And the game between Wojciech and Nepomniachtchi ended in a draw.
No surprise there.
Yeah, once again, not entirely unexpected. Very well defended by Jan, though, I have to say, because it looked like a lot of precision was required out of the opening. He was facing a very well prepared opponent with a very interesting, fresh idea, I suspect. But he came out of it unscathed, so well played to him.
Ilyanov, since we've been focusing on this game, has played knight to d4.
But that's with a similar idea, I think. I think he's also, yeah, he's threatening knight e6, obviously, but apart from that, he will be able to take on d3 if he wants next move. There's also bishop f1, bishop b2. I don't know, I just feel very, very committed to this idea of sacrificing this exchange. I don't know if I need to as White here, but I really feel I would like to.
We'll see how it goes, but it does not seem to spoil his position at all. One game we've more or less been ignoring, mainly because it looked boring, even though it might be an interesting attempt to gain a micro edge by Dmitry Andreikin against Weyi has developed a bit.
Yeah, it's interesting that way he decided to play rook b8 here and not, for instance, a6, because I don't think queen b3 is ever going to be a huge threat. Queen b5 sometimes is awkward, so stopping queen b5 I can relate to, but stopping any attempt to attack the b pawn seems excessive.
Rook is pretty valuable piece to just stare at the b7 pawn.
And queen e2, h6, c3, and
king f8.
we discussed this position, but the problem is he still needs to wait one more turn before he can play rook e8 because queen b5 will be a threat. Therefore, he might end up playing a6. Really asking the question, why haven't you done that earlier?
And then again, the question is also, what can White do to improve his position? Right? I mean,
sure. This is very, very dry, and improving White's chances here is also quite tricky. You don't want to go knight e5 because then takes rook e8 just snaps everything off. Knight h4 actually also has some tactical issues, although here probably you don't go rook e8. You do have queen e1 check at the end of that variation, but I think the b7 pawn is a lot more valuable than the f2 pawn.
You do mean this line, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. King h2, queen f2, queen b7 feels horrible for black because he loses his entire queen side here, and f2 pawn really is not failed at all. The king on h2 is very safe. Therefore, after knight h4, black probably still needs to spend a tempo on something like a6, but knight h4 didn't create any threats either. Like you can play queen f3 here, but knight g6 check is not a threat as such. I can play rook e8, I think. Yeah, because this is... Well, I can actually take on e8 and d5, but then the f2 pawn is a lot more relevant.
Yeah, this is not as clear.
Yeah.
B2 is hanging.
This is a lot less clear cut. But yeah, knight h4, also maybe just knight e7 is possible to make sure you don't blunder any of those checks.
Well, what?
Knight h4 immediately.
After queen f3 or?
No, immediately knight h4, just go knight e7. Follow it up by rook e8, c6, and knight c8 eventually. Or maybe knight g8, f6.
That still looks alright. Whenever there's attempts to invade h7, black can just go back with the king if he feels like it.
Well, you are threatening to make some progress, but I think with only 3 pieces left on the board, the threats white can create should be manageable.
That's also how a Petrov is supposed to go, right? White has a bit of an initiative. If black is careful for a couple of moves, he neutralizes it.
Yeah, that's what it generally seems like in most of these cases. But we'll continue keeping an eye on that. For the time being, I think, yeah, the Pavel's game is our best chance of a full-blooded struggle. Luki is in. Hang on. Luki found a way to at least complicate matters somewhat, I think, because he can now play knight d5, and with a pawn on b5. If white decides not to trade queens, it will be an actual sacrifice, because you are not winning a piece with c3, c4 any longer when black takes the pawn.
True that. So let's say queen h6, you can just grab.
Yeah. No, and then it gets very unclear, actually, because if you play something like rook d3, I can play queen e7 and then f6, although there's knight takes g6 there.
At least white is no longer cruising to victory. You actually have to sacrifice and stuff.
You will need to calculate variations here, yeah. It might still be very good for white, actually, what we were looking at, rook d3.
Queen somewhere, queen e7, rook h3.
Because if you go knight f6, the feeling is this should collapse somehow.
Somewhat stuck.
g4, g5 might be a very strong idea. Just knight g4 might, in some positions, be completely winning for white. Like here, you go rook fd8, and you still need to continue calculating. But yeah, the feeling is this has to win, like queen g5 or something. But simply g4, g5 seems to be very, very strong here. Yeah, and maybe knight f4 here. I mean, knight g4 here. Queen h8, rook h5 doesn't really help black. I mean, you don't get mated, but you lose a full piece there. So
yeah, looks bad.
Yeah, would not be at all surprising if this just crashed through.
Instead of knight f6, if f6 or f5.
Yeah, we want to take on g7, and for that you probably should play queen c7, so that at least you are not forced to take.
Sure.
Queen h8, rook h7 wins material here. Therefore, if f6 is your intended solution, you should start with this, rook h3, f6, knight takes g6, and you can make a move here like rook e8, but you're not going to be enjoying it. Like rook g3 probably is just winning on the spot. Rook f7 maybe is a better try to at least have rook g7.
Worst case scenario,
yeah.
take this too, right?
But yeah, it doesn't feel particularly attractive. And I think it's also very much in Adiban's wheelhouse to be going for exactly that. I think he is very unlikely to, like his starting point after knight d5 will not be the queen trade.
No.
And look, he decided to play king g7.
Okay.
That's interesting, because that means he did not like knight d5 for whatever reason. And
Well, maybe getting checkmated in these lines.
yeah, even d7 is not ridiculous. But then I guess he goes knight d5 and f6 and tries to drive the knight away.
Still incredibly scary stuff, but
Yeah, with the king on g7, he feels slightly safer playing moves like f6. Bishop, I mean, knight g6, hg, bishop d3, but yeah, that's very committal, might not work. It's an interesting idea, but probably is not quite good enough. But with this pawn on d7 as backup, you feel a lot more confident even like suggesting these ideas. Yeah, we'll see what Adiban comes up with. Is there any way to see the time situation? He blitzes out a4. Blitzes out a4, which is an interesting choice. Not sure it's a very interesting choice. I quite like it, actually.
I actually thought about this. 1 second. But the time situation is, yeah, Luke has 11 minutes and Adiban has 22.
And we are nearing some very serious time trouble situations.
I like this a4 a lot, challenging the d5 grip.
Yeah, exactly. The point is after knight d5, you take on d8 and you take twice on b5, and rook d6 it loses to c4, rook b6, knight d7. Yeah, very good spot.
To keep this.
Well, you
BA, what many
no, BA is just horrible.
just
I think you kind of need to play c4, but that gives white a very important d4 square for future reference. But I mean, what else do you do?
No,
like bishop d5 here.
G4 h5 is still in the game.
d7. I wanted to go king g8. Something like this is a marked improvement for me. I might still be in a lot of trouble, but at least here you probably will have to sacrifice something.
I don't like to
I know.
sacrifice anything ever after c4. This position is so overwhelming.
It is, but and c4 has been played because there really aren't any other options. If you allow white to put his pawn on c4, and then the pawn on d6 will just never get challenged.
We probably don't include AB, right?
I don't think you need to. Black is never taking on a4, and also why would you activate the rook on a8, as you correctly pointed out?
So, how to get the job done here? Queen d4, what do you do? Bishop d5,
Yeah, that's what I played. Something like g4 or knight g4 is... Knight g4 can play h5, yeah, exactly.
What to do.
Something like g4 could be very decent here.
This could be an idea.
But once again, what if I just go king g8? And knight somewhere e8 is also a move.
Yeah.
Queen takes g5. Rook e5. I may have lost this one. I have a 5 here. Sorry, I've forgotten I have a 5 as an option. Queen takes. Queen
oh, I checkmated myself. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Then why did I give you that pawn? Why did I do this?
Knight f6.
Was that my point? I don't think I calculated that right. Oh boy.
I don't know. No, I mean, with the bishop on d5 secured, it feels like... I mean, I'd be shocked if white wasn't doing very, very well. But it at least feels like you need to hurry here. You need to be precise and you need to be fast, because the pawn on d6 might get rounded up and shot.
Shot.
Yeah, that's what they do with.
Poor pawn.
Yeah,
Well,
c5 is very, very slow. Like rook c8 first, maybe. And I don't know, queen b6. Am I blundering something? Probably am.
I don't know. D7,
D7
27,
by...
I'm getting ideas.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Still, white must be so much
Yeah.
better here.
No, of course, it should still be very good for white. But at least you had to switch from just giving mate against a fairly undefended king to trying to do something against the black ideas.
Maybe that giving mate plan is still possible. I just can't see it. But I don't know, rook e3, rook d4. There's many.
Sure. Sure.
moves in that spirit too. What's your threat? Are you threatening 95? You might be kind of threatening 95, right?
I think I would probably prefer to play 95 to bishop d5, yeah, because
Yeah.
that gives me an option to play f6 later.
No, I'm saying if I do something like this, you probably can just go here. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. That would be my intention, at least.
Cruel intentions. Yeah, we'll see what Adiban does. Why do we have to figure this stuff out? This guy is a very good calculator.
Yep. And Pavel followed our recommendation, and the exchange is gone. But if we compare after queen takes g7, our suggestion was rook b1, and he played knight g4. And he is now spending 2 tempi to bring the knight back to f4, which is why I really felt that starting with rook b1 was a lot better.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue white is still better, but it still seems like a dream version for black to have exchanged his bishop in the process.
No, the same position with the bishop still on, I think, is horrible. And with the bishops gone, it's white is very, very safe and will be pushing, but it doesn't feel totally lost anymore. Like rook f6, rook e5, and just wait. Because it's not going to be that easy for white to create an opening. And the rook on g1, it's very nice that it puts pressure on the g6 pawn, but it's still not crashing through. And yeah.
We must go to Giri's game.
Sure.
For a moment. Not a lot has changed fundamentally, if you ask me.
No.
But I will ask you.
Well, g6, king g7, and then I will start looking at my options on the queen side. Rook a b1 is a bit of an awkward plan here. I think it's very smart on Sergei's part to postpone playing knight e3, and also I wonder if Anish could have played a bit faster, because it does feel that doubling on the b file compared to doubling on the c file was slow-ish and allowed for white to get all that play. Like especially here, like why wouldn't you after queen d7, queen d3 not take on d5 and go rook b5, rook c5?
I don't know. Well, rook b6 is fairly natural, keeping an eye on both these pawns.
Maybe he sometimes you forget about moves like rook b3. What happened here is white went rook e b1, rook b8, and maybe he thought white will have to take on b6. And then with the b file under his full control, he's
better.
Never was probably slightly better, yeah. But after rook b3, I think he now has to deal with the fact that white will probably either trade off all 4 rooks, which should be in his favor, of course, especially if it brings the pawn from c2 to b3, solving his structural issues, or he will have to abandon the b file.
Also, since you mentioned he waited with knight e3, at least one can think of ideas where this knight all of a sudden makes it all the way here.
Sure. And that's because white actually managed to create a situation in which his queen side is under no pressure. And this once again brings us to the question, why are there no rooks on the c file? He did play g6, but now after rook b1, he will start to allow all these trades.
Will he go here?
It's possible, but I'm not sure this is...
Not sure this threatens anything. But
yeah, but it might actually. No, I take on b5 here. You have to take with the rook because a b c4 is just over. You have to take with the pawn again once I take. I don't think you want to give me the d6 pawn. And here white, for instance, has the option of going c4 and creating the passer on the a. And with the bishop on c5, I wouldn't be so worried. But I'm not sure this bishop so easily gets transferred from h6 to c5. This might be kind of bad because the bishop is so far away from the diagonal it needs to be on. Like a4, queen b5, a5, a6, queen b7, and the bishop is still some way away. So yeah, after b1, Anish will have to do something else. Maybe he can play queen c7. But then your plan that you mentioned earlier of knight h2, knight g4. Once you relinquish control over the g4 square, this becomes very much something you need to contend with.
So
is Anish getting slowly
from
outplayed
all your
here?
talk, I'm gathering white is better now.
Maybe rook takes b3 and rook c8. Maybe we return to the original point. Something needs to be on the c file.
But now rook b3 you take with a rook, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, rook c8.
Ah, no, rook c8. Gotcha.
Yeah, rook c8, rook b7, rook b7, queen e6. That is my new preferred option. But takes rook b6. But this probably is a draw of some kind. Bishop f8, knight e3, bishop h6. No, knight g4. Bishop h6, knight g4, bishop f8. Yeah.
Bishop g7.
Bishop g7. But it's very awkward
Hanging
now.
around.
It's very awkward now.
I don't know, this feels close at the earliest, even stuff like this. Rook a7.
No, this is
very close.
Yeah, this is no longer particularly comfortable for black.
So something has gone wrong a little bit for Anish.
No, I do get the feeling that maybe when he was playing rook b6 after queen d3 on move 20, he just rook b3 just fell.
Blunder rook b3.
Yeah, it fell out of his field of vision. It does happen in these positions, and well, it definitely happens to me, but maybe shouldn't happen that much to Anish. He's a much younger man. But
do you think if you could have Anish for the first 30 moves of a game and then Sergei for the next 30 moves, that you created a monster?
No, I think all these, vivisection experiments are very likely to create a monster in general. That's what literature tells us. But
okay, let me rephrase. Do you think you have created a stronger chess player if Anish plays the first 30 moves and then, like a tag team match, they have to touch hands and Sergei Karjakin jumps in?
What I want to say is that Anish is not my immediate first choice for the first 30 moves.
I'm not saying he's the best choice, just, they're playing each other. So who's your go-to guy for the first 30 moves? Probably, you still gotta take Magnus. Even though he might not be the strongest in the first 15, but 30.
Yeah, I don't know.
But then you probably take Magnus all the way still, right?
No, we had this discussion. We had the discussion a number of times, and I think an argument can definitely be made for taking Sergei over the field for moves from, I don't know.
After move 40, yeah.
Yeah, after move 40 in particular, maybe not 30, but after move 40, on current performances, you take Sergei against the field. But who do you want to play for your life for the first 40 moves? It has to be Magnus, I guess. Yeah?
For the first 40, for sure. Like the bigger the number becomes, the more Magnus in. But then, if we say, let's say the first 20, you have a discussion.
And if you split it in 120, then 20, 40, and then 40 onwards.
Let's do
that. Vishy?
On the first 20?
I think
there's other candidates. Like Anish, I think, is a candidate for
Anish
sure.
is a candidate.
Guy like Wojtaszek. Okay,
Vlad is an obvious candidate. Although Vlad gravitated sort of away from heavy theory.
Well, there it also depends. Like if after move 20 Magnus takes over, which I guess the choice for move 20 till 40 is Magnus, right? Then you need someone whose style is matching in the first 20. Yeah, it's complicated.
Yeah, it is very complicated.
Fabiano is a guy who I wouldn't mind in the opening.
No,
many decent players.
Yeah, we do live in an age of there's a number of very strong players playing concurrently. So it's not going to be an easy choice, I think.
So let us know. You need one player for the first 20 moves, one player for the moves 20 till 40, and then one player to take over after move 40. What's your ideal combination? I'm not sure if you're allowed to say Magnus, Magnus, Magnus. I think you have to take 3 different players.
Yeah, especially if it's stipulated that this needs to be 3 different names. And Rook AB1 has been played unsurprisingly by Sergei. That's like the whole point of his setup. Rook B3 blitzed out once again as expected. You don't want to have Queen C7, Knight H2 on the board. And here is a
Rook C8.
Yeah, this is a big turning point. Rook C8, also Queen C7 might be a move.
Yeah,
but you don't really
similar.
Knight H2 once again. I don't know. We actually discussed this via a slightly different move order. Now Queen C7 makes no real sense. So it's either Rook C8 or, well, it's actually I think Rook C8 because Rook B5.
Rook B5 takes, yeah.
Rook B5 takes is very awkward. I think, it just is very very awkward. And rook b3, cb3 is kind of unthinkable. Why would you do that to your position?
I don't know.
But rook c8, rook b7, you're also not going to be enjoying a great deal. Unless maybe you can make rook c7 work. Or maybe bishop c1 here. I'm also thinking about this. Like if I play, no, go back exactly to the position you had, like rook b3, cb3. Bishop c1, but no. I mean, with this structure, even if it lands on c5 and the knight lands on c4, I'm still taking white. Like a4, bishop a3, knight e3.
Yeah, if you don't grab.
Oh, there's also queen a8, queen a6, which, yeah, queen a8, queen a6 was an improvement at any point in this variation. Yeah.
No, still some suffering to do for Anish. I'm sure he would like to change places and substitute Sergei Kayakin in to defend his position. Let's see who people have as their combination. Auctioneer says Vichy, Magnus, Sergei. Easiest picks of his life. I'm not so sure. Jan Peter Pepe is another excellent combination. Galactic says Jan Fabiano Magnus. You guys are giving me way too much credit. Then someone says Svidler Kasparov Magnus. Interesting. Bring Kasparov in there from move 20 to 40 to clean up your mess.
No, but yeah, that sounds like you want to challenge yourself somehow. And Anish played queen c7, and we expect Sergei just to play knight h2 here. It could be
Kasparov, Fischer, Capablanca. I don't like it. I think we should stick to current players, else these cross-era comparisons. That always get messy. But Kasparov counts.
Yeah, and actually picking Kasparov for the first 20 is a very valid point. If you're allowed to pick Kasparov, I think I pick Kasparov for the first 20.
Even now? I mean, it's now with stuff he knows now against
then,
your opponent's 3 players. I'm not sure.
Then it becomes,
with all respect, and I know he's still working on openings and he's very sharp. I don't think he's a top 5 pick now.
Yeah,
he hasn't played.
Probably not anymore. Yeah, but
of course, Kasparov in the 90s against guys playing in the 90s. No, but we don't have a discussion.
If you sort of extrapolate his opening knowledge in the 90s and you imagine him having the same knowledge now, he'd be
but that's fiction. Raskolnic just took Tal for the first 20, so I don't need any others. That's very optimistic.
Yeah, that is a nicely made point, but probably objectively not entirely correct. But
Wojtaszek, Kayakin, Carlson. Someone saying Jan for the first 5 moves. The first 3. Yeah, that I can do without doing all that much damage. D4, C4, knight F3. Have fun, dudes.
Yeah. Anyway, we should probably move on from that.
I don't know. I'm enjoying this discussion much more than this position.
Knight h2.
Knight h2 and what to do?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I'm trying to think of a way to solve Black's problems by tactical means here, but maybe we can take on b3 and go queen c1 check, queen takes a3, and claim that at least we have something to suffer for. I mean, white is still at the very least perfectly fine and could also be winning after. Because it's kind of awkward to find a square.
Very awkward. Because here, I don't know, queen a8 check is at least a question.
Probably actually bishop f8. Because I'm very scared about this position.
How is this going? Do we
knight
win
f6,
here?
knight d7, and queen e8, and I think it's d5, knight e5, it's game over.
Alright, so,
this is why I was looking at not even allowing any of this and playing bishop f8 straight away.
Still looks very scary.
I mean, it gives us an extra tempo, but I'm not sure we will be able to spend it on something sensible. Like if I go knight f6, knight d7 anyway. No, but maybe bishop e7 here will be okay. Because you really need to be playing queen e8 here, and that is too tempy, and black will be able to take on b3, go queen e6.
Yeah, this doesn't work.
Yeah, that doesn't work anymore. Yeah, once it lands on e6, game is suddenly over in the other direction. And just to mention in passing that c takes b3 is not obvious, but you don't really want to be taking with the queen, I think. That's. But I still think it's very likely it goes towards these types of positions, because if you give black a move in the current position and he plays bishop c1, for instance,
This still feels scary. I can't
Does
put
feel-
my
it does
finger
feel
on
very
even h5 or like.
No,
I
h5
don't know.
is... But we do get Tempe to play something sensible on the queen side.
Sure.
Yeah. Also h5, it might be possible to take, although it looks horribly ugly.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly I'm doing, but I thought queen c5, queen a8, and there's new
Queen
ideas
c5 I
with
might
h6,
take and take on e5 and
Also
claim that this
possible,
is horrible.
So very possible. Yeah, this feels extremely scary.
Yep.
After knight h2, can I do... I don't know.
There is bishop c1, but... Might not be a stupid move, but... Why
I'm
just
not sure
plays...
what it's really
Why just
doing
plays
something.
a4? No, but I guess what I want is to play h5.
With black, huh?
Yeah. I think this is what I should be aiming for, and then we can return it back to h6 and claim that no harm has really been done to our position because we're still controlling all the squares from which this knight can get to d5.
And if we go here...
I think I can
we
still
actually go
play
h5?
h5. Yeah, at least I'm going to be trying to rook f3, but I don't see what that does.
Hang on, there's no tricks here.
Oh, there has to be some tricks here, but I'm... Yeah, I mean, it looks threatening, but there...
For now, everything is covered.
He started with a4, which I think is aimed sort of against bishop c1. And also queen c1, queen a3. I guess it's a useful waiting move because he is claiming that black doesn't really have too much in the way of improving ideas here.
And yeah, for black, I don't know, king g7 you could think of as also double-edged. Like, and this bishop can no longer return. Like it's here. But what else? I'd play this.
Yeah, I think king g7 is a starting point, but you really are leaving yourself perilously close on moves. Like knight h2, apart from bishop c1, there really aren't very many moves I can suggest.
Then why don't you suggest this one?
Indeed. h5.
It's dangerous. Even this h5 really bothers me. It looks like I have to take, but it's ugh.
Yeah,
Ugh.
exactly that sound. I fully endorse that sound.
Anish must suffer. Brings us more three players combinations. Jan, Radio Jan, and God Gusti. Yeah, that's a pretty smart choice. Carlsen, Fabi, Kramnik of 2017 versus Karpov, Korchnoi, Kasparov of 1981. I don't like cross-era comparisons. I always think that current ones are the favorites, which is very, very natural because they could build upon the knowledge of their predecessors. Not mentioning the fact that Stockfish 8 or whatever you're using is stronger than... What did they use in 1981? Furman?
Yeah, they used Furman 1.0.
Furman 1.0, which was very good for the times, but Stockfish 8 is still stronger.
Yeah.
So let me think about this. What would be my combination? I believe I want... so tough. I want Wojciech or Vichy, I think that's similar. Then Magnus and then Kayakin.
Yeah, I think we are sort of in agreement on 2 and 3. We are looking for...
For me, the problem was, one, you could argue a guy like Kramnik or Fabiano or Anish. There's many candidates. Might be better, but Wojciech and Vichy have a very solid, tight style, which I thought when Magnus overtakes in probably a technical good position, he's going to be very happy. Well, if he has to deal with this sharp mess that Fabiano put on the board, and he's never seen it before, I'm not sure how happy he is.
No, I think it's a valid point, yeah. Don't disagree.
I'm also not sure if Kayakin is the only choice after move 40. I don't have data on this. I actually think this would be very interesting to study, like top players who blunders the least after move 40, who blunders the least between move 20 and 40, and who on average has the best position after move 20. We should do these studies.
Or we should at least find someone who can do it for us.
That's pretty much what I mean by doing. Whenever I talk about doing anything. Bishop to c1 is on the board. Probably planning h5, eh?
Yeah, I think so. I think he needs to include that. And we had a similar position with the inclusion of king g7, knight h2, and maybe even here. But with a knight steal on f1, you don't really feel as comfortable playing h5. So Sergei played king g2, and I expect Tanish to play h5 here. I think it's an important...
Which helps, like, yeah. Then
Yeah.
you no longer have to deal with this. Your bishop feels a bit safer returning. I like this.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about king g2.
And it does help controlling the potential routes for the knight from f1 to good squares. Taking away the g4 square, I think, is very much part of Black's plan here. Because on f3, I mean, you cannot stop white from playing knight h2, knight f3. But from f3, it still doesn't have very many...
Chop it off on g5.
Yeah, it still doesn't have very many good squares. But g4 would create threats, and that is something you do not want to allow.
No, my money's on a draw now. He played h5 as you should. I have a feeling he should hold. Let's go back to our boy, Mr. Van Vele, who hasn't been mentioned much as a player for the first 20 moves in the conversation we just had. Why do I make fun of Luke? He's just a strong player. I can't help myself. Is he in trouble? What has happened here?
Well, Adiban decided that he did not want to tolerate this b5 c4 structure because it was getting in the way of his...
He broke it up instantly, yeah?
Yeah, he just went takes b3. Very, very concrete play. I wonder, can we...
If knight d5 here, what... you just take and you take on c4, yeah? What do you do?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe queen d4 and b takes c4. Maybe that was his idea. Maybe rook takes,
rook
actually.
Takes, yeah.
Maybe rook takes.
Yeah, this looks fairly horrible.
Although, I mean, game still continues, but c takes b5 and they run like c4, c5, c6 here.
Nah, that's too much.
May have been preferable to what he's done, but that remains to be seen. He plays c takes b3, bishop b5 and knight d5 here, and after queen d4 he was forced to play queen f6 and not f6, which...
What happens after f6?
I guess maybe even knight d7,
knight d7
c5
jumping around.
Yeah, knight d7 c5 looks kind of crushing. And you include c4 at some point at will, sort of. Yeah.
It's game over. My queen f6 looks horrible. Aren't these
c4,
pawns running though?
Yeah, c4 knight f4 is on the board, and well, black, you know, the b3 pawn is still alive, and g2 is hanging, but
Who cares about this pawn?
well, if you... Well, how do you deal with the... Do you pay any attention to the fact that g2 is hanging here or not?
I don't know. I'm paying attention to the question if I should pay attention to it right now.
Like, I can play knight d7 here, but then takes b2 might actually force you to pay attention to the b3 pawn. Otherwise, I quite like knight d7 for a second there. I thought if I force you to take on g2 here, and I play rook b1, I'm probably winning.
Why can't I take?
Rook rook a1. No, rook, knight e2 check first. That was my...
You had trick.
Actually, I had it on the previous move. I didn't need to play b4. Oh, sorry, b2. I'm winning on move 29. That's kind of ridiculous.
Ah, yeah, okay. That kind of ends.
Okay, so knight e7 is not really an option at all.
Bishop c6 is not really the first move you want to do.
Yeah, it's not high on the list. Also for similar reasons, because if I take twice, you'll have to take with the knight.
What?
If you... Oh, no, sorry. I'm going... Yeah, no, I'm correct, actually. Knight 6...
you mean if you take on d4? No,
yeah, you have to take with the knight here. But maybe you're still doing very well here. I'm not quite sure. Like b2, b2, c5. And yeah, that position. I'm wondering what that is.
You need a miracle, or at least a trick. Not sure you have one.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Like,
but there must be. It looks like there still should be some clear-cut solution for white.
Yeah, you would expect there to be something reasonably clear.
Maybe the computer just laughs and goes c5, c6.
Yeah, I wouldn't be entirely surprised, because without the queen on the queen joining the attack, you really aren't getting very far on the king side. Even if you win the g2 pawn and the I just go c4, go c6, c7 here. But it feels very, very committal. And he played bishop
I want to do
c6.
something like this. No, he went for bishop.
He played bishop c6, so we are headed towards something along the line of what we discussed. Takes, takes, take on g4. The problem is you're threatening g3. I wanted to go rook fc8, but g3 is just, I think, maybe a crushing blow there. Because it forces me to move the knight away to some really, really horrible squares.
I'm sorry?
Rook fc8 is what I wanted to do here. And I thought maybe for a second it was playable, but g3 here is just so strong. Because the knight, the knight needs to go to some really horrible squares.
A good circuit.
No, we go knight h5 if we have to, but now even maybe d7, rook c4, knight h6 is suddenly winning. Although, yeah, it might be. Because with a knight on f4 I would have some jumps, but with a knight on h5 it feels like this just collapses. Yeah, d8 and takes, b2, rook b8, rook c1, king f1.
And resigns.
Well, rook c2, not resigns.
You're not resigning?
But close to. King g2.
You're hoping I play rook b1.
No, king g2 I think, and rook c1, rook f1, yeah.
That's... yeah. No, this should win.
It does feel very likely that this is just winning. So, takes on the board. Maybe rook fc8 here? I'm really looking for... what I'm trying to achieve is some position in which I force you to take this exchange with d7, d8, and
I'm not sure if you don't want me to exchange queens. Like, if I do this, you have
yeah,
tricks.
I'm a lot more worried about this. But
This looks like just resigns.
I was hoping I will be able to find some tactical justification for it, but I don't seem to. Like rook c4, knight c4 actually works for black, but rook c4, queen c4 is a bit of a problem.
A little bit.
Knight d4, yeah, queen d4, knight d4 played, and yeah, still probably a very, very dangerous, maybe just outright bad position for Luki.
Let's switch to Elyanov. Luki's in trouble because apparently... Oh no. I read in the chat Elyanov loses, he's a rook down, but that was not really the whole story because he does have a horse and a pawn for the rook still.
Yeah, he is not really a rook down.
It's not really losing either.
Yeah.
He's still better, if anything, right?
Rook d4, f4 is a huge threat right now. No, he is definitely playing for a win and might actually, with the queen on f3, it may have been a mistake to drive the queen all the way to f3.
Queen e4 you take?
I take on rook d4 and I start picking up these things, yeah.
Everything is...
No, stuff starts falling. Yeah, and once stuff starts falling, the problem for black is that he does have two rooks, two whites, one rook, but his rooks have no files to operate on. Like if you were in time in this position to play immediately a6 and b5 both, you maybe would have some drawing chances. But with no files, I mean, f file is nice, but there is nothing going to be going on the f file because the knight f4 can happen at any moment. And with no files to operate on, the rooks are kind of useless. And actually, I'm not even sure if Richard has much in the way of options to stop rook d4, rook f4 apart from queen e4. Like if we look at the current position on the board.
Yeah, how do you stop the queen from getting trapped? Huh?
Like the rook on c5 is so useless that...
Why did you put it there in the first place?
I think it should have stayed on f3.
He went rook c8 and rook c5. But then, yeah, anytime white goes knight d5, this dude.
Yeah. No, I think... Yeah, he just...
Maybe missed queen c2.
Maybe he missed that. Maybe he thought he can return at any point, but that's not quite true. And now... No, it just feels horrible, to be honest.
Agreed. Let's go back to Mr. Luke Van Velde.
Yeah, he played b2, and sort of we understand why he needs to have at least something to look forward to. Yeah, after g3, I guess knight h5, knight f6, knight d3 never works. And does? No, it doesn't. I was briefly wondering about knight d3 takes rook a1, rook d1 takes rook a8, but even knight c2 is just, solving this very, very comfortably. Also d7 probably just
d7.
wins on the spot, but knight c2 just...
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, any move. Therefore, after g3, the knight will have to go...
g3 plate.
Yeah, not h3, g5, therefore, yeah. h5 is...
This?
You can, but I'm not sure what that... Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, that actually maybe is a very good move. Knight c6, knight e6. Yeah, e6 is a very good square. You should be aiming for e6. It's a lot better than everything else.
Another problem is I might be lost here. I didn't calculate it.
No, this I have a feeling we will hold with black. Even comfortably, because c5, rook fc8. Or, yeah, rook fc8 I think is the easiest. Yeah, and look, he finds e5. Yeah, rook c5.
Okay, rook c1.
Yeah.
Not exactly first.
No.
Okay, e5 plate. Is there new hope? A new hope for King Luke? Because that's an easy move to miss, for at least from afar.
Sure, yeah. No, and this game once again reinforces what we were saying about Luke. Luke is still fighting against all this up and coming.
Look at the ratings. He's outrating his opponent by 50 points. It's not like he can't play.
Sure.
It's just, he's not working as hard on the openings as he once used to, and there's also a lot of discussions that the knight off doesn't really suit him, so he gets in trouble quite a bit.
Yeah, and he also tournament directors quite a bit these days.
Not on Vike, but
not in Vike,
what's called Hogeveen?
Yeah. So he is not, a full-time professional chess player. At some point, he was also, I think, sponsored by for his pokering activities. He was a professional poker player for a while. I'm not sure if that is still in place.
Neither am I.
Yeah. So a well-rounded person is what I'm trying to say. Okay, with the pawn on h5, you feel a bit better about black's life here because...
Feels, yeah. At least we're kind of dominating the knight again. I had to return to f1. What's the worst thing that could happen?
Well, a5, b4, b5, and the a-pawn queening is the worst thing that can happen. But, yeah, and also you really you would very much like to play bishop c1, c5 here, and then you're maybe better. But once you play bishop c1, you run into knight e3, and that's very awkward. You don't want to let the knight out from its cage on f1.
Yeah, you need to time it very well at least. I don't know.
King g7 sounds like a fair starting point.
It's quite threatening to... Not yet.
Not yet. You don't want to be giving up the e4 pawn.
No, I was thinking if I go here, you can probably just take. Right?
Yeah, I think I will. And take on a6.
I will not enjoy.
No. No, not at all.
So we must wait and see.
He played a5, which is also a move I was considering to stop the plan I mentioned of before starting with a5 and then playing b4.
You can start with this, but then you might as well just lose.
Yeah. a6, b2, a7, b1, a8, king g7, and I'm kind of lacking...
Kings are surprisingly safe given the number of queens on the board.
No, I think queen 8, a7 would have been winning if not for the fact that queen takes e4 is a check. Like both queen a7 and queen takes d6 would be made on the board if not for the fact that e4 is hanging this check. But it is
a fact.
It is a fact. And I don't see any way to... Like we can go... I mean, knight h2, bishop b3, black suddenly gives mate probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, really weird position.
Maybe black is probably not winning, but maybe white has to try to defend this here.
But that's not fun at all.
No, that's what I'm saying.
That's not fun at all.
Okay, b4 won't happen. Just
b4 would be a shock if he went for that.
No, it takes a5. There's also queen a4 or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look at queen takes a5 now, because it does create two connected passes. Yeah, king g1.
Now I wanna desperately create counterplay before you queen all your pawns.
Well, you can start pushing the g pawn down the board, but I think the a pawn might be faster. He played king f3.
Okay, covers e4. Or does he just want to make a draw with knight e3?
I'm not entirely sure what this is, to be honest.
If I give a check or king e2.
But also, this allows I was going to say, yeah, Queen C3 check has been
Checkmate,
played. Knight E3 is a draw for at best. You never want to spoil your
Knight E1
king.
gets
King
checkmated,
E2.
yeah.
I think maybe he just decided he has nothing.
Let's go
because,
home, yeah?
Yeah,
This is
because-
let's go home play.
Yeah, and even King E2 and not King G2 to just make sure that you have no choice after Queen C2 check. Yeah, that is hardcore. Let's go home play. I think this game might be about to finish.
Yeah, interesting game, and in the end, ended in a draw, which is how you can sum up every gear. Why am I doing this?
Oh, I don't know. And also, I'm very curious to see just how popular this might become, this 6A3 thing.
Yeah, that's another thing we have to keep in mind. I haven't seen, or maybe I missed the trend, but I haven't seen many 6A3 games. I've seen all these Knight B3 games even by serious players.
Yeah, Knight B3 has become a very, very serious topic of discussion at some point and might actually stick around. But yeah, A3 is very new to me.
Why
and
not G6? What do you do after G6?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, and the game has
Maybe
been...
you just play Bishop C4, Bishop G7 castles, but
you really,
is this so
you,
scary?
you generally don't need A3 in these positions, so you are... Although you maybe also don't necessarily need A6. Yeah, we'll see. I think there will be additional practice connected to this eventually, and we'll find out. But the game has been drawn. We've had so far how many? Four games drawn, right? The top three and also the Wojciech Nepomniachtchi game.
Let's sum up. Wesley So, Magnus Carlsen, not much of a game. Carlsen showing, some homework, and Wesley So not really challenging him, especially evident by the move Queen to C4. More or less a draw for. So this ended in a draw. Kayaking Giri, we thought either side could be better at one point or another, but
there were points. There were points in that game where we felt both of them may have felt they were in the driving seats, but ended in a draw. Two very solid players and a very interesting new-ish at the very least, and maybe just very new opening concept by Sergei Karyakin there.
absolutely.
Yeah, a very nice theoretical draw in the Marshall
Levon
by
showed
Lev.
some homework,
Yeah,
made a draw. Luke van Veli, game still going on. Luke in the game after this E5, which I'm sure Adiban is not very pleased by that kind of turn of events.
yeah, I think Luke actually is a favorite to hold this now.
Yeah.
And Richard probably is just lost. You take on E4, you take on D6, and you continue collecting.
Yes.
Although here, like Rook F5, Rook D2, Rook B7, game might still be
I found some
going on.
trickery.
Jiggery pockery. But hang on, in the current position, go all the way back.
All the way.
Takes B4. Yeah, that probably is curtains. Rook D2, A5, B5. Yeah.
Pavel played Queen C3, doesn't trust any of these endgames, wants to end the game with queens on the board.
Also understandable because, as mentioned a number of times previously, his king is just way safer than the black king.
For sure. So Ilyanov looks like he's well poised to win the first game of the round. Wojciech Nepomniachtchi, well defended by Nepo, ended
And
peacefully.
once again, the silent game of the round, so to speak, is the game between Andreikin and Wei,
Very
in which they have already repeated this position once, and Andreikin is now considering whether he has anything at all. He can play knight h4, knight f5, and just repeat, or he can perhaps, although I don't really see why he would be better here. You can play rook e3, takes, knight e7, king f4, but you really aren't making any progress, I think, in that knight endgame.
Why would you?
Yeah, king f6, or frankly any move. Yeah.
You're not winning the pawn endgame either, right? Like,
Well,
that I have to take.
Yeah,
but
you can also not take, but yeah, takes, and I don't know, h5.
doesn't
But
look
that
exactly
actually
winning.
is kind of tricky.
You have to count tempi at least.
You have to start counting tempi here, which is something we obviously dislike, like
Not gonna happen.
G3 and things.
Get a check instead. Go here.
Yeah.
Not losing. Will be another draw. So our prediction is looking kind of alright because we set 5 draws, Ilyanov winning and Adiban winning, but Adiban let us down, or Luke van Veli defended.
No, I think Luki
Extremely well.
defended. Luki defended
both.
from a certainly a very, very dangerous position at the very least. I think Luki has been putting on a clinic of how to stay alive, and Yeah, this is still not a dead draw by any means, because the pawn on d6 cannot really be. I mean, the knight on b5 is quite secure, and therefore black will not really win this pawn back. But it's also incredibly hard to start pushing it forward. Black just goes h5, king f6, and passes. And his setup is also very, very sturdy. The rook on d1 is an excellent piece. Yeah. Luki should feel like he should be holding this now. Although...
Another of Luki's dirty little secrets is he's actually a very good endgame player. He doesn't want people to know that. He wants to be known as a tactician, but he's a very good technical player.
Yeah, and Richard played queen e5, I think, kind of said necessity. But now you can take. I mean, now really, I think there's no reason not to take and just play b4, a5, c5, and just win on the queen side.
It's not fun.
Although here you get, at least you get to open some files on the king side by playing f4. Maybe it's cleaner just to play, I don't know. You don't have to trade queens right now. You can play queen.
Looks like Pavel will.
Yeah, just something like queen d2. I mean, he's sort of winning on every side of the board here.
Now he has 2 pawns, which is a difference because he can just queen. Eventually on the queen side.
Yeah.
He should be doing all right.
Yeah, that's an understatement there.
Well aware. I believe that is.
That's the roundup.
Good roundup, which means we made the time control as well on every board. We can maybe stick.
No, we haven't actually.
With these guys until move 40, which should be in a couple minutes, and then go on another one of our famed
we
breaks.
could go on a brief tour of the challengers.
Let's tour the challengers. How's Miss Tactics doing?
You've scrolled all the way past the challengers. There are already some decisive games in that tournament, apparently.
Is Miss Tactics winning? No, this is a perpetual.
Yeah, something has gone wrong at some point, which is regrettable because she was playing, I think, a very, very nice game. We left it at move 19.
We've seen something like this.
Yeah, rook c5, rook d5, rook hc8, and yeah,
you could argue about queen h5, maybe just do this.
But even after queen h5, the decision to allow rook takes c2 check.
You can just take here.
You can take on c5.
Yeah, of course.
And then just continue. And you have so many pawns that you will eventually win. That was a very, very strange decision from a practical viewpoint. You might still be winning here as well. But yeah, just why would you allow this?
Yeah, no,
this is, I think, inexperience, and also I think she must have understood she's winning against a very strong player.
Sure.
And this probably influenced her decisions a little bit. And she took a decision which really was unnecessary. Although she's also completely winning even here, apparently, if rook e5. Rook e5 just collects material.
Yeah, but now at least there's.
Yeah.
One could imagine scenarios with counterplay.
And she did eventually allow too much, and rook takes e5 is just completely unnecessary. Yeah. Still a very, very played game by Sopiko, and if it ends up being a draw, it ends up being a draw. But
well, here, maybe she's still winning after a4, but already you start having second thoughts, and then you're
it could have been a lot cleaner job of it, and a lot of credit goes to her for the way she started this game. But sadly, it would appear she will not be winning it. Smirin Dobrov was a draw. Yeah, the final position. Yeah, you kind of wonder why black isn't better, but we probably shouldn't go into too much in depth here. It's difficult to judge from here. There's some kind of a mess on the board in a game between Arjan Tari and Eric Hansen. Eric is pushing for a win here. He went rook f6. Yeah, these pieces are not very good, and the rook on g5 also kind of lacks squares. And white needs to play rook c6 right now to even be in the game, and he is still worse there. But the time control is reached, and white will at least have time to consider carefully what his options are.
How's Benji doing? Another Holland.
Benji has a mate in 7, apparently starting with rook g8, which is not surprising. I don't think he will miss it.
No, it's a nice move to make.
Yeah, so that game will result in a loss for for the Chinese player, and looks like Jeffrey Chong is losing to Marcus Rager, who is the
It's not a big upset.
yeah. No, I don't really know the young man, but I rate him quite highly from what
he's
I've
very
seen.
strong.
But against Rager,
Black against Rager is not an easy game. For
yeah,
anyone.
it's for anyone, and he's definitely not a favorite there. And something must have gone wrong at some point here, and yeah, this is just a completely lost position now. Something, yeah, and Jordan, is it Jordan or Jordan probably? Yeah.
Jourdain.
Jourdain beat
not sure.
Irvin Lemmy in
Irvin.
some kind of a caro. Looks like maybe a heavily theoretical caro of some sort. Although it's been a
Oh,
while.
they still go here? I thought this was no longer discussed, which is maybe why Jourdain is discussing it. Rook C8. In
Yeah.
my days, we played Queen B6 here. If we didn't feel like castling.
I spent some time in my life analyzing this with Evgeny Bareyev when this was still a topic of
Something's
discussion.
gone wrong already. Like I don't
Yeah,
know
it doesn't feel like
If you
like
get D5 and C3, you're just better with one.
yeah, I don't think Erwin played this particularly well, and he did end up getting severely punished for it.
This didn't go well.
Yeah, so
Anyway, that's
so
the challengers.
Yeah, lots of bloodshed in the challengers. There will be some draws, but there's already a lot of games that ended in a victory for one of the players, and Eric is pushing for a win, and yeah, might be a lot of blood in the first round. So
They're often is.
yeah, Richard's. I wanted to say stabilized, but actually Rook D5, Rook A5 collects another pawn. No, his position is just crumbling.
Well, this is just resigns, right? You still have zero play, and
Yeah, I think by move 40, you really, I mean, you make move 40, but you kind of resign here because, I mean, the rook goes to B5, the knight goes to F4, and white start pushing. And
it's very hard to imagine any trick like you need F4, but after EF, you might have one check, but it's hard to have more.
yeah, no, I think he was okay in, not okay, I mean, he was completely correct in playing up to move 40.
For sure.
But now that he has no queenside left, there really is no reason.
And yeah, he heard you. He just resigned after Rook D5. Pavel Elyanov continues his dominance against Richard Rapport.
Yeah.
4 wins, 1 draw. That's
Just not a good opponent for Richard, seemingly. And
Today he had a good position though. I like your A6 Queen C7, also Bishop B7, like we mentioned. His
yeah,
experiments
it was
kinda
it was a very playable position. Maybe we overstated how good it was because we are currently staring at the machine evaluation. It's not a very deep machine evaluation, but machine seems to think it's perfectly balanced and black is not better. We were making
What
out
does
as if
the
black.
machine know?
Yeah, we were making out for like black was better here, which is probably incorrect. But it's definitely a very original position, which is perfectly playable for black. But then he started going wrong.
These things do happen.
And I think
Then we have Andreikin Weiji, where Andreikin is still trying his luck, but it's
no, it's going to be very
grinding
very,
water
yeah,
out
it's,
of a
yeah.
stone.
It's not going to be easy to create even half a chance here because black is now extremely solid, and you could maybe make an argument for h6 being slightly weak, but you don't have really pieces to exploit it.
I'm still confused by this, I have to say, with an exciting talent like Weiji, because I remember something similar happened last year in Vike. He made a lot of draws and got a respectable 50% or -1 score. But is that how he should play? Like, I'm confused that this seems to be, a stylistic decision to play the Petrov and hold these games. Anyway, he's drawing a very strong player with black, which is never a bad result.
Sure.
Are we going on a break?
I think we might choose this moment to go on a break because I think we now actually reach time control in every single game, and yeah.
We will do that. Thank you guys so much for watching, for hanging out with us in the chat, and we'll be back. Before we go on break, I should probably give you the solution to the quiz I showed you in the last break, and then come up with a new one, which I will not do effortlessly. Here we are. So this is from, I believe, a rapid game. Wesley, so against Magnus Carlsen in either Leuven or Paris. I believe Leuven.
Leuven, I
I
think,
think I was there. No, it wasn't in Paris. The solution is takes, bishop takes, rook e1 check, king to g2, and bishop to f1 check. The point being, if the king goes here, this is checkmate. Well, if it goes here, knight e5 check, picks up the whole queen without giving up any material. Therefore, Wesley so resigns. That is not from today's game. Today's game ended in a draw. Shall we give you... Maybe I'll give you another one. This is from another game that ended peacefully today, a previous game between these two players. How did Sergei Kayakin win this game in Norway chess? I recall that one lasted around 10 hours against Anish Giri. Very heartbreaking game for Anish Giri because
I was about to use the exact same adjective because he was pushing for a win with great justification for the entire game and then finally broke through and it sort of backfired.
very much so. We'll be back with you guys after the time control. See you then. No, after the break. It is after the time control. Whatever, you get what I'm saying. We need a break. We'll see you there. Welcome to the final part of our coverage of round number 1 of... A lot of offs in that sentence already, right?
But I'm sure you can squeeze some more.
Yeah, I've been a bit off the whole day, so this is not a surprise. Let us have a look at the at the final game still going between Dmitry Andreikin, your compatriot, and Wei Yi, not your compatriot, because you are not Chinese. They are still playing a reasonably equal endgame to my amateurish mind. What are the subtleties to keep in mind here? Can you take on e7? What's happening?
No, I think if you take on a7, it is. Could white be worse?
Possibly.
Yeah, because if you get the king all the way up to h5, you probably are worse. But maybe if you play king f4, king e6, and you start passing there, maybe it's just a draw. Yeah, king f7 takes, king f4, king e6.
Yes, not a way to play for a win as white for sure.
Yeah, that should be a comfortable draw for everyone. Yeah, rook e1 or rook e2, king f7, and then you pretend somehow. But I'm not really exactly sure how. I think maybe Dmitry wanted to get to move 40. We're not exactly sure what the situation on the clock was. Maybe he felt he could put some pressure because he generally he plays fast, and also he is a very, very accomplished rapid and blitz player. So maybe he did not feel like concluding the game before the time trouble. But now it's over, and he will reevaluate. It's quite clear that Black takes the draw over here at any point. Black has no winning chances whatsoever. So
It's not as white really. If you can't get your knight to f5.
But I mean, only white can continue. Is my point.
Sure.
It should be very, very close to absolute equality. But yeah, okay, let's not blunder a rook. But yeah, it's up for it's up to Andreikin here to decide whether the game should continue or not, and he might take some time over this decision. We'll see.
We will find out eventually. For now, let's do a brief tour and then take some questions from the chat. So far, some predictable results. Wesley So did not take many chances against Magnus Carlsen, drew with the white pieces. Sergei Kayaki and Anish Giri was a much richer game, but in the end, also a draw. Evan Aronian, good homework against Pantalia Hare Krishna. Pavel Ilyanov beat Richard Rapport in an interesting game, continues dominating against the young Hungarian. Luke van Wely is still playing against Bhaskaran Adiban, but it does look like Luke should probably survive now, even though the d pawn is still alive, so you never know.
I'm wondering if you can take everything.
Take what? Take here, take on c7,
Yeah.
go rook c1,
Isn't this
rook
just a
d7,
draw?
king f6,
Yeah,
and
this is just
shake
a
hands.
draw, yeah?
What am I missing?
You're not
Nothing,
missing-
yeah?
I don't think you're missing anything.
No, it's just...
No, rook d2. Yeah, doesn't work. Knight takes e6. Yeah, that's what we're missing.
Sorry?
If you start with rook d2, they take
Ah, it's check. Yeah.
Yeah,
I felt like there was some...
Yeah, that's regrettable because otherwise that would have been an immediate draw for Luki. And doing it the other way, there's queen c3. No, I mean rook d2 would have been an interesting attempt here, but unfortunately the king is on g7. Yeah, rook b2, and yeah. Sadly, you lose either one of your rooks. It's up to white to decide which one. So that is not really an option, and that means that he still has to solve some problems now. This is no longer such an easy draw. I felt that it should not have been allowed. I mean, he shouldn't have given white this option of getting anything onto the d file. We left it at around move 37. Like white played
Something
h4,
like
yeah,
this.
h4, h5, rook e2, rook c5 is fine, rook e c2. And here I think you take. Actually, he had the immediate draw here, followed by
this
knight
is just a
e4.
draw.
Yeah.
This you should have spotted, Luke. Come on.
Yeah, that's unfortunate that he didn't do that because that would be
This is not difficult.
that would be the immediate end of game.
Yeah. Now he must suffer again.
And instead of that, he played rook e5, and now after knight c7, yeah, you no longer have the clear-cut draw here because of this tactic with knight e8. But still, something like king h6 here was probably stronger than the option he went for. Because once again, I have a feeling he felt he can take on d2 here.
You think he missed the
Yeah.
Zwischenschach?
He probably was running very short on time because once again, when we left it around move 36, he had maybe 3 minutes left. And even in a position which is, it looks very simple, but even here, once you start having to solve tactical problems, time starts running very fast. So yeah, a series of inaccuracies between moves 37 and 40 means that now Adiban has substantial, I think, winning chances once again.
Series of unfortunate events.
Yep.
I've heard that if Luke loses this game, he's gonna ask the organizers for an Adiban, but if he's gonna get away with that, like, who knows? We are not at that point. After f6, Dmitry Andreikin, I don't know what he's thinking about, like rookie 1 or rookie 2, or if you should offer a draw. Maybe he's just doing a professional thing. After move 40, you go for a little break, you go to the bathroom, put some water on your face, breathe in, breathe out. So maybe he's not at the board at all. I
think he's just doing
collecting his
sort of due diligence here, and making sure he is not about to give up on some serious winning chances. But I don't think he is. I think it's just a matter of how long he wants his first working day in Vike B. Doesn't feel like a position in which much will ever start happening.
Let's take some questions from the chat. What's going on? Chess Chipmunk is saying, Jan, do you think India has a more promising chess future or chess? Not sure I understand that question. Chess future or chess, let's say, in another 10 till 15 years.
Probably
is the
China
question, or China?
Yeah, probably or China. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Very hard for me to say. Like, I don't follow the World Junior Championships all that closely, but from what I hear, both India and China, but especially India, are winning lots of these things, right?
And also, I am somewhat curious that Iran is not mentioned in this question.
They have a bunch of 13-year-old 2500s all of a sudden and stuff, right?
No, it does seem like there is a tremendous chess boom going on in Iran right now, and yeah, their juniors have been crushing.
Oh, okay.
And maybe not to the extent that the Indian juniors are, but considering where the countries were respectively in the standings in the chess world, I think the progress Iranians have made recently is even more remarkable. And it's difficult to judge from the outside, but they're moving forward in leaps and bounds, all three countries.
Also depends how you define it, like number of GMs, number of 2700 player, number of world champions. Like, it's very hard to measure. Chess is popular in all these places, and there's going to be many strong players.
Yeah, very difficult to quantify these things.
We might reach an era where Russia is not winning any Olympiad anymore. With the progress in all these places, the map is becoming more
diverse,
the usual. But yeah, I have no idea if India or China will be ahead in 10-15 years. Really depends on your standards. And we have a question that you can answer, but I could also answer it for you. At Peter, why don't you play in this tournament?
Not invited is
often a problem.
Yeah, that's generally how you end up not playing in various events.
That's also the main reason why I have been very absent from the super tournament scene recently.
Yeah.
That's all the questions we had. Short working day. Not really, actually. Yeah, Andreikin is MIA.
It would appear so, because really the decision to choose between Rookie 1 and Rookie 2 should not have been such a difficult one. And Luki is sitting
probably
there
regretting his Rookie 1 decision.
Yeah, Luki is sitting there thinking, why am I now in such a lot of trouble suddenly? I wasn't just now, just a moment ago. And
sometimes also when time travel is over, you recap things like this in your head, and this is not very difficult to spot, so he might be beating himself up.
You go through the moves leading up to the time travel, and of course, with hindsight, you immediately spot things like this, and you feel like,
But frankly, this he should just have spotted, no matter what the circumstances. This
actually
is not
even
difficult.
just King f6 here. I didn't see knight d4, but I felt that just trading one pair of rooks and leaving the one that's on the g file
Yes, also nothing to do for white.
Like rook d5 next move and start trading on the king side or activate your king. Just the decision not to take on c2 I find very, very questionable.
Oh, there is another question. Do you think any players in the top 100 will make a big improvement this year? Say 50 elo. Rapport probably, he tends to jump up and down.
No, but he Danger Mouse probably meant someone who is not an established household name, and I think Richard is by now. It's difficult to name anyone confidently, and also
Normally you go with younger guys.
yeah, and also top 100 is a very high cutoff these days. Like top 100 ends at around 2650 or something.
Tell me about it.
And who's already 2650 of the really promising youngsters?
Paco Vallejo.
Good one. What do we? I mean, we briefly touched on this, but let's return.
You have
to
all
this.
these Russian kids. You should know this better than me. Fedoseev and these dudes.
No, Fedoseev is not really, a youngster as such. I mean, he's way younger than we are. But like Aparin is a very interesting player, and we will see because he now qualified to play in Zurich against the very best in the world.
Well, I think we've talked about this. I think very highly of Oparin.
Yeah.
He crushes me in bullet all the time, which is very annoying.
I didn't really have a set opinion on him, and then I played sort of next to him and against him during the super final last year, and I was very, very impressed. I thought he had a very, very mature approach. Working with Shipov is obviously doing wonders for his opening repertoire, and I was very impressed with him. I don't know. The question I wanted sort of to ask you again is what do you think of Jeffrey Sean?
He's made his move. I'm not sure if 50 points in a year, you can never guarantee that for anybody because he's starting from wherever he is to 680 now or to 6, something like that. So it's not automatic. But yeah, I know him because he was at this camp, the US Chess School training camp, which I hosted like a bit more than a year ago in LA. And I was very impressed with him. Like not only his level of knowledge, but also his focus and how competitive he is and how curious he is. So I thought he would go far. I didn't expect him to win the World Junior the next year because he's only, I don't know how old he is, 15, 16?
He's I think 15, maybe maximum 16 now. Yeah.
So it's very hard for me to say he's going to win 50 points next year. It's very hard for anybody to say. But I think, from everything I've seen, like competitive,
he would
thirst for knowledge, he's going to be there.
He would be maybe my number one suggestion for someone who could have an exceptional year this year. But very difficult to judge from where we're sitting.
Yeah, because there's no top 100 players except for you in the studio. So from where we're sitting, really hard. What else?
Well, still waiting.
I was going to bring up the top 100 to study the list. Carlsen. Maybe Carlsen is the correct choice. 2839? Come on.
Yeah, not good enough.
Okay. The higher you go, the harder it gets. Cordoba is in the top 100.
Yeah, this is the thing. I really am like, and I don't mean this in any kind of disparaging way because I think it's a criticism of myself. I honestly don't know who that is. And he is a very, very strong chess player.
I've come across the name, but I also don't have a face. And one thing on this is, says more about us than about him. But he's at number 100. Exactly.
There's plenty of these, I assume, kids who are coming up the ranks who I've never encountered. And I must have seen some games in the database. But it really doesn't ring a bell.
No, but I think going through the list that your choice of Zhang is a sensible choice because he's the youngest, or at least from the names I can see here. Normally that means the biggest potential for growth, and also knowing him, I think that's a good bet. All right, so it's settled. No pressure, Geoffrey. What other questions are there? Peter, do you know the cereal Kuksnia?
Well, that's not how it's pronounced. And this question also popped up about 5 times during my yesterday's banter session. I really don't know why people want to know about this. Russian TV is not something you should be particularly, engaged in watching. Kuchnia is maybe one of the better examples, and it is definitely watchable, but there are so many things out there which are immeasurably better than that is.
So you're saying your knowledge of the English language gives you access to stuff that you don't have to watch Kuchnia.
Yeah, I have seen. I remember we were once. There was some kind of a training session / photo opportunity to present for the sponsors of our chess club, the club I play for, the St. Petersburg Chess Club.
Oh yeah, I was going to compliment you on your chess club's name, because you named it after BoJack Horseman. Is that correct?
Pretty much, yes.
I was very impressed with that. BoJack Horseman, St. Petersburg. I thought it was more of an LA thing. I was very happy with that name.
Yeah, and we had to go to Pskov, I believe. And the way you go there are those minibuses that go from a certain spot in St. Petersburg all the way to Pskov. And the minibus has a TV inside, which only the driver can switch on and off. And the drive is about 4 hours long. And the driver's choice for our entertainment for the entire trip was Kuchnia on a loop. So that's why I know it exists, and that's why I watched a few episodes. And I mean, it's not horrible, but I wouldn't watch it if I wasn't literally captive audience.
I'm not sold. I'm being asked, how about Praggnanandhaa? And Praggnanandhaa is a very strong player for his age, but he's not in the top 100 yet. So if you're asking me, is he going to win 50 points next year? I would say probably yes.
Yeah,
this
I
year
think
he's probably a favorite to do that, but
Yeah.
it's not the discussion we were
Also Daniil Dubov. I mean, he is a very promising player, and he seems to be.
He's too established to win 50, right? Or
Yeah,
maybe
but
not.
I think it will be difficult for him because, he no longer has the. Jeffrey maybe even still has the K bonuses, right? Yeah.
The cable?
The K bonuses, the
I
K
don't know how these
coefficient.
things work.
I think he might be young enough to still have the coefficient bonuses, which makes it a lot easier for him to do these things. And it's definitely not true anymore about Daniil Dubov. And no, I mean I rate Daniil quite highly. I've had occasion to look at chess with him because we were on this Russia-China match together on the Russian team, and we discuss things there. I mean, he's a very promising player, but yeah, it's difficult to confidently predict a huge leap for anyone.
Andrei Kimweyi, I am confident to predict a draw because it's now a drawn pawn endgame.
Yeah.
This will not proceed much further, which leaves us with Mr. Luke Van Velde, who's probably done beating himself up mentally, but had to play knight d8, which is
Or at least
not
failed.
very
He
sad
had to
move.
play knight d8.
Or decided to play knight d8.
Yeah, this is no longer any fun at all for black.
All kinds of tricks. I can't win yet by doing this. Oh, knight c6.
No, the knight kind of escapes, but yeah, this is now. You probably kind of improved black's position by allowing all this. Even takes rook b6 maybe was slightly better.
Yeah, no, it's just.
And also, just not taking on d1 is probably a better choice. Keeping the pieces on the board for the time being, and hoping to maybe even be the one who is left with the rook on the g file in the end.
Then Ambitious Pawn, who normally has good opinions on TV, is saying Taboo is freaking amazing. Seriously, great show. Highest recommendation so far. I've heard different things because I've heard that Taboo is a great example that actors should not have too much power when it comes to TV shows. And Taboo, what I've heard, I haven't seen anything, it's just Tom Hardy making funny faces, speaking in a funny voice, and saying stuff like, "Don't talk about my mother while we're drinking whiskey." I heard that's the show, and people don't like it, but I might be wrong. Have you seen it?
No.
That's what my podcasts are telling me. My podcasts are telling me that The Young Pope is an excellent show.
Yeah, that's what everybody seems to be suggesting, but My wife actually watched it, and she wasn't that impressed.
Okay.
I haven't, because she watched it on one of those websites where it's dubbed, and that's an instant no-no for me. But
Not gonna be able to do it. We have this project of watching Westworld these days, which I think you've seen some episodes. I haven't seen it at all, so we must catch up on that. We've been doing some TV intake. We watched Blade Runner yesterday. I wasn't very impressed with Blade Runner. I've had a big fight with the chat the other day when I mentioned I hadn't seen Blade Runner. People said, "How dare you have an opinion on anything if you haven't seen Blade Runner?" Now I've seen Blade Runner. My opinion is, not that impressed. One of these movies were okay. You have a hero killing a bunch of baddish guys, and it's disguised as some clever story about whatever replicants and the meaning of life. I didn't buy any of it. I only liked Rutger Hauer because he had this platinum blonde hair and looked very evil. I'm not sure that's the popular opinion on Blade Runner, but those are my first impressions. How do you feel about it?
I watched it for the first time ages ago, and we rewatched it yesterday, and I think we have to relearn how to watch slow movies, because it is. We were also talking about it yesterday. The pace is a lot slower than.
Boring. No, sorry.
Yeah, but I still enjoyed it a great deal, I think. But I mean, I'm very, very biased. I will watch, and probably I will enjoy everything connected with Philip K. Dick. I'm sort of conditioned to do that. So
I was actually expecting to like it, so I'm surprised by my reaction. But it's also hard because I think it's supposed to play in like 2019, which is not very far from where we are, and it was filmed in 1982. It's very hard for me to look past all this. No, it's actually not. We're not in flying cars between skyscrapers, but have giant screens everywhere. We actually have small screens that can do a lot of stuff. So it's hard to look past the stuff they got wrong when it comes to the science fiction, which I understand is different at the time of making and shouldn't be judged. But no, I wasn't a fan. Sorry.
yeah.
I did. Now, I shouldn't spoil it because it's done in 82. A lot of people might not have seen it yet. They've only had 35 years.
I have seen you people.
I have seen things, you people.
Yeah, that's
what have you seen?
That's the start of the Tears and Rain monologue.
Ambitious Pawn says, Blade Runner 30 years later, you cannot judge. What's the point of life if we can't judge?
Yeah.
It's all about judging. Blade Runner, And also, Blade Runner was judged harshly when it came out. I did read up on that. And now it's considered a classic for, I don't know for what reason. Anyway, we shall watch Westworld, and there's plenty of TV to watch. Peter Sherlock, what's your opinion?
Probably I've heard the episode 2 on my hard drive for a while, and things kept interrupting. So now I think I will wait until the entire season runs, and I will watch 2 and 3. 1 I kind of liked, but
What?
kind. I mean, I always end up liking it for whatever reason. But yeah, I sort of also understand your reaction as well. I wish they stopped at some point, to be honest. I think it's one of those things where it's such a huge cash cow for them that they will probably keep it running long past the shark. We can argue whether the shark has been jumped already or not, but I think it's very likely that they will just continue.
For those of you who are very confused, we're talking about Sherlock Season 4. There's 2 new episodes out. I've seen them both. I've talked about it in detail on my Banter Blitz shows. Hated 1. Thought 2 was much better, even though I disliked the final twist. But I dislike lots of final twists. We talk about that a lot. But I recommend watching 2. It's a good episode. 1 I strongly disliked. Like, turning the thing into James Bond and this Mary character. She's such a super agent. Why is she such an idiot in that episode? Like, nothing she does makes any sense.
Yeah,
the USB stick business, what happens to her in the end, nothing makes any sense for a super agent.
That ending was just completely nonsensical. But
complete nonsense.
But I like the.
We all like the characters. I'm judging it in the context of being a Sherlock episode.
Sure. Wasn't anywhere near the best. Yeah.
Horrible.
We'll definitely agree with that.
All right, back to chess. Oh no. What else am I missing? Jim Jarmusch movies might teach watching slow stuff or Eraserhead. I think I have a Jim Jarmusch movie on my stuff to-do list. This jail movie, what's it called?
No, you should watch Dead Man.
I've seen that, man.
Then you
It's
should.
very boring.
Oh, come on.
No. Oh no, I need explosions.
No.
Can't wait for Better Call Saul. I get bored of that too. I get bored of stuff so easily. I'm a millennial. I need constant entertainment every 30 seconds. That's why I like chess so much. Like watching this Adiban van Veli position is really getting my juices flowing.
Yeah, spoken like a true juicer.
I'm into juicing these days. Any other things you want to tell the audience? Can be about anything. I'll even let you speak about cricket for 2 minutes. Tell us.
Full 2 minutes. That's
Actually, 1
yeah.
minute.
Yeah. No, there was a question in chat whether I will be watching the England-India series, but I think with the 1:30 starting time of Vike, it might be difficult, which is could be a blessing or a curse depending on how England does. So, short answer is I will probably have the score open on my phone. As for the actual watching, I think it will not be allowed. I could also have the video open on my phone, but that I think will be frowned upon by powers that be.
Powers that be are trying their very best to contain any cricket-related information.
Yeah.
Not always successful.
Also prevent cricket contagion as well.
That too, yeah. I'm not really going to study that word family.
That's not a... Those two words are not related.
I'm going to study all words starting with con. I'm going to continue. I'll look up conman, con air,
You will...
contagion. That's all the words with con I know.
Yeah, have you watched Men in the High Castle?
No.
I kind of got stuck midway through the first season because, once again, it felt to me like I enjoyed the book a lot more. Even though, I mean, I like the actors and seeing, I will now mispronounce his name horribly, but you will know who I'm talking about, the person who asked the question. The main Japanese dude in the movie.
That sounds...
Was in all of my favorite kung fu movies when I was growing up. So, you know, it brings up very, very warm memories of my misspent youth. But yeah, I think you're better off reading the book. Much better off reading the book with that one.
Constipation is another con word for me to study. Containment, didn't I mention it? Conflagrate, contempt.
People are...
You guys know a lot of words starting with con.
Yeah, I think...
I'm not sure this is constructive anymore. But let's concentrate on the chess for a while.
I do get amazed occasionally at how good you are at this.
It's not that complicated.
Yeah, not a lot going on here. I think most of White's options will end up looking somewhat similar in the finally. You probably end up taking on d1 either immediately, or maybe you include king f3. Then you play rook b6, and the knight on d8 cuts a very, very, sad picture. Do you cut pictures?
I've never cut a picture personally. Like, sometimes I've cut other people out of pictures where I'm in because I want to be alone in the picture. But I don't think I've ever cut a picture.
Yeah. Somehow, yeah.
I'm not into cutting corners.
But yeah, black will be extremely passive, but also it's not immediately obvious how you make progress. Let's say if you put this on the board, like king f3, I don't know, king f8 for instance, although I'm not sure what this move is about, takes, rook b6, and black just passes, I don't know, goes rook d4, king e3, rook d1. No.
How do you pass?
Rook d4, king e3, rook d1. And I probably will have to play f6 later, because if you play something like rook a6 here, I might be running out of moves, so I need to have the f7 square for the king. It looks horrible, but it also looks as if there isn't any way for white to make immediate progress.
Fine. Bring my knight, but you
I
can
think
put only 6.
I think I go 96 if you let me, and I feel a lot happier about my.
Yeah, no, this is not progress.
Although you probably can force me to put it back on d8, but yeah.
Yeah, still work to do, right?
Sure. Although, much progress has been made in the run-up to the time control. The game should have been drawn by now if Luke did not miss his cues there a little bit.
It's all good, Luke. It's not like we have stuff to do, lives to live, highlight videos to record, Westworld episodes to watch. We're very happy spending another 2-3 hours with you on this. Not sure we are, but I don't feel the position is clear-cut enough to wrap up the show.
No, not
clear
yet.
conscience.
I think we need to wait a little bit.
There's another question which I don't know anything about, but I've read something. Do you get one signed mug by Peter for buying a yearly premium membership? I believe the answer is yes to that. Is that? I don't know. I'm sure it's mentioned somewhere. I'm never fully informed on the mug situation. Normally what we do is we promise a lot of Peter Svidler mugs, then he leaves to do whatever he does, play at Gibraltar. Then people say, okay, Jan, no one wants a mug of yours, but we feel bad sending them out unsigned. So please spend your next 3 days signing these 8,000 mugs that we promise people with Peter Svidler. And no, it's not that many. We wish. What else is going on? Yeah, Peter, will Chess24 cover the Women World Championship? I have zero idea. Didn't we just have a Women World Championship? Which one is that?
I'm slightly confused about the.
Isn't it the European Championship? I'm not quite sure what that is. But normally we will. Like you can see how out of touch I am with anything. Guess so.
No, there will be some coverage, whether it will be sort of full-blown coverage with like multi-language commentary teams and all that is hard to say, but.
Je ne sais pas.
Yep. That's what we're going with.
Chess Chipmunk tells us, look at Eric Hansen game. Why not?
Let's.
Mr. Hansen, your co-host for parts of the World Championship commentary. I missed him actually. Just the day I was flying in, he bailed. But I thought you guys did a good job from the limited parts I've seen.
I enjoyed it a great deal. I thought he was both funny and very informative, and he understands the game very well. So I enjoyed working with him a great deal. He is better today against Arjan Tari. It was a very, very sharp game. There were very interesting spots in it. In particular, there was a piece sacrifice which went ignored on move 26. It was a very interesting sequence, like starting from here. Arjan went f4, bishop takes g4 and fe5 here, which is a very interesting idea. I guess with the threat of playing rook f1, if the bishop goes somewhere, you go rook f1 and then potentially e6. I'm not sure how strong this actually is, but it's a very, very interesting idea in a position where black seemed to have stabilized. But Eric decided not to accept it at all. He played d5, knight g4, knight g7. And yeah, at some point he did manage to stabilize and started outplaying his opponent.
Like stabilize here, he can be better, right? Or he is better.
Yeah.
d6 is nice.
Also, just queen b6 as he played in the game seems very, very strong.
So now we have an endgame. White. Well, there's not that many pawns left, so White must have drawing chances.
White is struggling to make a draw here, but yeah, the material is very limited, so he might still survive. But a very, very interesting game, I think, so far. Reasonably well played by both players. You get the impression, at least, that this was a well played game. And Eric has been thinking here for a while. First, I think Tari took a while to settle on g2, g4, but I think that was the best move because otherwise Black could get very, very serious mating threats. And even knight e4, knight f2 mate is a pretty strong threat.
Problems.
Yeah, and now Eric has been in the tank for a while after g4, searching for the best solution. I think maybe he feels that it's unfair that there's no immediate mate because taking on g4 and then just continuing reasonably slowly is not a difficult choice to at least find, maybe not settle on, but at least find. But I think he feels that something like 94 should be winning by force, because there should be mate with all of his pieces so very active. But there are only 3 of them, and
This king has a way out.
yeah, and once white actually plays g4, it's a lot harder to corner it and do bad things to it. So I think he will end up having to take on g4 and having to play some position where he still has definite winning chances, but with only 2 pairs of pawns on the board. You have...
Draw is a favorite, not enough pawns.
Yeah, you have high hopes with white of holding this.
Absolument.
Still no move in Adiban Van Veli. Yeah.
Do we know the time control? We normally prepare very diligently for these shows, so I have 0 clue, but I'm sure it's mentioned somewhere on the website. Let me look it up. Information. Time control is 100 minutes for 40 moves, followed by 50 minutes for 20 moves. Then 15 minutes for the rest of the game, with a 30-second increment per move from move 1. So it's 50 minutes and then 15. I see.
And he did play 95, so we finally have something concrete to discuss. Although I don't think it changes a great deal. I think he's going for positions where his rook is on the d-file. Like if he goes 93 next, he will end up being the player with the rook on the g-file. But on the other hand, he spends 2 tempi doing that, and also moves his knight from a more active square to a more containing square around e3 or c3 somewhere.
Was it containing on purpose? Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know. I'd lose this 100 out of 100 with black. I'd be tired and disgusted, and I wouldn't have the mental strength to overcome this spot, which I would have realized by now that I could just have forced a draw instantly. So I feel this is a very, very unpleasant situation for Luke to be in.
Yeah, this is not a nice spot psychologically, more psychologically than anything else, because it's a position where your options are so severely limited that playing it is actually maybe not that hard. You don't have many moves to choose from at any point, and you just make them and you make them. But what you really need to do here is forget entirely that move 38 happened, and that's hard.
Dear chat, I'm trying to entertain myself here with the chat, but for the last 10 minutes have all been about Simba 7's quest of getting a muck. Can you send an email, Simba, and then figure it out? We can't help you there. Sorry, man. What else do I have? That's all. Someone said Eric Hansen is one of the more tolerable millennials. I still haven't understood what millennials are. When do I have to be born? In 1990? How do I qualify as a millennial?
I never actually looked up the definition of millennials. I don't know.
Me neither.
Because from the way the word is used, it seems to mean a wide variety of things.
I think it can mean anything. Yeah. Did I misspell millennials?
No.
Millennials are the demographic cohort following Generation X. I think I'm Generation X. I looked that up at some point.
Okay.
There are no precise dates for when this cohort starts or ends. Demographers and researchers typically use the early 1980s as starting birth years and ending birth years ranging from the mid-1990s to early 2000s. It's like 25 years?
No, yeah,
everyone's a millennial.
Yeah, everyone's a millennial.
Except me, because I'm really old. Wow. Anyway, I saw this, what's her name? This Facebook celebrity that was on The Daily Show, and they were having a heated political debate, and she said, I'm a millennial, I don't like labels, which I thought was funny.
Yeah, that is hilarious. And also, like a dictionary definition of lack of self-awareness, but there you go.
Mm. So we still don't know, but we can agree that Eric Hansen is borderline tolerable. I think that part we can agree with. If
Absolutely.
He's a millennial or not, I don't know. Millennials are 1,000 years old, I'm being told. That's...
No, that is...
I don't know
only
many
correct,
1,000 years old.
Only correct in the most literal sense, I think.
Do I know any 1,000-year-olds? I think Eric, speaking of Eric, not Eric Hansen, but Eric from True Blood. He He was close to 1,000.
Yeah, I think he was maybe
Like 800.
Yeah,
maybe.
that's what I thought as well. And
And his
how old?
maker was like 2,000, right?
Yeah, but
What's his name?
He
Godfrey.
he dead.
Yeah, but
He dead.
that's why I used past tense.
Yeah. How old was Sean Connery in the Highlander?
When they shot it? Not 1,000.
No, not 1,000. Okay, how old was Sean Connery's character in the Highlander?
Ah, okay. I don't know how old Highlanders get. Highlander age. Come on, Google, help me out here.
No,
He
he's
was
a
born in 1518, so
Yeah.
not even 500 probably.
whippersnappers, all of them.
Yeah.
No, but hang on.
Two.
That's Christopher Lambert's character.
Ah, sorry.
So we need to continue our research. Aren't you happy you're watching this show?
I think people are very happy they got this premium membership, so they can find out about Sean Connery's age on Highlander. Highlander Sean Connery age. I don't even know his character's name. Highlander Wiki. I think we're getting closer.
Yeah, that is a
Sir Thomas Sean Connery, KBE, born 25 August 1930.
yeah.
And still not the info we're looking for. The Bond years. This is just a biography of Sean Connery.
Yeah, that's just wrong.
It's a Highlander Wiki.
Yeah, why are they? Yeah, that just makes no sense to me. And also, I'm too tired to make the proper.
I'm not good enough at Googling. Or maybe Google is not good enough. Maybe I should give this Bing thing a try. But you're gonna have to help us out, like how old Sean Connery's character was in
Yeah.
Highlander.
There's also Master Yoda to consider, as Chad correctly points out. Master Yoda might be a decent bet.
Yoda?
Yeah, Yoda's pretty old.
I don't know. When I first saw the Star Wars, like he died within 5 minutes. You meet the guy and then he crawls up somewhere in some mountain and says, "Okay, time must I go," or whatever he said.
And there are some random things being promoted in chat which I may or may not endorse.
Master Yoda was 1,000 plus. Should really have given him more screen time than 5 minutes. Then. Also, did he have any skills? Like he's supposed to be good in battle, right? But
Yeah.
did we see him fight in one of the earlier
Yeah.
/ later parts? We did, right? But in the originals, I don't know. Not a fan of the character.
So what do we do here?
Speaking of Star Wars, we have another of our romantic dates, and we're going to watch Rogue One like tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I think it's tomorrow.
Wow.
Stuff I've been planning to do for a while, but somehow never got around to. And also, another thing that really confuses me, and I really am on occasions I turn into this proper grumpy old man caricature, but like neither of my kids actually likes going to the movies.
What's wrong with them?
Exactly. That was my next question, or the only question, frankly. I don't understand how this works.
I can kind of understand because movies get really crappy. Well, TV shows are really good. So if they showed TV shows in movie theaters, I think people would go. But what good movies do we have? Like, what's worth going? Another Marvel movie, there's 90% on Rotten Tomatoes, and there's the same. And I think, oh, it is not the Godfather Marvel version. It's just another Captain America jumping around movie.
Connery's character in Highlander was born in 896 BCE.
That's very close to 1,000 then. A bit older than 1,000.
I don't know what BCE is, but that
Ah, no, BC is before Christ.
yeah,
obviously.
but there's also an E there, which confuses the hell out of me. But if you remove the E, it suggests he's like 30,000.
I think BCE stands for Bets for Chess Openings.
Correct.
Chess Encyclopedia.
Correct, you are. So that's
Yeah, that, huh? Bisse. As a Swede asking, do you think Grandelius has a good chance of reaching closer to the Super GMs in the coming years? I don't know, I can't read the whole question, but I'm guessing it says something like, or is his development too slow? No, I think he's actually a very gifted, original player. And
Sure.
he was on Team Magnus, so I got to know him a little better. And I think it also helps him to be on the team, like opening-wise, he gets inside, he gets to work with some stronger players and myself. And I expect him to do great things. Like, I don't know what his plan is, and you can never guarantee for any, whatever his rating is, 2650, 2660 player, to make the jump. But I think very highly of Niels.
And BC apparently is before the Common Era, so he was close to 3,000 years old.
Ah, okay.
So the only true millennial is Sean Connery, as we've always suspected.
There was a bets for chess endings. Yeah, BCE does ring a bell as a chess book. Chess Priom says Jan and Peter would suck at trivia. I don't know, I'm a bit of an idiot savant. I have knowledge on topics that don't really matter, but general education, there's nothing here. But you're decently educated, right? Do you know stuff about geography, biology, history?
In particular geography, obviously, as we've proven on this stream earlier. But no, I think we would be able to cover a surprising variety of topics to some degree. But yeah, once again, compared to who? Are you prepared to take on us at some kind of trivial pursuit?
Oof, don't get me into any of your knowledge feuds. Christ era, BCE. It's like the PC version of BC. PC?
Yeah, that's pretty good actually.
That's decent.
Yeah.
Mehmet94 just got premium just to watch these dudes banter. Hashtag well spent. Yeah, this is worth
Yeah.
millions.
Every penny. Thanks for that.
We're sorry, but yeah, there's not that much chess-wise. We normally try, the first 4 hours we try reasonably, or you try reasonably hard, I try not to disturb too much, to cover the chess. But now, what can we tell you that you don't know already? Not much, because we suck at trivia. I'm not even sure I'm allowed to say suck.
No, but this this position we can actually discuss a little bit, because with the knight on e3 now, black can get his king a lot closer to the d pawn, and that I think is the way he holds this. Might be an idea to start with rook g1 check, and once again we are occasionally connected here to the brain, that is. And here, let's say d7, king e7. It does get a bit awkward for white, because you feel that if you leave this b for a while, black will actually be able to create enough play against the d7 pawn. You can definitely keep it here. But yeah, I think the winning plan should be getting the king active and trying to sort of trade the d pawn for the f7 pawn by getting your king, let's say, all the way to g7. But that is not going to be that easy to achieve. And this might be the way the game will progress. Not these precise moves, but kind of the underlying themes will be: black will be trying to get the king closer to the d pawn to actually try to round it up and collect it. And white should, by that point, well, if he cannot prevent it, he should activate his king and get something going on the king side. Maybe f3, g4, trying to create a passer on the h1.
I did not listen to a single thing you said, which
agree.
shows why I can never be good as a chess player. I'm not interested at all in endgames. But I do agree with the verdict that, if that was a verdict, I didn't really listen, that black is closer to a draw now than white to winning. Is that fair?
I'm not entirely sure, but at least you can see what your plan should be here with black.
Actually, yeah, I have the machine on, and after rook a1, which I've put in, the machine says white is winning after some thought here. Let's bring up the engine bar. I'm not sure why.
Well, apparently the plan with the king going to
Seems like
g7.
there's something direct, check, and we can't take.
Taking is
because knight
impossible
b4,
because of knight before, that wins a piece. Therefore, black needs to play something like king g8, and then exactly the plan we described: king g5.
King is coming up.
Yeah, king g5, and the king starts running towards the kingside pawns.
That makes sense.
No, Luki is still up against it here.
Yeah, machine says this is best, which makes sense as well, obviously.
Yeah. At least, well, the knight will not be hanging, so 95 check will probably no longer be an option for white. And also you stop king g7, so the king cannot run any further.
I've seen, not this position obviously, but I've seen stuff like this. And this f4,
Yeah.
f5 is often very awkward to me. Yeah, we shall see. But I believe in Luki. I believe it will end peacefully. Gusti's Gardener says also signed up for the broadcast. Hashtag no regrets. I don't know. You guys have very low expectations, which is beautiful. Because lowered expectations is... See, I can't even continue that joke.
Yeah. Also, it's R, not is.
Are you correcting my grammar? I was gonna say lowered expectations is the new name of the program.
Ah, okay. Then I
So
was...
I understand I didn't finish my sentence, but mentally I am aware of the is-are difference. It's often a discussion because I enjoy saying stakes is high, but
Yeah, I was
can do that.
Yeah, I thought this was where you were going with this, and
no.
my mistake. And I apologize wholeheartedly.
I don't believe that apology is really coming from the heart. Therefore, I can't accept it. I only accept wholehearted apologies.
Let me speak from my heart, but that quote will be completely unfamiliar to you.
Speaking from the heart is completely unfamiliar to me.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah, king f3 is the only move here. Otherwise, you allow perpetual. So he will play king f3, and then people in chat were wondering why you are driving the king towards better squares. But I think it's so that you have 95 check as an option later.
Can we do it now?
No, now I think is
Bad timing. Yeah.
That's taking the idea to extremes. You don't really want the king on g5. No, for instance, after king f3 takes king f6, if white goes d7, king e7, 95 check is already a threat. I think that probably is the reason behind starting with rook g1. It does look counterintuitive to push the king towards where it wants to go.
This check, in general, I should not help
No,
centralizing this king too much. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I should probably also not blunder.
Yeah, takes and king f6 is, I think, very, very likely to be played here.
No, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, the capture already happened, and yeah, now king f6. Hoping to get it to e6 and then play against the d6 pawn. And the white plan we already demonstrated. You probably have to. You don't have to write the d pawn off immediately, but you have to be prepared to trade it in for extreme activization of your pieces on the king's side. In particular, if the king gets to f6 or h6 and g7, somewhere there.
Is activization really a word?
Probably
Since
not.
You're messing with my grammar. Like, I'm gonna start questioning all these things.
Probably not. It's a Russian word, which I copied and then thought, what am I doing? But it was too late. So I tried pretending nothing happened, and then this
Normally I wouldn't call you out, but I had to get payback for the is-are discussion. Giftier. What's Giftier saying? With movie reviews? Grammar, movies, cricket, and some chess. Yeah, we'll try to eliminate the chess part, and I will very hard try to keep the cricket part out of this. But I think it should mainly be TV, movies, and grammar. Those topics I feel I is very good at speaking about, but cricket, chess, Okay. What else we have? Darko Arseniovic is saying it's about ecology, greener solution. What is?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what this applies to.
Can't follow the train of thought there. Let's do a brief chess recap while we're deeply lost in nonsense land. Magnus Carlsen played an interesting opening line against Wesley So, who was probably surprised by the choice and decided to play it very safe, mainly indicated by the move Queen c4, which is very much a draw offer at this level. And that's what happened. Sergei Kayakin against Anish Giri was an interesting game. Starting on move 6 with the very interesting little move 6a3. Kayakin, of course, coming from preparing for a World Championship match, came up with a very interesting line against the Najdorf. But Giri, I thought, showed his understanding and equalized. Later got into maybe some mild trouble, but not enough to lose the game. Levon showed some fancy martial preparation. All of this was still blitzed out. Made a draw without particular trouble. Richie Rapport, whom I shouldn't call Richie, played an opening setup he enjoys. Got a position which maybe we overhyped it, but which we quite liked, especially given his taking chances early. But then kind of lost control, and we were told, where was it now? After e5, rook d1, cd, knight d5,
in this
he missed
position,
a chance.
apparently bishop a6 here is very, very strong.
And then, of course, takes this exchange.
And you sort of force white to take on a8, and then the position is very unclear and would be right up his street as well. There's all kinds of moves here, queen c8, queen c6, all of these options suddenly become possible. And it does appear that even the machine likes it, despite the fact that black is currently a full exchange down, which is a ringing endorsement.
For sure.
Yeah, the Wojciech Niepomniachtchi game, despite a very, very dry-looking final position, was an interesting game, which also had definite theoretical importance. That's, I think, was...
Don't you worry.
Yeah, I'm losing ability to speak here, but that's also fine.
That's part of the fun.
Yeah, and it did feel like Radek may have had something to begin with, but then I think Jan defended very accurately, and the game ended in a draw somewhere around here. Andrei Kinvei was...
they finally drew. I'm not sure we've announced this officially. Game over.
Yeah, and this was a very quiet line of the Petrov, although you could also maybe make an argument for this being the central quiet line of the Petrov these days. The one line that is still semi-alive apart from the 5 knight c3, but it did end in a pawn ending where not a lot was really going on. And the one remaining game is between Adjiban and Van Veli, and white is still pressing, but...
Luke played king f6.
Of course,
knight
yeah.
f5 check. King e6, I'm guessing. Doesn't this help black's cause even further? Unless he wants to go d7 here, which I'm not sure.
No, 95, 97, I think. No, I think this is...
with the king here, it's just very close to draw. No?
Yeah, knight f4, king d7, and the thing is, white has knight d3 here.
Okay, that's his point.
Which I guess is what he's aiming to do.
I see. Okay, that's cute. If takes, once again, the tactics...
Once again, the same tactic kind of works.
Why? Rook c2, and this is probably good for white, yeah?
This probably is winning, I guess. Yeah, the king is just way, way too far away. This has to be winning.
Okay, so the game continues, but Luke, very good defending chances. We shall continue chatting a bit with the chat while we're waiting frankly, for the game to end. But this is also the part of the show.
We could maybe have a look at what we have to look forward to tomorrow in terms of pairings. This is...
Do we have anything to look forward to? You're asking me to do stuff. Oof, did not see that coming. Games, where is it? Maybe here.
Yep.
We have Aronian Wei Yi, Niepomniachtchi, Andreikin, Russian battle. Magnus Carlsen with white against Radek Wojciech, who beat him in last year's edition. Was it last year? I think last year. We have Anish Giri against Wesley So. That's another heavyweight battle.
Richard will be trying to avenge today's result. He's white against Sergei Karyakin, who probably will also look towards this game with great interest, because this is not your normal black game. Richard will not,
He's not going to play d4 theory.
Yeah, play mainline theory and just try to convert some 0-15 into something. He will... If this is what he did in round 1, I think in round 2 we are in for more of the same. So I think Sergei will be very, very interested in that game. Luki will be white against Pavel Elyanov, the early leader of the tournament. And there's also an all-Indian battle between Hare Krishna with white against Adiban.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Radek will be looking to score his first win for sure. But Radek, well prepared, tough customer.
Yeah, very well prepared, and also, but I think no, I have a feeling that game he lost wasn't in 2016.
Maybe it was 2015.
I think it was 15, and I think last year he won at least one game that I can remember during the Reykjavik European teams. He won a game in some London /
He likes playing random stuff against Radek because, of course, he's well prepared. Well, aware that Radek is well prepared. I also recall a close Sicilian, I think, at the Olympiad that Magnus won.
Yeah. I think since that loss, he won at least a couple of games against Radek. So he's been doing fine on that front, and he will probably be hoping to continue in the same vein. Yeah, and two derbies, so to speak, Nepomniachtchi Andreikin and Hare Krishna Adiban.
Let's get to more excellent viewer questions. Ambitious Porn is wondering, Peter and Jan, can you have Ronda Rousey on the show? I can't promise it, because there is a 0% chance of it ever happening. But yeah, we'll reach out. My people will talk to her people, and we'll see how that goes.
And my people will tell me who that is.
You don't know who Ronda Rousey is?
No.
Oh, you're surprisingly... that's surprising. Ronda Rousey is probably the most famous female fighter in history. She is the girl that made the MMA, or at least female MMA, I think, but in general, the whole MMA. She was undefeated for a long time, and now she lost 2 fights in a row. First to Holly Holm. After that, she took almost a year off, went zero, dark, didn't give any interviews. Then she came back and lost another fight in 40-something seconds to Amanda Nunes. Now people are discussing if she's ever going to be back. I think
this last one I actually heard about, but yeah, this is becoming a tradition on the show. I was also shamefully unprepared for the discussion on the topic when Eric brought it up. I just know nothing about MMA or, frankly, any forms of fighting. It's not my scene.
That's all right. So, no, I don't think Ronda Rousey is going to be on the show. I also don't think she's going to fight again. But I did hear, I'm not sure how true that is, that she had a contract for a remake of Roadhouse, which would be tremendous news. Because Roadhouse, the 1980s Patrick Swayze vehicle, is probably the best bad movie ever made. And I highly recommend it to anybody.
Hang on, isn't this supposed to be, and what's the, not District 9, but the other thing with the 9 in title? No?
Deep Space Nine?
There's this movie which is an absolute cult classic because of how bad it is. And
Plan 9 from Outer Space?
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's not fun. That's just horrible, right? Because everything went wrong. But Roadhouse is just a very enjoyable B-movie that makes no sense whatsoever. But it's a big cult classic.
I may have even watched
circles.
it when I was
you should.
A teenager.
And I heard that in the role of Patrick Swayze, Ronda Rousey will be in the remake. So I'm looking very much forward to that. I think there's also a question, how many languages do y'all speak? Y'all probably implies Southern.
Yeah, I only speak two. I was basically too lazy to learn anything else, and since my life doesn't really require it, you need to have drive to learn other languages, and I somehow never acquired that particular drive.
Yeah, well, you actually speak English well. Like everybody says they speak English, but you're good at it. As for me, yeah, German, English, obviously, and Spanish. It's getting worse, but it's still decent because I grew up there. That's about it. Then I have some dangerous half knowledge of Dutch and some French. And currently I'm studying Norwegian because, yeah, my girlfriend and my kid might have that as a secret language and I can't have that happening. So I'm trying to learn Norwegian, but not a lot of progress on that front. So yeah, 3. German, English, Spanish.
And the knight did get across to d3, and Luki now has to decide what he wants to do about it.
Probably nothing, right?
Well, you might want to play knight d8 so that you meet knight c5 check with king c6, because otherwise you will have to be forced. You will be forced to get your king all the way down to the bottom rank, and that probably isn't very attractive. And this is like a mirror image of the position we had before, where the knight was on d5 and he had the king on e6.
Hang on, I'm reading something deeply disturbing in the chat by Ambitious Pawn. I'm sorry, I'm hijacking all the chat.
No, you go ahead.
He says Roadhouse is classic, not as good as Con Air. That is not a disturbing part. He says, saying best worst movie ever made is Blood In, Blood Out. No one's ever called Blood In, Blood Out a bad movie. That's just a classic. It's a fantastic movie. How can you even say best worst movie? That's just shocking. Have you seen Blood In, Blood Out?
Nope.
It's a classic. Well, after I seen it for the first time, I started calling everybody Carnal for hours. For hours? No. I've seen it like 5 times. I can't believe you haven't seen Blood In, Blood Out. It's like a 3.5 hour movie, so it's hard to motivate to see it every time. But how can you call that a bad movie? I'm shocked, stunned, and a little bit hurt. There's also this dude Benjamin Bratt, who still has a career. He was in Doctor Strange, for example. Clearly his best part ever. Then El Mero Mero. What's not good about this movie? I'm sorry, I feel strongly about this.
I gathered that, yes. I might have to educate myself on the subject. I really was not aware of the existence of that thing somehow.
Has anybody ever called this a bad movie? Is it supposed to be a bad movie? That really changes my worldview. Huh? I have to do research. Rotten Tomatoes, Blood In, Blood Out. I thought it was just well established as one of the best movies of all time. 55% on Rotten Tomatoes? That's madness. But audience score. See the audience score? 94% of people liked it. Because these snobbish critics don't understand what Miklo is all about. Well, the audience, no one's ever disliked Blood In, Blood Out. 94% audience score. That's what I'm talking about. Critics, absolutely disgusting to give that 55%. Watch Blood In, Blood Out, people. Stop watching this stuff. Who cares how this game ends, frankly? Go watch Blood In, Blood Out. No offense meant to Luki, who is a dear friend.
Yeah, I definitely endorse this message.
Vatos locos forever, canal. Anyway, yeah, I'll stop the Blood In, Blood Out references.
Yeah, if we see the number of viewers dropping drastically, we will take it.
Worth it, totally worth it.
We'll take it as a sign that all of you have migrated to watch Blood In, Blood Out, and this will give us, I think, an excuse maybe to leave Luki be. And
I might make you watch Blood In, Blood Out tonight. It's 3.5 hours, very well spent. I think I have the DVD even in some of my boxes in the basement. I'm really shocked. I'm also slightly disappointed you don't know it, but I also came across it randomly, so can't blame you for it. I'm just surprised it's not supposed to be cult classic.
Yeah, knight c5, king c6 played. Adiban will play knight e4 because really no other square makes any sense.
Is there any coffee in any of these mugs? See, I have all these mugs. Normally I only drink out of mugs that I signed myself, but I don't know. Is this you?
This is mine, yes.
That's where you can look forward to. They can tell people, can you read it? It says Peter Svidler very clearly. And what is this? This, I think we've discussed this in the past. It's clearly the equivalent of XXX by someone who cannot spell. No offense to whoever signed it, but this is not. These are not letters.
These are not letters, no. But there are some really weird signatures going around. I mean, I had this signing session during the Singfield Cup on I think on one of the rest days. There was this signing session where they put us all along one very long table, and people would come in and they would have programs, and we would sign all of them in a row. And there are some really weird signatures out there. Like MVL's thing is like he draws some, I think, math symbol. And there's a lot to recommend that approach to signing things, because if you're ever in a situation where you have to sign like a couple of hundred of those, of whatever it is that you're signing, having a signature that takes half a second to make is a definite advantage. So maybe my entire approach was completely wrong.
So what you're saying is this, wherever it is, takes too much time to make?
Compared to some of the signatures I've seen around, yes, this is an effort.
Gotcha. I'm also being told that Adiban should be pronounced Adiban. Ben as in bun. I think
Yes.
we've been doing that. I've changed it to Adiban earlier for my little joke about the Ben. But I thought we've been doing that. But apologies if we got it wrong. I'm pretty bad at pronouncing names. Another question, just curious. Any of you seen The Princess Bride? Do you want to take that?
I read the book and I downloaded the movie, and I'm still kind of waiting for the correct moment to watch it.
Isn't that some old kids movie?
No. You could have stopped typing a long time ago. This is the Google suggestion midway through the word princess.
That's weird. If you Google The Princess, the first hit is The Princess Bride?
Yeah. Midway. I mean, if you start with this there.
No, but I'm right.
No, this
Princess
is
Bride is a 1987 American romantic fantasy adventure comedy film. Directed by Rob Reiner. Which I have not seen, and I'm not planning to see.
Really? You should. And the book is fantastic. This I can definitely vouch for. The book is very, very good.
Okay. I'm closing all these contagion-related windows for a second. Bicycle surplus. All right, back to chess. King is on d7, where it can get checked.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious as to why he played King d7. I think maybe he felt that stopping d7 was important, or maybe stopping rook c2, rook c8. But actually, what maybe he should have been stopping is King f4, King g5. I think it was time to try and reactivate your rook. It's really not doing a lot on g1. Even f3 maybe. Although here I actually ran into some tactics. Yeah, it's always unfortunate when you run into tactics. Yeah, I don't think that means what you think it means.
Well.
That's a quote.
Okay. Autobahn is the highway. I can confirm that. It's not Adiban, yeah, it's different. Ambitious Pawn is saying your new signature is not your classic signature.
Is he referring to mine? No,
I
mine
think
stayed.
so, yeah.
Mine stayed the same for about. I quote unquote created this one when I was maybe about 13, and it stayed the same since. I've also, out of boredom, occasionally signed stuff with the English signature, which is not really a signature, but I've been signing my name on score sheets, on top of the score sheet in the white black field for so long that the way I do it has become so uniform that I can also use that as a signature these days. And I do that occasionally when I get really, really bored with signing the same thing the same way.
The chat is discussing more movies I've never heard of. What about Takers with Idris Elba?
The fact that Idris Elba is in it is a good sign, but I haven't heard of the movie, and there are people in the chat who are very, very adamant that this is the best movie ever.
Takers, yeah? I've
which
never
is
heard of
weird.
it. Well, check it out. I'm surprised I've never heard of it, because I'm familiar with the man's work. I even watched this, what's called Beasts of No Nation. Extremely depressing Netflix film about kid soldiers. It's very, very sad, but Idris Elba is fantastic in it, yeah. The leader of that kids army, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
No, I've never heard of it. I'll check it out. I have watched The Wire, so I'm familiar with the man.
Chess has become bored, says Tiger 86 USA.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I become a bit boring myself sometimes.
Yeah. That's, I think, I'm not sure this is what he's shooting for, but that brings to mind the famous quote from one of the first Macropolis speeches I've ever heard in my life, which was, I think, given during the Groningen World Cup in '97, where he took the mic, I think, during the closing ceremony and said, this is the first tournament we've held in that format. That was a knockout tournament, and he said that was the first tournament held in that knockout. And I still remember the old World Championships during which were how did he phrase it? He said during which I was very boring. He said, and the audience politely applauded and thought, yeah, that probably is true.
I don't know. I live my life by the motto, only boring people get bored, and I'm bored a lot. Rook c2, why is that clever? 96, and then we go here.
And then we go
That's
rook
actually
h2.
clever, yeah.
No, I think King d7.
Gotcha.
King d7, although maybe not a horrible move as such, was an unnecessary waste of a tempo. Gives white additional opportunities. Like rook a1, rook a5 to stop the king progressing further was an interesting option. But Adiban, but probably he's just trying to gain time. He went knight c5, knight e4.
He's fishing for king d7, which often you do on autopilot, just repeating once. Then again, Luke knows if he goes king d7, the position won't be repeated, and he's experienced enough to correct himself. Which I'm always impressed with, if like the weaker side deviates from an obvious attempt to gain time.
Yeah, and occasionally they've spotted something you haven't, and then you start feeling, why did that just happen? It must mean I missed something important. Like I had a game during the super final against Dmitry Yakovenko where in a position the board was full of pieces, but I really couldn't find any way to make any progress. So I made a move which was a pretty obvious draw for because he could have repeated, and he just refused to repeat. And I thought, is he playing for a winner position, which is quite clearly riskless for me and actually quite pleasant? And I asked him after the game, and he pointed out that had he played the move I expected him to play, I had a very, very strong option, which gave me immediate large advantage, and which I did not see at all. So yeah, when this happens, it generally isn't a good sign.
But Luke took the more practical route and just blitzed out king d7, which is what happens in 95% of the cases. We're discussing Netflix shows. I don't know, I don't trust any of these new shows. I've started watching the OA, but it's bad. Very addictive, but bad.
The what?
It's called the OA, some new Netflix science fiction show, I guess, that was discussed in my podcasts.
Can we briefly have a look if the Challengers is still going?
I think the tournament's still going on. Sopiko drew her game against Lu Shanglei.
Yeah, that's not unexpected.
Tari managed to draw against Eric Hansen.
So Eric decided that he didn't really have anything after g4 because the line he went for is just a perpetual, seemingly. He played knight f4, gh5, knight e4, trying maybe to scare the youngster into some indiscretions, but it's really kind
Can't
of...
scare kids these days.
Yeah, I mean, it is fairly obvious here that you're not going to get mated.
Draw.
So that
Benji
was
Bok
drawn. Yeah. No, those games they lack intrigue because they were completely finished when we were rounding them up last. So yeah, I think that that round has concluded with Rugger.
Rugger beat Jeffrey Zhong. That's probably the biggest.
Rugger, Bok, and Jordan being the early leaders in the challengers.
Yep. And in the Masters, another recap. I think this is the last recap I'm doing. Short draw, well, not short draw, but short in content between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen. Theoretical debate after bishop c3, queen 7, queen d5, e6, queen c4. There's not much to talk about anymore. Magnus Carlsen showing his preparation. Wesley So happy with the draw against the world champion there. Kayakin Giri, much harder fight, 6a3, interesting opening play by Sergei Kayakin Giri. Played well, I thought, at least for my limited understanding, and equalized. Then, yeah, was maybe a little sloppy, got into some mild trouble later on, but never really overstepped the boundaries of
No, yeah. I think
chess.
this generally was a well-played game, and ended in a perpetual.
Levan Aronian showed his preparation in some very long forced martial line. Unfortunately, now there's a lot of martial. It's just making a draw in some long endgame lines. Levan did that more or less effortlessly today. Very nice opening work by the Armenian wizard. Luke van Vele got into trouble early on. Not that early, but yeah.
There's a very good recap in chat, which I think we should read out. Recap. Bunch of draws. Roadhouse is great film. Jan is huge blood in, blood out fan. Vato Loco. Peter likes Kung Fu. Sean Connery, 1 billion years old.
Ambitious Porn really hasn't understood anything. Should be recap, bunch of draws. Blood in, blood out is great film. Jan is huge Roadhouse fan. Vato Loco. Peter likes Kung Fu. Sean Connery is billion years old. Some people just never learn. Vagilis Kostopoulos is saying, Jan Peter, do you think that organizers of top tournaments should aim towards strong Swiss tournaments instead of close round robins? I think every form of chess is beautiful and has a right to exist. Short time controls, long time controls, close tournaments, open tournaments, simultaneous tournaments, and backhouse tournaments.
No, on a more serious note, though, and I apologize for that in advance, I think it's very, very unlikely that tournaments with traditions, tournaments with which have been established, have an established format like Vike will ever switch from round robins to Swiss. But we do see the shift towards a lot more new Swiss tournaments, sort of springing up all over the place, and also the fact that the new Grand Prix series will be a series of Swiss tournaments instead of a series of round robins is a shift in that direction. So generally, I think the answer is yes, but it's very, very unlikely to happen with organizers of already existing tournaments. I don't think anybody is touching the 14-player round robin format of Vike or similar examples. There is something which has it's part of how the chess world is, and I don't think anybody is going to change that. Although I think Vike did try to make it into a knockout for a while in the early 2000s. They experimented with.
You sure wasn't that Groningen?
No, yeah, not Vike. Yeah, sorry, but yeah, this has been a long day. If I suggested Vike was at some point a knockout.
Yeah, I don't think it was. It was either Groningen, which was, yeah, then they hosted the FIDE Knockout World Championship match. They might have experimented with others. Maybe Hoogeveen.
No.
We don't know stuff. Apologies to all our Dutch viewers, and apologies for my arm being so long. We kind of prolonged the camera perspective so that I have access to the H1 square, but not the G1 square. So if I try to grab that rook, my arm will disappear. But if the rook ever comes to H1, I can take it.
Yeah, and I will play in the Grand Prix series this year, Coco.
What did you mean by way? Because I misunderstood earlier, probably out of ignorance.
Disinterest is.
No. What I mean is the Grand Prix series are Swiss tournaments, so that's open tournaments.
Everybody
not
can play,
open. Or it's
no, not
15
open, but
players
they are Swiss. They are Swiss. Did I once again?
No, you said Swiss. I was just
No, they are Swiss tournaments. They are. I mean, the entire field. I think it's 24 players in total, and I think that actually is 24 players in every single of those 4 Grand Prix tournaments, but they will be rotated in and out with wildcards nominated for every stage.
Is that 24 prizes?
No. I think no. Pretty sure. I haven't actually checked.
I'm genuinely curious.
I haven't actually checked, but I don't think you get prizes for every single placement, and Those will be, I think, 9-round Swisses aimed at, first of all, introducing more players into the cycle, which I think should be a very attractive idea for everyone who watches these things, and also changing the format from round robins to Swiss to make it more exciting and also shorter, which is once again a complaint you hear a lot, and people already mentioned in chat that Wike is too long. But Wike is
too long? The games are too long? It's too many rounds, or what's the problem? The time control, or what are we talking about?
I think most of those things were mentioned as complaints about Vike, that time control should be shortened, and I'm not sure. Maybe people weren't complaining about the 13 rounds as much as they were complaining about classical chess in general, and there are always those people who really dislike classical chess as a format. But
chess, like me. Colin, who is normally always right, that's my rule of thumb, says, I think Peter's wrong, only 18 players in each tournament.
That's why I was hedging there, because I think maybe 24 players is the entire field, including the wild cards. But
and 18 per tournament,
yeah,
so you play 3
tournament.
out of 4.
Yeah. This is why I was prefacing all that with, if I remember correctly.
Gotcha. So f5 is on the board, which... Good news is it wins the d6 pawn. Bad news is it weakens the g6 pawn.
Yeah,
so we have to figure out.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is so great, to be honest. Knight f4, king f4. I mean, sorry, knight f6, king f4, king g5 just looks very, very strong. And as mentioned, White doesn't really need the d6 pawn to win this. White does need to create weaknesses and start playing against weaknesses on the king side. And it feels like the king on d6 White might succeed in cutting it off completely and then going after the g6 pawn, and Black will not have enough pieces to protect it. So, yeah, this could be very, very risky for Black.
Slavo F is asking, can you say something about Indian GM Vidit, who is now Anish second? Do you know him? First time I met Mr. Vidit was in Leuven in the year 2016. He was with Anish, so in my usual tactful style, I asked Mr. Vidit, first of all, if he was a chess player, and then if he was Dutch. Then Anish pointed out that Vidit is higher rated right now than I have ever been, or that his companion was higher rated right now than I've ever been. I got the information that he was Indian, so I could piece it together from these bits of info, because I know the other Indian guys who are high rated.
Yeah, you were off to a good start there.
So I think we're off to a long and beautiful friendship. Apart from that, no, he's obviously a great player, and I think he's been improving, did well in the World Rapid, World Blitz, all these things.
One thing I wanted to mention is that, and I didn't actually, for some reason this information completely escaped me, and I didn't know he was working with Anish. And looking at the list of the challengers this year, his absence was maybe the most notable thing that made me wonder, because I felt that he is such a perfect fit for the tournament in terms of, once again, what it would appear to me the organizers are trying to achieve when inviting players. He is a very promising young player, I think very, very attacking in style as well. So even in that respect, he is...
Maybe he didn't want to play.
I'm just not gonna acknowledge this. No, I guess he is there as Anish's second, and perhaps Anish didn't want him to play. Is a more interesting suggestion, maybe. But yeah, he would appear to be a perfect fit for the challengers.
I agree. Also, so much material with his name. We did it again. Like, no chance. Anyway, knight g5 check by Adiban. What's going on? Hang on. f5. Rook b7 check.
I think he included rook b7, knight g5 instead of knight f6. Knight f6.
Takes, but now he doesn't get to this pawn, and his king has no entry.
Yeah, I'm wondering why you cannot play king f4 anyway, and then go for the same plan. But I suppose, like, if you go rook a1, why can't I go knight f7, king g5?
You probably can. King e6, you go king g5.
Yeah, I go
anyway.
king g5. That's very similar to what I wanted to achieve, actually.
All stretched out. Yeah, this is probably not ideal. But machine. Machine.
Yeah, machine suggests king f4, rook f1, but I'm kind of curious why that is and what happens after f3. Oh, f3, knight e7, we are suddenly, I mean...
Checkmate.
Yeah.
That'd be Cruel end. Surprising too.
Yeah, and that should actually be possible to find, I suspect, if Adiban goes king f4 here. I think it should not be impossible to play.
The other difference is here, you don't really make any progress because
f3 is hanging. This is why it's so important to include rook f1 and f3, so that in a position like this, compared to the lines previously discussed, you cannot play king g5 because of rook f3. Yeah, so Luki is once again favored to hold this.
He does have 7 lives.
What's 7 lives? I know of 9, but what's 7?
I don't think he has 9.
7 is Horcruxes. So are you suggesting Luki is he who must not be named?
Well, I'm trying to suggest that. I always thought of Smates as he who must not be named because of the obvious physical resemblance. But no, I wasn't suggesting that. I just thought cats had 7 lives, but apparently they have 9.
Yeah.
Double round robins are better, and there should be like 3 a year for the Grand Chess Tour. Okay.
One question no one really asked us for some reason, but one question we could maybe address. What do you think about this new rating system the Grand Chess Tour is now trying to implement?
I haven't studied it in detail. I've seen the list. They're sort of combining. I haven't studied the formula. Rapid Blitz and Classical into one rating for... Yeah. All right.
Yeah. I think they're using weighted calculations, obviously, for Rapid and Blitz with... I've seen 0.1 assigned to Blitz, and I'm not sure what weight is assigned to Rapid. Maybe 0.5 or 0.3. I'm not sure. I also didn't really study the math properly. There's a lot of outcry on my Facebook feed on that subject, which led to the usual suspects having the usual discussions on Rapid versus Classical and the rest of it. But
I'm very ignorant on all these things. I don't know how. Yeah, it really works. I don't know if we need it, but I'm sure there's thought behind it. I've seen the list, which looked like a fair representation of current day chess strength. Yeah. So I was alright with that. And yeah, I'm not educated enough to have any opinion on the topic. Which goes for most topics.
Yeah. No, some people were very, very upset because apparently if you go lower down, and they did publish like the entire list, it's not just the top 100, they published the list for everyone.
Oh, okay.
And some
people, I have to check.
Some people lower down were complaining because I think the list is very, very harsh towards people who are inactive and haven't played in a long time.
That's me.
So you could be unpleasantly surprised.
What's this thing called?
Universal rating system, I believe. But yeah, and I think it should be searchable somehow because people have been able to search for themselves in the rating list. But I found my name in the original list they published, so I didn't need to search. So I don't know where you search.
Me neither. Why do I search this if I know that I'm in for a bitter disappointment, misrepresenting my fantastic chess strength?
Oh, there it is. Yeah, maybe.
Where? Well,
the one you almost clicked but didn't.
This?
Yeah.
I doubt it. That's only the top 100. I don't think I made that with me being inactive. We'll never find out.
You can yeah. There's a search click there. Well, okay, doesn't really matter. And he did play king f4 if we're still sort of on the subject of Adiban Van Veli, and now Luki needs to find rook f1. It might be the only move that quite.
But the machine said some other move was good too, right? Rook e1.
But here I'd be worried.
I'd be worried all the time. Oh yeah, that's not good at all. No, I'm not a fan of the universal rating system anymore. Why would they give me that rating? That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I've seen some people being really, really upset about their new rating.
Sorry. Now that I've seen my universal chess rating, I'm not very happy with this system. What is this? Come on. In what discipline am I that weak?
No, I think it's just mainly because you don't play enough. I think it really, really is skewed towards people who are playing a ton.
That's just... Yeah, okay. Sorry, guys. Not a fan here. However, I can probably be convinced to endorse it by just throwing me an extra 100. Rating points, I mean.
Yep. That's exactly what you mean. We know. Rook f1 has been played. Let me... Was it f397? No, Rook f1 has been played, and after f3, I think we were saying 97.
Yeah, 97
But
threatening checkmate in one.
why is not rook b6 check a problem here? Maybe just 96
Don't
back.
ask me, I'm 2579.
Apparently
95,
I'm worse now.
95,
I'm
checkmating
still getting mated on e5.
What's your rating?
Yeah, my rating is also non-impressive, yeah. Yeah,
Hang on. What is this line?
it's still somehow a draw,
Isn't this
which is very, very amusing. And after king c4, the machine suggests playing rook b1, which is just plain insulting, but...
Beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, reading the first line sometimes is better than most stand-up comedy available right now.
There is not a lot of good stand-up comedy out there.
Yeah, we tried watching Bo Burnham recently, and it wasn't horrible, but it wasn't really all that great either. King f4, yeah. That is a draw.
Yep. Not going to happen either, but f3 97 is very spottable. Or
Yeah.
f3 rook e1, but 97 looks much more humans threatening checkmate, which is always a nice thing to do. Nice thing to do.
So what's the time situation?
I don't know. I would guess it's 17 minutes past 7, but it really depends on the time zone. As for the chess game... They're both down to 5-ish minutes.
For only 2 moves remaining, so not a harsh time trouble situation, and
Not at all.
no. And actually, if Adiban is patient here, he might still maybe have a little bit of something, at least in practical terms. But it's very, very difficult not to play f3 here. Like, if you have to play rook b2 just to keep the game going, it's not going to be easy. No, not in this position. In this position, it's not a very good choice, but in the current position they have on the board.
But rook b2 does not look like a winning attempt. Or maybe it's the best move, but it's so sad.
Yeah, it's not the move you want to make, but it might be the move you need to make.
That's often a problem if what you need to do is not what you want to do. I normally don't do anything.
Yep.
That's how I live my life.
Sounds familiar.
Any other opinions on anything?
I probably have some, but I don't really feel like expressing them at that time.
Okay.
At this time, not at that time. At that time, I might actually express all of them.
What
at
time
once.
is that?
Who knows? Just that time.
Adiban might think it is that time of the day. Ambitious Pawn says, so Peter, enjoy Blood in, Blood out tonight. I don't think this is the night. This is a long round.
Yeah.
Thanks to the stylings of Mr. Van Veli, who
Yeah.
in this position could not come up with takes and knight d4. How hard can that be, look?
Yeah. And then Ambitious Pawn says, I'm going to get some cerveza, and then he also mentions the name of a food additive, which is apparently good for you if you are planning to build your body mass or something. Eh?
What? Whey? I used to, before I became this intimidating physical presence and decided to, go easy on becoming too strong, I used to take a lot of whey protein. but not a lot of cerveza. And Galactic is also upset about his universal rating. Yeah, that's very upsetting. Where is your mic? Jan Peter, can you two go for a team banter blitz like Jan did with Niklas the other day? By the other day, he means like 2 years ago. Nah. Don't you enjoy our solo shows? Like, we're spending all this time sitting next to each other here already. Why would you do a team banter blitz? It's not like I'll help Peter.
I have a feeling we won't even be like the rest of the evening. Will probably be spent staring at screens of various sizes.
No, I don't think he means tonight. But I'm meaning ever.
Yeah, no,
team banter blitz.
I'm with you.
I don't like the concept. What else is there?
Not a lot.
What did my boy Mr. Grandelius play in the opening?
It was something.
Scotch,
It was something really.
65,
This is what they do these days.
BC.
This I think wasn't supposed to be very good, and I think Kasparov kind of scoffed at that idea. But that was when people were connecting it with Queen H4 and Knight F6. And
yeah, this I recall is from the old days. And
yeah, that doesn't
really work.
That doesn't really work. But yeah, Knight F6, Knight E7 may be a way to revive it.
So you give that bishop? No.
Well, sort of, but not exactly, because if you take here, you probably have to give up your light square bishops as well. And yeah, now it
escapes.
and got transferred to good squares. And yeah, I'm kind of wondering. Yeah, it was very. I would expect Niels to actually play that in a heartbeat. I'm wondering why he didn't.
I don't know. If I'm playing the first round of a strong tournament with the black pieces against a strong opponent who outrates me, and I can force a draw. It's a tempting proposition. Niels is more aggressively minded than me, so I agree that this is more in his style. But I kind of understand. Because his first round, especially in Chicken World, and also in my mind, it's often people want to settle in and they don't want to take too much risk and get going and so on. And therefore, with black equalizing instantly here.
Sure.
I understand. But yeah,
no, I'm not criticizing,
but
I mean, he is one of the more exciting chess players around, and I'm also
one of the more optimistic. He seems to actually enjoy playing chess. That's what was driving us nuts during Stavanger, right? When after every game, we thought, okay, finally they broke his spirit. He said, no, this was a fun game, and so on. I don't know.
Yeah, Robert Kender says, you can go now. I wonder if he means us or...
Is he allowing us to go? I think we shall soon, because my stomach is... What's the word? Rumbling?
Yeah.
Ando says, Peter commentating on Jan losing with salt would be the best. People take very sick pleasure out of me losing, which, yeah,
No.
I don't appreciate at all. I must be like watching reality TV to people, because I watch reality TV to feel better about myself by seeing other people suffer, but if people do that to me, it upsets me greatly.
Yeah, I can relate.
And you didn't feel like watching Terrace House the other day?
I lasted about a minute and a half. You told me you watched 46 episodes of this, right?
That's correct, yeah. They're only 20 minutes each.
It doesn't make it better.
Watch Terrace House, people out there. If you speak Japanese, which I don't, I highly recommend it. It has subtitles, so you can sort of follow what's going on. Which normally is nothing. It's a bunch of people living in a house, being filmed. Well, yeah. That is a well spent, let's do the math. It's not even 15 hours. It's a bit more than 15 hours.
Yeah.
I wasn't fully focused all the time. Linux fan is asking, hi Pirian, how can I buy you both lunch? Not tonight, but we might accept pizza bribes, or not even bribes. Pizzas delivered to the office in the upcoming days.
I'm a
Today,
bit confused
I think,
actually about what's going on in the game, and I understand not much is going on with the game, but didn't he have less than, or sort of around 5 minutes in this position when we last checked, and it was definitely more than 5 minutes ago? Shouldn't we have either moves or result of some kind by now?
Why won't win? Did they lose on time? I don't know.
No,
Maybe
no,
our
probably
connection
nobody
is
lost
the-
on time, but I'm not quite sure why the game is not being updated because I think something must have happened by now.
I do
Oh,
not
okay,
know.
so something did
Maybe
happen.
we're stuck because there's on the website.
Oh, okay, so he gave knight f7, knight g5 twice, and now if he goes knight g5, Luki can write down knight and king d6 on the score sheet, and everybody goes home. So the
So
current,
this is the position,
Yeah,
and
this
you
is
can't
most-
go knight g5.
yeah, this is a position, and
So he's
you're
trying to talk himself into king g5.
yeah, but that's kind of difficult. Yeah, but even f4 here is just an immediate draw. Also knight
You're
e7
not
check.
winning this.
Yeah.
Mhm. Should end peacefully. People criticizing my pronunciation is another thing I greatly appreciate, especially a couple hours in. Jan, try to pronounce like in pleasure, not pleasure.
Well played.
Thanks for the pointer. I'll do my very best.
Well played, sir.
Do you sometimes eat vegan nutrition? Yeah, all
We
the
have-
time actually. I eat all the other stuff too, like meat and cheese, but there's a lot of vegan in my diet as well.
Yeah, we had an option of vegan cheese this morning, and instead of eating it, we had a very lively discussion of why it shouldn't be called cheese,
Which it wasn't. So
which it wasn't. So it was a livelier discussion than it deserved.
And Father Jack is saying, I'm just logging on, Jan. What did I miss today? What were your fave moments? The fact that you're just logging on is really your problem, not mine. But I think the whole show will be available for replay on YouTube. As for my favorite moments, I can't remember a single thing. I only remember the upsetting moments, like when somebody said Blood In, Blood Out is not a fantastic movie. When we thought Kayaking Giri was heating up, but then it ended peacefully. But some of the PGN is broken, so I can't even show you that. No, I've done a bunch of recaps already. There's not, a lot of fireworks in this round, frankly. Pavel Ilyanov won an interesting game against Richard Rapport. This is the final position. Else, a bunch of correct or slightly less correct draws. And Luke van Vele fighting for his life in the final game, but should probably also get a draw.
Yeah, and for some reason the PGN appears to be on the blink here. But yeah, I think Adiban
I always say PGNs are meant to be broken.
Yeah, and he sort of played himself into an unfavorable spot here by repeating twice. Not that he had any particularly attractive options, but he could have just played rook b2 as we pointed out if he wanted to continue the game. And now, if our count is correct, he can no longer really repeat to that because in the current position the knight is hanging on f7, and if you play knight g5, the important thing for Luki would be not to play king d6, but to write the move down on the score sheet and call for an arbiter.
Father Jack says, some of us have to work, guys. That is sort of a valid excuse. But yeah, you did not, apart from our show that was fantastic as always, you did not miss that many chess highlights. The favorites, Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen, made a rather uneventful draw. After Magnus showed his preparation, Wesley So decided not to ask too many questions with bishop c3 takes queen c4 draw. So yeah, that's what it. Sorry, you go ahead.
No, the obvious and frankly the only real highlight of the day was the Ilyanov Rapport game, which if you only look at the final position might look like a blowout, but was actually very, very, your typical Rapport game, sort of insanity from move 4 onwards. But once again, Richard's particular boogeyman strikes. Richard doesn't really have a good score at all against Pavel, and it got worse today.
Yeah. That's his kryptonite. 4.5 out of 5 versus Richard Rapport. Pavel, you're normally just playing very correct chess against him, but today, it wasn't like he got crushed out of the opening, which can happen to him with his.
Yeah, this is a position they had after move 13, and this is where that's not exactly right because e5 is a very playable move actually, but up to here, Richard was playing exactly his brand of chess, very offbeat, but also, healthy underlying understanding of structures, I think. But he misplayed, when it got sharper, he misplayed a position in which, frankly, he should have continued trying to sacrifice material instead of. Although this was
D3, the machine.
This was
strongly
also
disapproving of, like saying E4 or bishop A6 is the way to go.
Yeah. This was also a pawn sacrifice, and maybe he automatically assumed that Pavel will take on d6, which also may have been a decent move. But after queen c2, Pavel just showed a superior understanding of what to aim for here. Yeah, bishop b2, knight e2, and
even here, but yeah, this is already grim.
yeah, this
was just bad.
Yeah, the bishop on a6 is horrible, and also you are not getting the counterplay on the king side. You are sort of basing your entire game plan on. And then he missed this queen c2 move, and the game was just over.
This position, or in general, this might confuse some people, me included, but even though white only has a knight and a pawn for a rook, it's white who's pushing it. The rooks don't have any useful work, the black king is much weaker, and white gets to have all the potential breaks and targets. Therefore, no matter what happens, white is playing for a win here. And after missing this...
Yeah, this is now...
became really bad.
Yeah, and actually black needs to swallow his pride here and actually play queen e4 and give up this pawn. Although objectively has to be close to loss there. Instead, Richard continued throwing material into the fire.
I do believe that the game is over. Knight g5 check has been played for the third time, which is one too many if you want to win the game. Therefore, Adiban. Van Veli ended peacefully. I'll wait for a second for confirmation.
Well, since king d6 is not on the board, we have to assume that Luke knows the correct procedure, him being the tournament director and all that.
Well, the correct procedure I learned in such situations is you write down your move on the score sheet, stop the clock, call the arbiter, say, if I execute this move, then the position will be repeated for the third time. And that normally takes a second, because then the arbiter has to, or in the old days, I don't know if they still do
They
that,
used to verify.
has to reconstruct.
These days they just ask both players if they agree, and if both players agree, the game is just finished. So yeah, people think we are free when in fact we probably have to stick around to record a recap. I mean, not the recap, but the highlight video, which is a thought that is filling me with great joy right now.
It's a hard knock life for you. So what do we choose for the highlights? This is the only game that found a winner. Might have to stick with Mr. Elyanov versus Mr. Rapport, right?
Yeah, I think this is a very obvious choice for today.
So do we have a draw confirmed? I don't know these things.
Yes, you are allowed to stop the clock in that situation, Robert Kender, and this is exactly how you should approach the situations. Because if you play king d6, white can actually continue.
Write down move, stop clock, call arbiter, claim draw. That's how it's done. Trust me, I don't know much about chess, but ways to secure a draw, I've studied plenty. They keep changing the rules with all this digital stuff. Now you can do it in Blitz and Rapid and so on, right? And I'm not even sure you're still obliged to write down the move, but that's what I was taught 25 years ago. And I'll stick with it. Might be more than 25 years.
And people are pointing out that in accordance with modern rules, you cannot actually write down the move before making it. But this is a very specific case where you can and should, as people also explained in chat. Yeah, chess rules are arcane and weird in some spots. Yeah.
Ambitious Pawn is trying his hand at a new highlights recap. Let's see if he did better this time. Highlights: blood in, blood out talk. Ronda Rousey coming in as a guest host. I do think I told you there's a 0% chance of that happening, and I wouldn't call it blood in, blood out talk. It was just a very touching blood in, blood out endorsement. as
Yeah.
one of the best movies ever made, up there with Citizen Kane, which I've
Yeah,
never seen.
somehow in 2017 people are still surprised when the king appears on d5 in this position. This is just arbiters
all
putting the
these
kings in the
years.
center for the draw, guys.
Game over. This game has been over for a while, and this one has as well ended peacefully after Adiban repeated one too many a time, but his winning chances had mainly vanished at this. That means the only winner of the round is Pavel Iloyanov, cashing in another 4.5 points there today. Every other game ended in a draw. A quiet beginning to the first round of Vikensay 2017. Thank you so much for watching the show, for keeping us company. Thank you so much for Peter Svidler for adding, I don't know, a bit of chess content and a bit of humor and a bit of all that stuff. We'll be back tomorrow with more of the same, because
Yeah.
we're not planning to make any extra effort to make this show more watchable.
What he said.
Thanks for watching. See you soon.